can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 2/6/2025. It is 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. What's up, Brandon, Catmere, Welchin, Neon, Naomi? What it do? Spartacus in the house, wrestling. What up, what up? Oh. I haven't even watched a reaction today. Yeah, you gotta wait for Tom to go live. Of course. Of course you gotta wait for me to go live. No duh. Alright, but yeah, we're gonna hop right into it. There was apparently a reaction, I believe, yesterday as well. I don't know if I need to watch that first, but I know that the H3 did a stream today talking about Hasan, so I figured we'd get into that. But honestly, the one that Ethan did yesterday might actually be better, because H3 moves so slowly. They are the fucking slowest moving motherfuckers. Yeah, here it is.
Chock full of the most pathetic, just like grasping ad hominem And you have to remember that this guy apparently was my friend for 2 years. Now, I've said a lot of things about...
Obviously, we reacted to this stream like right after it came out. And I've even put out like clips about it on Twitter. Hasan put out a clip, or sorry, Lonerbox put out a clip today.
Property.
This is it's somebody sent Hasan a clip of Gokanaru watching Ethan's video.
And migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was...
That is literally so far from reality. What are you talking about? The only place in the world that would accept them. You talking about America, bro? You talking about Canada? What are you talking about? The only place in the world that would accept them. How can you even say
that? Thinking that like America and Canada were two places that were accepting Jews after the Holocaust is actually fucking dumb, dude. These were not like super accepting places for Jews. I know that like we look at it today and we're like, well, of course, we're the place that loves a bunch of different people and Jews do so well here. That was not the case. That was not the case at the time. At the time, I know everybody looks at, you know, Hollywood and they're like, dude, Hollywood is built by the Jews. Back then, before World War II, Hollywood was putting out like super anti-Semitic, like, and like Jewish conspiracy theory types of fucking films back then, dude. It was not good. Like it was fucking bad. Like this was not an accepting place. Yes, literally nobody wanted the fucking Jews. The only place that they were accepted at the time was even before World War II, the Ottoman Empire was trying to get Jews to come back to Palestine because they didn't have a whole lot of economic growth, and Jews were doing fairly well in Europe and were making a good bit of money, and so they wanted those Jews to come to Palestine and build their businesses there. And so it was a much like it was like a place that was getting more and more Jewish people even before the Holocaust. But yeah,
those lines seriously? That's crazy.
Israel. The irony of this whole situation.
That's insane. Why would you say that? The fuck? You could say maybe the only place in the world where they are the dominant, or were aspiring to be the dominant faction. At that time they weren't. No, I don't know. That's just insane. That's just literally wrong.
To leave their home, property.
The Ottoman Empire was very against the Jews resettling there. No, they were not. No, they were not. The Ottoman Empire permitted Jewish immigration to Palestine in the 19th century, and in 1918, the Ottoman government expressed support for a Jewish center in Palestine. However, the Ottoman Empire was an Islamic caliphate that also discriminated against and persecuted non-Muslims. And then, the economic participation in 1901, the Ottoman central government allowed Jews to buy land in Palestine on the same terms as Arabs. Jewish buyers purchased land and properties in Palestine, including Jezreel Valley and Haifa Bay. Jewish corporations and private buyers led this effort, which continued after the established mandatory Palestine in 1918. Like, this was definitely something. It was they definitely wanted Jewish people there. Thank you, Naomi. But yeah, they definitely wanted Jewish people there to bring money because they wanted the economic growth. Wait, why are we looking this up? Because Welchin thinks that the Ottoman Empire didn't want Jews in Palestine. But yeah, in the early 1900s is when they started allowing them. But it says like, yeah, like obviously before this is like in 1882, the Ottoman government began to restrict Jewish immigration to Palestine. The government also ordered the expulsion of Jews who had settled in the, I don't know what that, Mutasarrifik, except for Jewish pilgrims. So yeah, like obviously there were periods where the Ottoman Empire didn't want them there. But we're talking about leading up to World War I and World War II, that yes, the Ottoman Empire was inviting them to come open up businesses. They were allowing, no, they weren't just allowing them there. They were literally inviting them. They literally were inviting them to come there and open up businesses because they wanted the economic growth. It was very clear, like they wanted them there, but they were still discriminatory towards them. They still hated fucking Jews. They just that was the one place where they were actually wanted for some reasons, you know. There was at least something that made it to where they were desired in some sense.
Hasan, but I'm not like, I mean,
But anyway, sorry. So fuck. So yeah, so in this clip, this guy's saying that like, you know, oh no, United States and Canada were the places that were great for Jews. Those are the places that Jews could have gone to after the Holocaust. And so yeah, Lonerbox is the one who posted this video. He said, no, 800,000 MENA Jews were not going to America or Canada after 48. In the U.S., the 1924 Johnson-Reed Act placed severe restrictions on Jewish immigration, which lasted until the 60s. From 1933 to 48, Canada accepted 5,000 Jewish refugees, i.e., less than any other allied state. And then, yeah, I also replied and said, what the fuck? The Jews were blamed for the Great Depression only a couple decades earlier and were being lynched. There were still tons of anti-Jewish films being made in the US, and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion were openly touted until World War II. Insane to think America was a super inviting place for Jews. So yeah, there's a lot of clips going around of this shite.
we were during our time together, we were friends. You know, I'm not like, because he's like, oh, he's dumb, he's fucking stupid, and he doesn't know anything. And it's like, well, we had a political show for 2 years. That's how you felt about me the whole time? I don't know. Like, I won't say like I felt that about him when we were friends.
Person who definitely understands things. Very smart, very intelligent. Definitely not a fucking hack ass, failed ass, dumbass fucking comedian.
Bro, I've never tried to be a comedian, a failed comedian. What are you talking about? You were the one in my emails begging me for a fucking collab on the Young Turks.
Right, that did happen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, why would you? It's so, like, pathetic, bro. And again, it's like, it's not even a sore spot for me or anything, because I'm not a comedian. I've never tried to be a professional comedian.
It's not funny.
Exactly. I keep trying to tell everyone that.
Yeah, literally nobody thinks Ethan's funny. I don't know why Hasan would say that. Literally nobody has ever thought Ethan was funny at all.
Yeah, we say, you know, in the
We
comedy
can't say I'm
world,
failed either way. I mean, I'm doing pretty good.
You're doing okay.
I mean, I just posted a video about your dumbass that got 2 million views.
Right.
In 2 days.
Hack ass, failed ass, dumbass fucking comedian.
I mean, it's just such an L take. It's just pathetic. It's like you're really at your rock bottom here right now.
Comedian. In air quotes.
Ooh! Ooh! Not funny.
Air quotes.
Like, what is Hasan doing these days? Let's see. So the Hasanabi channel, did he put anything out? Okay, yeah. So he said, debate me, Ethan Klein. So this 2 days ago, 554,000 views. Destiny Nuke React, 241,000 views. Damn, he only got, that's way less than I would have expected on Hasan doing a Destiny Nuke React. Shit, that's way less. But yeah, most of his videos are around like 100 to 300K on here. And then, let's see, what is H3 doing? So yeah, this is 546,000, 487,000. Those are over a month ago though. 279,000 from 5 hours ago. 624,000 2 days ago. 712,000 7 days ago, 700,000 12 days ago, 700,000 2 weeks ago. Like, yeah, he's literally like doubling fucking Hasan's numbers on YouTube, though I would assume Hasan gets around the same on Twitch. I think he gets around the same on Twitch. I don't really know. Twitch doesn't really tell you. They don't really give you good stats on live numbers.
It's not funny. It's just like you're a socialist. Yeah.
Is there no short chat today? No, not right now. We'll probably pull them up a little bit later. We do have Anna coming on later tonight, and so yeah, we might add the chat later on.
By the way, theory time, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. Hasan says he adopted his dog. He went all over LA looking for the perfect dog. Oh, I went to all of these pounds. I couldn't find the perfect dog. But then magically, off camera, I found on Craigslist this post where they were giving away $20,000 designer dogs. And I was so lucky, Hasan Piker. I found this. Can anybody find me a Craigslist post where they're giving away $20,000 designer dogs? Because I'd like to inquire. He bought that dog. He bought the fucking dog, and he doesn't want to admit it. Obviously. And by the way,
I don't know. I don't know.
That's not the only lie he tells about his personal life. I did a story about it, but people didn't pick it up. I don't give a fuck. This guy's a piece of shit. No, but people need to ask Hasan who's cooking his chicken off screen in his house. Who's cooking that chicken? Who's taking care of him?
Fucking fried chicken. Kaya? Is that what you're implying?
Dogs cannot cook chicken, Dan.
Oh.
Last I checked.
Are they? Is it Kaya? Do you guys know who this is? This is so weird. I just found out about this person recently. There's this like thing called Cooking with Kaya, and it's this chick.
Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Kaya, I need some food. Help me.
Cooking.
Like, she does like cooking shows, and even has like a bunch of different people on, and apparently because she dresses in a certain way and dances in a certain way while she's doing it, that like there's all these jealous women all over the place getting mad that if their boyfriends are watching this shit.
Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
So this is who they think's making his chicken, I guess.
Kaya? Is that what you're implying?
Dogs cannot cook chicken, Dan.
Senator Sanders joins us. Now, you talk about an oligarchy running the White House.
Somebody,
now
since our friendship was a farce, apparently, according to him, right?
Library,
There's something he goes,
deals
don't
with
tell
family
anyone.
members of the Trump family. How far are we from a kleptocracy?
Dude, I thought that was them.
Though, for obvious reasons, that I have this bougie ass fucking. I'm just saying, somebody's cooking his chicken. And they don't look like they're getting a piece of the pie either. You know what I mean? They're not on that socialist. They're not on that socialized workplace salary. You know what I mean? Cooking chicken's a big deal. That's integral to his daily routine. Of course, you should entitled to a % of his profits. Duh. Socialism, bro. Live it, bro. Live it. Be the socialist you say you are. Anyway, that's just me. You guys should ask him about the chicken. And also ask him for the Craigslist post about giving away the $20,000 free designer dogs. You guys, oh my God, I was been looking high and low for the perfect dog. I've been to 20 pounds. And then magically one night, I found it was like a Portuguese black spotted a pit bulldog. Yeah, I know it's crazy, you guys. They usually cost like $50,000 from really obscure breeders in Japan only. But I found one for free on Craigslist.
And it was also a puppy.
And it was a pup. Oh my God. He found a designer dog puppy.
I'm not sure people are jealous of Kaya. I don't know, man. I feel like there's tons of clips. There's tons of clips of shit on like on TikTok and like tons of shorts where like I don't know. I think like it's obviously like a meme, but the meme is that like if guys are watching it, like women are gonna get upset about it. That is the meme. So I don't know. I don't think she's all that attractive. But I know that that is the meme, and that people get a bit upset about it.
Girl, I can take your man with this meal I just cooked.
And that's like, that's something she always says. I can take your man with this meal I just cooked. Like, shit like that. It's kind of funny.
Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya.
So, yeah.
Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya.
So what you doing? What you doing? You looking at another girl to learn how to cook? So I'm gonna show you whooping ass with Gabby. Whooping ass with
Cooking with Kaya.
Do you love your life?
Yeah?
So if I were you, I'd suggest that you sit down.
Babe, I'm talking about Caillou, bruh. The bald-headed kid, that's it.
Okay, you're about to cook right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out something. I don't know.
Yeah, you see, I wish you knew how to cook like Kaya, though. That's the thing. What?
What did you just say?
I said I wish you knew how to cook like Kaya.
Okay, and I wish you knew how to cook like Mula. Cooking with Mula.
Cooking with Kaya. 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 Cooking with.
So, yeah.
For free on Craigslist? And that's how afraid of his audience is. He can't even be honest about that. Like, he did good things. He donated to Pounds and stuff, which is good, right? He donated for people's adoptions. That's a good thing to do. But he's so afraid of his fucking audience, and he needs to be perceived as this perfect moral arbiter, this perfect moral representative of of a person, that he can't be like, yeah, I bought the dog. Dumbass liar. Anyway, go on. Listen, our friendship was a farce, so just speak your shit. Speak your shit, and I'll speak my shit.
What dog does he have?
Nobody ever calls me a fake comedian.
What dog does he have? What is
That's
the dog?
gloves off, buddy. I'll tell you what, man.
Still doing fucking 2014 memes on the timeline. Well, I'm
not even on the timeline. Excuse me, I'm 20. Bro, what are you on? Excuse me, bro. My memes are fresh and hot, and they're not on the timeline. They're in the stories.
There were a lot of 2014 memes in your video. And this isn't a criticism, but let's just be real.
Like which?
Like the Ty Lopez and the.
Oh, well, that was that was a callback because his dumbass would.
Well, you're doing right, but
I'm cutting my nails right now. Forgive me for looking down for a little bit, but does anybody know what fucking dog he has? What is the dog? What dog?
But I just.
He was like, this guy's great because he reads a lot of books.
Oh, Hasan's dog is named Kaya. Okay. That sounds racist. That sounds pretty racist. That's yeah. That's pretty fucked up to name your dog after a black woman.
Fucking read so many books.
It's very Ty Lopez. You're right.
My garage.
I'm just pointing out.
But he hasn't.
Roughly 2014.
Because if that's what you're referring to, I mean, apparently he hasn't watched the video. I don't know.
Timeline anymore. I'm actually too scared to be on the timeline, so I just fucking constantly whine about it from behind my Instagram stories. Even
dude, the stuff he's going on about is just sad. Sorry, I'm like off Twitter. I thought that was a good thing, and also it's owned by white supremacist Nazis. Like, you probably should not be on there too, dumbass.
Yeah.
He's like, this pussy doesn't even spend time on fucking Twitter. This dude's a giant fucking pussy, bro. There's a clip of his son. They're having like a night out and like Valkyrie is with him, and she's like, Hasan's always on his phone. He's off screen, always on his phone, and he got all butthurt. It's like, yeah, we know, bro. You have a problem. You spend a lot of time on Twitter. That's not necessarily like a fucking admirable trait, dude. Dude, this pussy doesn't even spend time on Twitter. What a fucking loser. Bro, I just made an hour and 40-minute video talking in great detail about your deficits, right? And instead of addressing that, you're saying this dude's a pussy for not being on Twitter? That's your response? What?
even though I'm a fucking 50-year-old dude with like 3 children, and I spend most of my time.
So hold on, you're saying because I'm a 50-year-old dude and I have a family, therefore I should be on Twitter more and not hiding?
True.
Also, bro,
So true,
let's
dude.
please, dude. You're not that young. What's he, like 34, 35? Like, bro, I'm sorry. I'm 39. We're in the same decade. You're lonely, family ass bitch. Like, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, bro. I'm not judging you for not being married and not having a family, but let's be real here, okay? We're very close in age, okay? And he's doing the leafy. This man has fallen so far. He's doing the leafy. Get a load of this old fucking loser with kids. He doesn't even spend all his day on Twitter, dude. Like, dude he's scraping the bottom of the barrel. He is a lost.
You're a 34-year-old man. A 34-year-old man.
That's him. Hassan's doing that. At least Leafy was saying my real age, too. Now I'm 50, according to Hasan.
How old is this guy again?
He's
Like
44.
35, 40?
That's how old Hasan is. Leafy can do it. That's how old Hasan is.
Literally.
Like, what kind of insult is that, bro? What are you doing?
I'm online.
It's my job, too, by the way. And I make a good living, you know?
Fucking crying.
Yeah.
Most of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I was one of those things, then obviously that would be really scary. You know, I'd be really scared of the rising tide of socialism and communism in the United States of America. Ooh, terror.
Yeah, I mean, that's not at all what the video was about. I mean, I think it was specifically targeted at like online, quote unquote, socialists who are more interested in like feeling superior and feeling like they're such great fucking people than actual like communism or socialism as it's expressed as like real people express it. But of course, if you watch the video, that was like maybe like, I don't know, like 30 seconds, like a short joke at the very beginning of the video. And this is what Hasan does. He does these straw mans. He goes, I didn't even watch the hour and 40-minute long video, but ooh, it's just about, oh, socialists are scary. It's like, man, I can see why you think that. That's what I talked about for an hour and 40 minutes. Yeah.
Terror is what I would say. So that's why I'm looking like Tim Pool today, who surprisingly and completely unrelated to what I was saying. Oh my God, it's fucking 5 a.m. out here, dude. I'm literally, there's only so
You're
much I
crashing
can
out,
take,
bro.
God.
You should go to bed. You know, I think Hasan really needs to focus on his mental health. He needs to go to bed, okay, buddy? It's clearly that the sleep deprivation is getting to you. I say this not seriously, but because this is the type of shit that Hasan and his community have been telling me for a fucking year nonstop. And look at him now.
What the hell?
Who's crashing out now, bitch?
This guy, I literally had a disagreement with me over Israel. Ended the podcast. I was so fucking gracious to him, far more gracious than he.
In real socialism, Hasan wouldn't make it one day. Yeah, honestly, I think in real I think socialism wouldn't make it one day with Hasan. That's I don't know what that means, but sounds bad. That's what I think. That's my thought process on that. Glad you brought it up.
Goddamn deserves.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Thank you for finally saying what I knew you actually thought at the time.
Like,
which was the problem, of course.
Literally ends the podcast because he can't fucking cut it. Like, he's like, oh, I don't want to talk about politics anymore because people are hurting my feelings when I talk about Israel, and because it kind of comes across like I'm defending Israel. Okay, and then everybody goes, oh, you're defending Israel. It's like his whole shtick for the past year has been saying liberal Zionist talking points and then getting mad at everyone when they go, are you a Zionist?
What liberal... Bro, the fantasy world that they've built is incredible. What liberal Zionist talk? What is a liberal Zionist talking point?
Well, I mean, what they're probably referring to is stuff like the. I mean, it's essentially you saying that Israel should not be eliminated, and a two-state solution is
the
way
two-state
forward.
solution. That's
that is what a liberal Zionist.
You keep saying you're in favor of two-state, but like. Why? So of course, me and my fans are gonna call you a fucking Nazi baby-killing Zionist fucking ghoul. Of course.
That does seem to be the whole thing. Like, that's when you ask them, if you actually ask them, and you're like, well, what are the talking points? They'll be like, oh, you remember that one time when like the building got bombed, the hospital got bombed, and we all said that 500 people died when it just like barely chipped the corner of the building, and we all kept saying that 500 people died or 600 people died, and then Ethan and everybody ran around saying that it wasn't 500 people and that it was more like 150, maybe 200 at most. Like they're like, that was yeah, that's the liberal talking points. It's like, wait, what? But it turned out that it was only 150 people. It turned out that you were wrong. It was not 500. You ended up being wrong. Like, yeah, but even just saying that, like, it's fucked up. Like, just that's like the type of stuff that they'll say is like, oh, debunking us when we lie. That's, yeah, the liberal Zionist talking points.
I think that's a fair stuff. I don't want to speak
I mean,
for these people.
In my video, that was my takeaway too. Is that
yes, it was 500, Clown. Oh yeah, is that you have a source on that? Let's see. I can't remember. It was what was it? The Yashar Ali, or I can't remember the name of it. I've got a couple videos on it though, so let me grab the name of it real quick.
Israel denies it was responsible, blaming Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Jordan, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia condemn what they say was an Israeli attack.
So you don't even know? I know. I said I know the fucking number. I don't remember the name of the exact hospital from 2023. No, I don't remember it.
Islamic Jihad, Jordan, Egypt,
This
the
is
United Arab Emirates,
my
and
video
Saudi
on this.
Arabia condemn what they say was an Israeli attack.
The missile hit the hospital not long after dark. You can hear the impact. The explosion destroyed Al Akli Hospital.
Al Akli, that's right.
From a smaller attack at the
Publication date October 17th. Oh, it does say 471 and 342 injured. Wait, 300 casualties. Wait, hold on. Publication date 17. A devastating explosion took place in a car park at Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza City. The Gaza Health Ministry. Oh yeah, the Gaza Health Ministry reported 471 were killed, 342 injured, with U.S. intelligence agencies estimating between 100 and 300 casualties. Yeah. And also there was a French. There was an independent analysis done by the French who said that it was, I think, 170 at most. They blew up a parking lot, and they're trying to say that there were 500 people in the parking lot. That there was no way, even the amount that they said were injured, none of those people at the hospital said that they didn't end up having that many people, even close to that many, show up to the hospital. They had like 50 to 70 show up to the hospital. Yeah, right. Say it was 100. Okay, yeah. I can go to numerous different types of analysis. So you're saying that you believe what Hamas tells you. I'm saying I believe what like 10 different independent analysis tell me. But you only get it from Hamas. Nobody else. That is when we're saying the Gaza Health Ministry. We're talking about Hamas, right? That's who that is. That is Hamas. And you're saying, oh, I'm just going to take the numbers from Hamas. I'm not taking the numbers from the fucking IDF. I'm not taking the numbers from Israel. I'm taking the numbers from every fucking country that did any sort of analysis on this outside of Israel or Gaza. No, it's not, bro. What the fuck? It's not Hamas? Yes, it is. What do you mean it's not Hamas? It's the Gaza Health Ministry. What do you mean it's not Hamas? Yes, it is. That is fucking Hamas. Who do you think the Gaza Health Ministry is? Who do you think that is? Who's in charge? Who's in charge in Gaza? What are you talking about? That is fucking Hamas. What are you talking about? That's not Hamas. Tom, obviously dead people can't go to the hospital, clown. Shut the fuck up. So you know what? You're so right. I don't know why I said anything. That was dumb of me. Yeah, even so, Hasan kept quoting this this BBC article, or this BBC video, or sorry, I think it was BBC and Channel 4, and both of them disagreed with him. Both of their videos actually said that he was wrong. He just quoted them out of context.
The building was flattened. Very soon, video was posted from Gaza of bodies laid out near the ruins of the hospital.
It wasn't a strike on the hospital itself.
And just briefly, if you were to have seen a strike, a true strike coming from Israel, I want to also just, as I'm saying this, show you, this is an image that shows, according to the IDF, the trajectory of this rocket. And it comes from somewhere inside of northern Gaza, and it goes this direction. It goes east.
What you have here is something called a point of origin.
Yeah.
That's where the rocket was fired from, right?
So they're saying the rockets were fired from inside of Gaza, okay? The call came from inside the house, guys. This is right behind the fucking hospital where the rockets, like, you can see the trajectory, and then others were being fired from the other side of Gaza as well. But there were also rockets being fired from inside of Israel that didn't go anywhere near that fucking hospital, but everybody blamed those rockets for the ones that hit Gaza.
Where that red dot is, you see multiple tracers coming off of those. Those are the different rockets that come out of that rocket pod. The one that came out right here came out over the hospital, and I believe that that was the one that lost its engine and fell on close to the hospital, not on the hospital. So this is part of the proof that the Israeli Defense Forces gave. They said, hey, here, this is something called a Q-36 radar. They use these radars to connect with the Iron Dome to shoot down rockets.
JDAM.
So when you see all these coming off of a missile site and one dropping over the top of a hospital, you can see where it was truthfully an accident, a missile that didn't go through to its final mission.
Yeah.
The Palestinian position is essentially that it must have been an Israeli airstrike, and there's no proof that there was an Israeli airstrike. I'm seeing nothing. I was listening for it. I was looking for it. There's nothing. They said it must have been because they say, why would Palestinians attack Palestinians?
CNN, really? I'm showing tons of different sources. Yes, not just CNN. I'm showing tons of different sources. I'm showing BBC, I show Fox News, I show CNN, and then I show Channel 4, which is what Hasan says is the best source for this. He says Channel 4 is the best source for this. I show them as well.
That's their position. IDF, on the other hand, has looked at this. They've done a forensic analysis of what was going on. I also think there'll be more outside third-party stuff. You know, for example, the U.S. has a large naval carrier task force offshore. They're tracking air traffic throughout there, so they should be able to, you know, depending on how much they want to share, they should be able to confirm or deny whether there was Israeli aircraft that were in the area that could have done a strike. But the Israelis have come out and said, look, we had a drone flying over doing surveillance that picked up on what was going on. That sounds very consistent. At any given time, there usually is an Israeli drone doing surveillance over the Gaza Strip. And they said, we saw the missile launch. The other thing that they say is they have a signals intelligence intercept of a communication.
That would be so stupid to just be like, oh, Israel said they saw it. They didn't show us a video. But they said they saw it, guys. They said. So that's consistent. Consistent with what, motherfucker?
Communication from Islamic Jihad, basically saying that one of their missiles went astray, in so many words, and landed in the Gaza Strip. And that's...
According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened.
They present what they say is two Hamas operatives talking about the attack.
This is almost definitely bullshit. I from what I remember, I believe this was also bullshit. This is what the IDF presented.
Hamas call this an obvious fabrication. Two independent Arab journalists told us the same thing because of the language, accent, dialect, syntax and tone, none of which is, they say, credible. Equally, Israel claims the Islamic Jihad failed missile was fired from here, a cemetery very close to the hospital. But look again at the video of the event. The trajectory of the missile doesn't line up with that location. Too high, too horizontal. Confusingly, the Israelis' presentation also says the missile was fired from a location down in the southwest. It can't be both. Islamic Jihad say it was an Israeli missile and they have the warhead to prove it, but they haven't produced it.
I wanted to be here today.
So Joe Biden believes Israel, so does the UN. Much of the Arab world and many beyond it do not. And Israel has form when it comes to war propaganda. Its claims about not being responsible for shooting dead British filmmaker James Miller in Gaza 20 years ago were widely dismissed, not least by a British court. Israel denied shooting dead Palestinian-American photojournalist Shireen Abu Akleh last year, only to backtrack later on admitting they probably did kill her. Just 2 examples from a long track record. And as we've seen, Israel has already attacked this hospital, and yesterday it's accused of bombing a UN-protected school, killing several civilians. Israel and Hamas can tweet what they like. The truth of what happened here last night requires independent, expert investigation. Not happening.
Video.
So yeah, it did happen. It did happen. I don't know if we end up going over it in this debate, but I think it was the French who yeah, that was the video that Hasan quoted as being the best video on the whole thing. And they're saying, yeah, we can't believe anything that Hamas is saying. That's, again, the Israeli health ministry. And then he's also like, but we can't believe what the IDF is telling us either. We need independent research. And then, yeah, we obviously got a lot of independent research afterwards. Which, yeah, did come to the conclusion that it was about 150 to 200 people killed. Oh, I still have fucking BBC in here. Yeah, here we go. French intelligence points to Palestinian rocket, not Israeli airstrike for Gaza hospital blast. So again, it was the rocket did come from Gaza. And then let's see. The death toll remains in dispute. Within just over hours of the blast, the Hamas-run health ministry said 500 had died. It then revised that number to slightly to 471 on Wednesday without giving details of the dead. The Israeli ministry told reporters that the number was inflated, while also cautioning that I have no certitude, the French military intelligence official said. We don't see at all the rocket that size could have produced 471 dead. It is not possible. It's not possible. It's literally not possible, which is why, like, this motherfucker in chat being like, it was 500. It's literally just not possible. That, like, it blew up a bunch of cars that were empty. Like, the most that it was going to do is there was a bunch of people on the other side of the building that were, like, they're in camps and shit like that were going to get hit by some of, like, the rubble and the projectiles and shit. But it wasn't even like the rocket that landed there, or sorry, it wasn't the, I don't know what you call it, but like the exploding device that landed there. It was the rocket that hit, that like sprayed out rocket fuel and just like spewed fire all over the place. But it didn't like, it wasn't the actual like, I don't know what you call it, like IED. The United States intelligence report estimated that somewhere between 100 and 300 Palestinians were likely killed. Even in Gaza, there were conflicting estimates of the dead. Al-Aqli Hospital officials said that the toll was in the hundreds without giving a firm number. General Director of Gaza's largest hospital, Shifa Mohammed Abu Salmiya, said he thought the toll was closer to 250 based on the casualties he saw streaming into the triage center. 2 witnesses said they thought the toll was in the dozens, not the hundreds. All officials in Gaza have said the blast left body parts strewn everywhere, complicating the task of counting the dead. Associated Press writer Isabel Debris contributed to this report. Okay, but yeah, and this doesn't have the actual French report, but I don't want to spend too long off on this. But yeah, anyways, that's the type of dumb shit that they're talking about, is where they want to like double numbers to just like unexplainable, outrageous numbers that couldn't be possible.
It's like he's one state, I'm two state, and apparently being two state is like genocidal, I guess. It's fine.
And he's like, whoa, this is anti-Semitism. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Naomi.
Have a great stream. Hashtag TugLifeBeach.
Thank you, Naomi. $5 dono. Let's freaking go. We got 5 out of the 25 to get us started off. Appreciate it. Tom Floyd Show. If I blew up cars and caught fire everywhere around it and it led to more fires, it could definitely result in 500 dead. Wait, it depends on what the other fires are of, right? Yeah, sure. If it's blowing up like a bunch of buildings and shit, yeah. But if it's just barely touching the corner of a hospital and then the fires are just catching on fire a bunch of fucking cars, then no.
What kind of fucking moronic attitude is this? Just don't talk about politics. Just go back to fucking talking about like gooning or...
Gooning?
You talk a lot about gooning.
I don't know.
No, not really.
I don't remember ever talking.
Do we know what caught fire? Yeah, we were just looking at all the pictures. Yes, we know what caught fire. There's literally like overhead footage of everything. Again, the rocket came down, hit the parking lot, and then like spewed like rocket fuel all over the side of the building that caught that on fire and put like a lot of damage there. There's no reason to believe that people inside were just standing there watching the building catch on fire from the corner and just stood there as like rocket fuel slowly burnt into the building. But even if they did, we would say maybe like that could be at like most like another like 30 people, 40 people. But like you look at the damage of the building, it's again just barely a sliver off the corner, and then the rest of it's just in the parking lot where cars were.
Gooning, but okay, I'm a gooner apparently. Yeah. Okay, very well done, very good. We're very very poignant criticism of me.
Justin Baldoni, or
by the way, this guy covered Justin Baldoni. He did a ton of Justin Baldoni videos. He did. Just saying, ain't nothing wrong with talking about our boy JD.
He got in trouble for
Justin
it.
JB.
Talking about like gooning or Justin Baldoni or is happening online. You're clearly not intellectually equipped enough, and you got fucking deluded by a sex cult. Okay, like Destiny.
Yeah, Hasan keeps blaming Destiny. He keeps saying Destiny like Destiny got to Ethan. Destiny brainwashed Ethan. Like that's the whole thought process. Like Destiny and Ethan have never gotten along. Like they've never gotten along. They've never been friends. They've never like they've never talked. They've never like nothing. They've always disliked each other. And the few like interactions or the few times that they talk about each other, it's them like talking shit about each other.
He was able to fucking brainwash you over the course of a year.
Bro, well, except obviously if Ethan's talking shit about Hasan, then Destiny's obviously not disagreeing with Ethan there.
I can't get over how funny this shit is. Like they need me to be like Destiny's best friend in the whole world or something.
He's constantly bringing up Destiny since the nuke. He's always bringing up Destiny. He's always bringing up Destiny as like the boogeyman. Anytime something bad happens to him, it's always Destiny's fault. Destiny did it. Destiny's the reason. It's always Destiny. Always, always, always. That's that's just the way. That's just the way he does shit.
Something like that's the only way they can engage with this conversation. Also, he called me dumb. Did you guys notice that? I feel wounded, frankly.
It's too far, to be quite honest.
Only I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. I am very smart, I'll have you know. I have heard that consistently throughout my life from my mom.
Excuse me, sir.
You fucking liar. But I mean, it does speak a lot to his character in that this guy was alleging to be my friend for 2 years, and now he's like, no, he's actually the dumbest person alive. He's a liberal Zionist, the dumbest person alive, and he shouldn't even talk about politics because he's such a fucking loser. It's like, okay. Well, I thought we were friends. I feel he's really showing his ass here. He's the frat boy. He's dropping the good guy veneer, and the frat boy dipshit is coming out now.
I'm sorry. You got a child's brain. Go enjoy childish things.
A child's
the fuck
brain?
Is wrong?
Come on, bro. Come on. Come on. That's so below the belt. I have a grown man's brain. I think about grown man shit, and you know it. Think about dinner.
He's a big boy.
I think about, yeah, what are we going to do for dinner? I pay bills. I employ people.
You buy and sell stocks.
That's right.
Buy, sell, buy, sell.
Go enjoy childish things. The fuck is wrong with you? Why do you have...
Okay, bro, just because I play Plants vs. Zombies with my kids doesn't mean you get to insult me and call me a childish brain. That game is more complex than you think, bro.
Plants vs. Zombies?
Yeah. Plants vs. Zombies 2. And it has a really robust multiplayer system, bro. 1v1, it's fucking awesome.
That game is goated. I played it.
Yeah. Did you play the ladder?
No, I played when it first came out. I think last time I played it was probably like 2018.
They have a ladder system. It's really fun.
I'll check it out again.
Where basically you just... Dan, this is important. You compete to see who gets the most points, but you have to pick certain plants. It's very cool.
Your fucking fan base hates it. You're clearly all the people in your...
I mean, your fan base hates it. They're all gone. My fan base likes it now. Because I'm spitting straight facts. No printer. Bitch.
Oh,
you really
shit.
want my fans
No
to hate it. You tried your best to make my fans hate it. And you were successful in definitely alienating a lot of them from me, but unlike you, I try to stick by my morals and not be captured by my audience.
Ooh, unlike you. Suck it, Hasan.
So.
That's for sure. You do not listen to the audience. If there's one thing I know about Ethan Klein.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. Because it's listen, we live in a world where it's increasingly harder to not get captured by your audience. Because when you say something they disagree with, that it's like hell to pay. And it feels horrible. And it sucks. And you don't want to feel like your fans hate you. But like, people are so fucking insane online that it's kind of become a thing. And especially when you're doing politics, something as charged as that, you know, with the Israel-Palestine conflict and all this. But anyway, yeah.
Vicinity hate it. And you're still like, nah, I'm the #1 guy. I'm the #1 politics guy. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I'm #1 in politics, baby. Listen to what he's actually saying. What he's actually saying is, despite people being angry at you, you've actually stuck to your beliefs and continue to talk about it. You weren't silenced by mass brigading and criticism. So you're dumb. Okay,
got him.
Very good.
Hey, dude, there's plenty of fucking dumbasses. Go ahead, have a right wing. You know, do your.
This is another thing they do. Oh yeah, he's fallen down the right wing pipeline. That's it.
That's again, but this is what we were talking about yesterday when we were talking about like the differences between all the different groups on the left. Is that like everybody, like Hasan and these people in here, they consider everybody to the right of them right wing, right? So when we get to like the groups of leftists, like for them, if you're right of them, you're right wing. And that's why they'll act like, yeah, like anybody who's even just a liberal is a fascist, is because just being right of them makes you a right winger. And I guess they think of like progressives as like centrists or some shit. Like that's how they talk about this shit.
That's it. I'm a right winger now. And only because I criticize Hasan. That's it. That's all it takes. Criticize Hasan and you're a right winger.
Nobody can be left enough. Well, right. And that's what they do, is that like anybody then who's left of you then calls you a right winger, right? So if somebody's a bit farther left than Hasan, where there are a lot of people who are farther left than Hasan because he's a bit more of a statist and like a Stalin or a Marxist Leninist. And so he's going to be right of somebody who is like an anarcho-communist, which is going to be like a pure Marxist. They're going to consider him right-wing. And that's what they do, is they're all like, oh, you're just a right-winger to me. Sorry.
Winger. I mean, it's fantastic.
Little right-wing tilt, I guess. And then maybe you can find admiration.
That's how you talk about it, Tom? That's how I talk about what? What do you mean? What do you mean that's how I talk about it? Doesn't make sense. It doesn't even make sense. If I even place myself on here as like left of center. That doesn't even make sense. I can't possibly be. I can't possibly be doing what they're doing.
Again, but it's probably not going to happen. You got my fucking phone number. We can have a conversation on.
Again, I've said this before, but when Hasan, for example, explicitly when he was like, I like Hezbollah, I have no problem with them, I texted him. I was like, you know what? Before I feel like I'm getting to the point where I have to address this because it's bothering me so much. Before I get to this point, I think I need to reach out to him at least and see like what's there. So I reached out to him. I said, hey, bro, what you said about Hezbollah is pretty fucked up. Like something to that effect, maybe more. And he didn't respond. So, you know. Also, I don't know what kind of conversation you expect to have to me when your point is I have a child's brain and I'm dumb and a conservative. Like, it's not.
Well, I mean, during the process of like Ethan making his Hasan video, because he was talking about making the Hasan nuke for a while, all of the leftoids were running around saying Tom's a neocon. Well, that's what I was about to say. I was about to say, like, wait, I don't even generally consider myself like fully left most of the time, but like I guess in like today's like with today's like what do you call it, Overton window, is that like I'm willing to like state that like, yeah, like people who are like more neoconish are going to be considered left of center now. The problem is that leftists don't even take into consideration the Overton window. They don't. When you ask them, wait, why are you left wing but liberals aren't? Why wouldn't liberals be on the left? They'll say, well, because the term left started to come into popularity in the French Revolutionary War, where they had the people who were pro-establishment and pro like the king sit on the right side, and the people who were against the king and like the Labor Party and the people who didn't want him to stay in power were on the left. That's what it means. And those people were socialists. Those people were revolutionaries. And so because we're revolutionaries and we're socialists and we're not pro-establishment, that makes us the left. And anybody who's pro-establishment at all, and anybody who's like, we live in a liberal democracy, so obviously liberals are going to be pro-establishment. Like, that's how they think of it, is because they're unwilling to like allow the like words to kind of evolve with the times and like with where you are at the time. And so they believe that this is what left always means. It's the same thing no matter what. Whereas I'm saying, no, it all moves based on like the times and based on like how we use the words, and the fact that like, yeah, even if I was right wing 10 years ago, I understand that like the times have changed, that people's beliefs have changed, that like the way people conceptualize these things have changed, and so now I'm just considered on the left now. Like, this is just the way it is. Like, that's yeah,
really a great starting point.
Your stream, we can have a conversation on my stream. Last time I had the and you cried like...
Why is it all censored?
I don't know what he tried to say there.
What is this uploaded from? Oh, whoever uploaded this censored. He said he had the fucking baby gloves on.
Yep.
Stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time I had the...
Oh, this is
and you
from
cried
his
like...
VOD channel. I know they...
Oh, he did.
That's my guess. I'm not sure, though.
So Hasan says, last time, which was our last conversation on his stream, I had the fucking baby gloves on, which was part of, I was like, dude, why are you patronizing me? And he goes, and then you cried like a bitch. Once again, this dude is against toxic masculinity. Apparently, he's a role model for leftist values. The bro, the frat bro veneer it's rearing its head. I'm telling you, this whole left-wing fucking illusion is falling to the wayside. You say I cried like a bitch?
You got my fucking phone number. We can have a conversation on your stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time, I had the fucking baby gloves on, and you cried like a bitch after doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage. Okay?
He's doing like all the Snarker greatest hits, like straight up. He's been on Snark. That was so. I did like a joke where I was like, hey, when he walked away from the computer, I was like, hey, everybody, teddyfresh.com, whatever.
I went and rewatched it, that specific moment, because I was Well, at first I thought they were talking about on the last episode of Leftovers, but then I realized
that was our
Yeah. So I mean, my impression rewatching it is that that was a bit of dark, ironic humor because that was like at the low point of the conversation.
Yeah.
We're like looking at.
Well, yeah, because Ethan was literally like crying at that point about the fact that like Hasan's community was being like so like anti-Semitic towards him and so hateful towards him, and Hasan just didn't seem to care. And Ethan was like, yeah, he was like kind of crying, and then Hasan's like, hold on, I'll be right back, and he gets up and walks away, and Ethan's like, so guys, everybody go check out our new merch at teddyfresh.com. Like, it was obviously a joke because he's sitting there like fucking crying. But yeah, it was just like super ironic. But the I was gonna say earlier is that like a lot of the people, while Ethan was talking about doing this this content and like putting out his content nuke, there were all of the lefties and like Hasan, you know, big Hasan fans. They were all you know, attacking Ethan nonstop while he would like put out like funny tweets and shit about the fact that he was still working on this thing. I can't remember the name of the group. What is the name of the podcast with the two guys on there? It's like two like brain dead leftists who are always going after like Cenk and Ana. And they've literally built their entire audience just doing nonstop hit pieces on Cenk and Ana. Oh, Riley Grace Roshan came out with a new video 2 weeks ago. Damn. Nice. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? It's called the Tom Foolery Show. Oh, true. You must bring the shorts chat back. We have 250 people less than yesterday. Yeah, again, we'll bring it back later. But they're just too fucking obnoxious. Where like I need some peace and quiet for a little bit, okay? Like the shorts chat like fucking up when it did, when all the Destiny drama happened, it was super convenient because yeah, I would not have been able to deal with those motherfuckers during all that shit. Like I would not have been able to deal with them, and it's kind of nice to just not have to deal with them for a bit. So yeah, I can't remember the name of this channel. They pop up all they pop up all the time on my feed, so I thought I could just scroll for a bit and I would find them. But the Vanguard, okay, yeah, that's who it is. The Vanguard. They've been doing the same thing where they've been like complaining about Ethan nonstop and just like, you know, over and over and over, just kind of going after him. 2 days ago they did this, but the whole time they're talking about the fact that like, dude, you have a newborn baby, and I can't believe that you're worried about Hasan during this. You're such a like Zionist shill that you can't even focus on your own family. This is disgusting. Like, and that's what it was over and over and over.
You
want to
head on to the next topic?
This shit,
Gavin?
yeah, these guys.
Another little bit of a crash out, another little bit of a decline, if you will. Yeah, let's take a look. All right, let's see. So, you know, while Ethan was on break, celebrating what I've been dubbing Hasanukah, other people, they might, you know, practice other things during the H3 break. I'm not sure. I can't speak for all of them, but I can tell you what Ethan was doing. I can tell you he was down in the lab. He wasn't spending time with his newborn child. He wasn't out hanging out with the fam. He was working so hard on his video about Hasan, who he hates, that he has to hire a masseuse to assist him from the long.
It's crazy, dude. You know, normally lots of times people are like, oh, you have a new kid, and so you're out like at work, you know, working hard and making sure that your family's provided for and making sure that you're like making money for everybody. And but no, if you're doing content now, it's like, oh, this is so sad, dude. This is so pathetic, bro.
Hours of editing. Have you watched any of this clip yet?
No, I haven't. Excited to check it out.
Here we go.
So there's that.
So yeah, that's the whole video. The whole video. It's a 20-minute video, and that's the whole video. Is I can't believe he wasn't with his newborn baby. That's the whole thing. Every time they pause, that's all they say.
My first question for you, Gavin, is will there be an appetite for a part 2 once Ethan releases?
First of all, tell the people what he's even talking about here. I don't think he's mentioned it.
Yes, excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. This is the Hasan sweeping takedown video. My mistake. Hasan Piker.
Is a Destiny fan, a closeted Destiny super fan, because this is a move Destiny has made.
Destiny super fan. Yeah. Just all the talking points, you know.
It's also going to be the final nail in the coffin for H3 as a channel. I'm calling it. If he drops this, it's over. It pisses off.
Yeah, they're saying that, like, the H3's done. Nobody's gonna watch them anymore. Like, it's fucking wild, dude. It is wild, bro.
At the chat, all saying "fuck you, piece of shit," and you're like, "Go to Teddy Fresh," which, like, I mean, that's your style of humor. Like, yeah, you're gonna crack a joke when in that situation.
But they also say all the time that, like, this guy hates him. So, like, anytime I've watched them talk about this, they say, like, all of his producers hate him. They all hate him and they think he's a piece of shit. And they all hate working for him. I think let me see if we can find it. Yeah, here we go.
And
except for when you take care of your kids, right?
Well, I said every available minute. I mean,
okay,
not waking minute. Maybe I misspoke.
H3 staff hates him, dude. They hate Ethan Klein.
I'm a little worried for Teddy.
No. Every
That's like this is so wild, dude. That, like, they do this shit all the time.
And it's just kind of like par for the course where these people forget about what a joke is all of a sudden.
They're doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage.
Got him. Fucking Jew. Always promoting. Okay, that I put in his mouth.
But yeah, it was because Ethan was putting out like Instagram posts saying shit like, down in the lab working on the Hasan hit piece. No time for a newborn child, like shit like that. Or he would say, like, you know, I bet Hasan really hopes that my house gets burned down in the California wildfires right now. He's sitting and praying that all of my footage and everything that I've worked on gets burnt down in the fires. Like, he was putting out shit like this, and these people over and over are like, wow, he really thinks Hasan's that obsessed with him. But it was all jokes. Like, it was all just obvious fucking memes. And the same here, where they're talking about the Teddy Fresh thing. Like, they take like an obvious meme and try to act like it's serious.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
But the crying like a bitch part is really incredible to me. I think it makes him look bad. It doesn't make me feel bad at all. It's just, I mean, I was overwhelmed with emotion, and I stepped away from the computer for a minute, and now his take, which again, this guy was apparently my friend, is that I cried like a bitch. So bitch is to express your emotions when overwhelmed is bitch-like, according to left-wing man against toxic masculinity, Hasan Piker.
Okay, that's right. And I'm not talking about the Leftovers episode where he actually cried. That was a beautiful.
Wait, so that wasn't like a bitch. Okay, that part was not crying like a bitch. It was this.
Thomas Foolery, Hasan would eat Ethan alive in a debate. I don't think I've ever seen Hasan do well in a debate. I don't think I've ever seen him do well in a debate. But Ethan's obviously done like really well in tons of debates. Like, obviously most of his debates have been against like the easiest motherfuckers in the world. But even when Hasan has debates against the easiest motherfuckers in the world, he still ends up looking like a fucking idiot. Like, there's a like a couple specific ones that I'm thinking of with him up against like AJW. He came across looking so fucking retarded in that debate. Then there was the other one where he was debating with like the gay TikTok guy who's like hardcore conservative and started saying a bunch of like really transphobic shit. And Hasan starts like giving him pushback, but he just was getting wrecked on everything that he said every time he like replied to this guy. And this guy was fucking retarded, dude. This guy was saying the most like milquetoast bullshit. And Hasan was just getting wrapped up in it. It was wild, bro. Hasan at least knows what he's talking about. Ethan is clueless. I I 100% disagree with this. I don't think I've ever heard Hasan sound smart ever. I think that Ethan knows what he's talking about most of the time, and I think that Ethan actually like has like a good understanding of topics most of the time. I think Hasan, I've never heard Hasan talk about something and sound like he knew what he was talking about. I can't think of ever. I can't think of once. Ethan thought China had death camps. Yeah, I know he thought they had death camps. Yeah, I'm aware, but I can come up with like 100, 100 claims like that from Hasan, where I can only get a couple from Ethan. So
he's gonna tell us which ones is okay and which ones aren't. That one was dope.
Wait, Tom Floyd show no one hates Hasan more than I do. Old AIU fan. So I've been on the Hasan drama for a decade now. But to be fair, Hasan did well versus Andrew Tate. Oh, okay, yeah. He did okay during against Tate. He did. I didn't like it. I thought that it was pretty bad. I know that a bunch of other people acted like it was a lot better than it was. But yeah, if you go to my review of it, I like, even though like even Destiny, like everybody was acting like he fucking owned Andrew Tate, I was not. Yeah, I did not think he did well, and thought that he fucked that up pretty royally. But oh yeah, it's not on this channel. It was on another channel. Okay.
This time you were a bitch. That cry was fucking epic.
Moment, and I was actually very wrong for thinking that actually meant something. It turned out it didn't mean shit for you at all. Okay?
Because I criticized him, by the way. Talking about the plight of Palestinians, I didn't mean it because I've criticized him. Hasan has effectively turned this conversation, and in his audience too, a lot of people online, they're like, criticizing Hasan is equivalent to criticizing Palestinians. It's literally the same. It's really incredible how they've managed to achieve such an insane, status quo here.
That is, he's not wrong. Like I'm like dead serious. He is not wrong. This is not like hyperbole. This isn't a joke. This isn't like they literally keep calling Ethan this like hardcore Zionist like shill, and they're saying that he's like moving far right and that like all this shit. But then when you ask like why do you think that, he doesn't ever say anything that's like actually like in line with what Israel says or the IDF says, or like, and in line with their propaganda. Like he seems to be like uber critical of Israel and way more like in favor of like Palestine and Palestinians than he is Israel. And they're like, because if he really was in favor of Palestinians, he wouldn't be attacking Hasan then. He wouldn't spend so much time attacking Hasan. And it's like, literally, I'm not even kidding. That's what, like, that is the one reason I've been given over and over and over for why he is an Israel shill and, like, moving far right and shit like that, is because he attacks Hasan. And I swear, I'm not like being hyperbolic. I'm not joking. This is not like a meme. I am dead serious. This is the reason that I've heard over and over and over, is that because he attacks Hasan, because he spends time attacking Hasan instead of attacking, far right people or Zionists and shit like that. So yeah, that's the... Ethan is literally retarded. I would put Ethan's intellect at like, I would say Hasan probably has 10% Ethan's intellect, like 10%, maybe less, 10% the intellect, and then maybe like 5% willingness to actually like research topics and like understand them. Like we just went over the fact that like you're right. Like, yeah, Ethan said that there were death camps, right? Ethan said that there were death camps. And then Hasan turned around and said they got rid of all of the re-education camps, and quotes the fucking article that actually says the exact fucking opposite. It says the exact opposite in that article, and he's quoted it 3 or 4 times. He sourced it and cited it as the thing that proves that they got rid of them. And when Ethan says, like, dude, I can't find this article anywhere, it's because Ethan went and looked for articles where they said they got rid of all of them. Did he say that, or was he being sarcastic? No, he would. Yes, no. Hold on. It's not sarcasm. No.
He loves it. He loves the shit. He hates the Uyghurs. Okay, he hates.
He
the
said
Uyghurs.
it like 3 or 4 times,
There's no
bro.
Associated Press article about the re-education camps that definitely existed in Xinjiang.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against the.
So he's saying Ethan said there's no evidence of the AP article that proves that the re-education camps were closed down.
Their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
He says it 3
Don't
times.
they have
Watch.
Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
No longer in
according
operation.
to the Associated Press.
According
the
to the
Associated
AP.
Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now.
Second
Like,
time.
all the re-education
Closed
camps
now.
are closed
AP.
now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different. Very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now it's the
Very different vibes.
It's the tourism hour.
It's the tourism
Not
hour.
only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
He was like, "There's no Associated Press article about the re-education
Third
camps
time.
that definitely existed in Xinjiang. Were shut down. Look at this: terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is bare fucking minimum research, dude.
Bare fucking minimum research. Bare minimum research. And then I go and read through it, and it literally says the exact opposite. It literally says the exact fucking opposite in this. It's insane. Uyghurs live trapped in an invisible system that restricts their every move. It's near impossible for them to get passports and on planes to and from Xinjiang. Most passengers are from China Han Chinese majority. Uyghurs who live outside of Xinjiang must register with local police and report to an officer on a regular basis. Their moves tracked and monitored. Many Uyghurs live in Xinjiang aren't allowed to leave the region. Information on Xinjiang within China is heavily censored, and state media now promotes the region as a safe exotic tourist destination. So they're saying, like, yes, the propaganda that's put out by the fucking state is that this is just like a tourist destination now. Everything's normal. Everything's fine. And then later it says that they took down the temporary re-education camps and replaced them with permanent detention centers where they still have millions of Uyghurs locked up who have been locked up there for over a decade. They've been locked up there for over a fucking decade and never had any sort of trial, nothing, no hearings, nothing. They just put them in the fucking detention centers and never let them out. It says on the state-led tour in April, they took us to what they said was once a training center, now a regular vocational school. A mere fence marks the campus boundaries, a stark contrast from the barbed wire, high watchtowers, and police at the entrance we saw 3 years ago. On our own, we see at least 3 other sites which once appeared to be camps and are now apartments or office complexes. But in their place, permanent detention facilities have been built in an apparent move from makeshift camps to a long-lasting system of mass incarceration. We encountered one massive facility driving along a country road, its walls rising from the fields, men visible in high guard towers. At a second, we were blocked by 2 men wearing epidemic prevention gear. A third ranks among the largest detention facilities on Earth. Many are tucked away behind forests and dunes deep in the countryside, far from tourists and city centers. So yeah, it's saying they're trying to like create this like this image of a tourist destination where everything's fine. There's no genocide here. Don't worry about this, guys. It's just a normal, thriving city. They literally took the reporters to like shows where they all danced and like and did shows and shit. Yes, mass incarceration is different than re-education camps. It's not. It's not. First off, it's not, because the people who were in the re-education camps are just now in the detention centers. 1. 2, they literally have like, in the same article, they talk about the fact that they have like bombs and shit outside of people's homes, old like bombs that were used. And they now, those old bombs that blew up in front of people's houses, they now put them in casings in front of their houses as like a threat and a reminder to them not to fuck around because they'll find out. Then it also has all of these like things of like guards who are walking around everywhere, monitoring everything they say, listening to everything they do, that they're not allowed to leave, that like the entire fucking city is a re-education camp now. They are still forcing them to, they closed down all of their churches. They turned most of their churches into fucking tourist centers where they sell like gift shops and shit like that. Like, this is just a mass detention center now. The whole city is. And then they even have mass detention centers inside of the city where people stay locked up just to make sure that nobody fucks around. The whole thing is yeah, they're mosques. Yeah. The whole thing is still a re-education camp. That's not the argument for the re-education camps is an argument for cultural genocide. A mass incarceration camp doesn't serve the same purpose. I'm telling you, the mass incarceration camps are cultural genocide. They are doing the same thing. I'm telling you, the entire fucking city is still a re-education camp. If you read the article, it makes it very blatantly clear. The whole city is still a re-education camp. The cultural genocide is still happening. It did not change. They just tried to make it like, you know, very appeasing to tourists, to where the UN wouldn't keep cracking down on them. They wanted to try to give like this very like optical image that made it better. I'm not arguing that it's not fucked or a mass detention center. I said they closed down the re-education camps. I understand. I'm saying those are re-education camps. I've said this every time you've said that. I've said they are re-education camps. The re-education is still going. The entire city is a re-education camp. The detention centers are re-education camps. They are all the same thing. They are still doing a genocide through the mass detention centers and the incarceration and the entire city. The mass incarceration facilities may well be doing re-education. How would we know what is going on inside there? Well, again, we don't even have to know because, again, we know that the fucking re-education is still happening outside of there. So that wasn't the fucking argument. Yeah, okay. I don't care. The point is that when you say that the re-education camps are closed down, you're making it sound like they're no longer doing a cultural genocide. That is the argument. When you say it's tourism hour, you're trying to make it sound like the genocide is over. That's the point. And the genocide is not over. The re-education is not over. They're still doing it. It didn't change. They just did it in a much more more optically pleasing way. That's it. That's my point. Terror in tourism in Xinjiang eases its grips, but fear remains. Shut up, dude. Hasan said. Oh my goodness, bro. Shut up.
You spent the next year constantly fucking ripping into, suspiciously, a lot of, not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well, and then you're going to be like, meh, 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 whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of...
This guy is really throwing spaghetti at the wall. He's accused me of being racist. And that, to me, is like, my eyes rolled all the way in the back of my fucking head if I had a seizure. I was going after brown people. I'm assuming he's talking about people like Frogan and others who, by the way, I have never attacked unprovoked. Every single fucking time I've talked about Frogan was a direct response to her. Every fucking time. So what, she's brown? That's your takeaway? Is that because she's brown? That's the only reason I care, that she's making fun of October 7th fucking terrorist victims? That she's brown? That's for real? Are you being serious right now? Are you actually being serious right now?
One of the wildest things that Frogan did that I meant to mention last time was the Osama bin Laden thing. It was so fucking wild, dude. It was so fucking insane, dude. Ethan was like fighting against people who were posting like apologia for Osama bin Laden, and they were trying to say that he wasn't like anti-Semitic and that he didn't hate the Jews and that he wasn't all that bad, and they were like doing all of these like, you know, you should read Osama's letter to America. It makes so much sense. So this said he did quite literally hate American, or sorry. Sorry. So yeah, so Mao Wow posted, do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all of that? Or do they all believe he hated that they can vote or something? And Ethan replied and said, they did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings the reason homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country. Please read his writings. And Frogan replied, this motherfucker never shuts up. Oh my God. we're talking about Osama bin Laden sending fucking planes into the buildings. And this guy's like, dude, Osama wasn't all that bad. Like, do people really think that that's what he thinks? And Ethan's like, yes, dude, he hated America. They let Jews in. They let them have normal jobs. They let people vote. Like, yes, that is why he hated them. And then she's like, oh my goodness. Well, does he ever shut the fuck up? Like, dude, why won't this Jewish guy stop talking about the fact that, like, Osama was bad when people are trying to whitewash him? Like, this is so fucking insane, dude. This is fucking wild. Like, this is like if she like tweets out something and she's like, my hometown was bombed by the IDF and I know so many people who have suffered from this, and then like Ethan quote tweets her and it's like, dude, does this fucking bitch ever shut the fuck up? Oh my goodness. Like, sheesh, dude, when is that gonna happen? Like, fucking wild, dude.
All the free time I had. You're actually making this point right now. Okay. Fucking interesting, man. Yeah, you want to see exactly. This is the brown people that he's talking about. Yeah, Casey, Comrade Casey, who's waiting for a hot, bodacious hijabi babe in the park.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Let's not forget about that. That's what woke leftist, non-toxic masculinity looks like. Don't you think he's really showing his ass here? It's pretty incredible.
Of people of color, Arabs, Muslims in general, just constantly fucking
like
talking about how scary they
They're
are.
so scary.
You know?
Yeah, Frogan's so scary. Do you want to be given an example? Do you want to say who? He's so scared of Arabs based on the fact that Frogan called him a racist fucking pig and he responded to her. So Islamophobic.
Why? Why are they so scary? Islamophobic moron.
Okay, so now I'm just straight up Islamophobic. What's happening? How is this the conversation we're having? I literally made an hour and 40-minute fucking video that I put a ton of effort and time into, and instead of addressing any actual thing in that video, his response is, Ethan is Islamophobic?
I just saw the guy walk by in the background. Just got to point that out.
Yep, I saw it.
Love you, buddy. Do we make the joke that he's the ha-ha-ha guy? Oh, yeah. We must have done that many times by now, right? This is so interesting. I feel like people are seeing him for the first time. Like this immature, chauvinistic frat bro who's just, and you'll note, he's very angry. That's the part that I can't get over. He's so fucking angry. He's angry at his audience. He's angry at his critics. He's perpetually angry. And it's so gross. And I genuinely feel like a lot of people just think he's hot and they watch, and it's like the most pathetic shit I can ever imagine. Like, oh my God.
Who fucking retweets or basically tweets out Ben Shapiro quotes.
This is incredible. Not on Twitter. I'm not retweeting or tweeting.
This is not a good look for Ethan. The goatee like this. We were making fun of what's his name the other day? Alex Jones for having the same exact facial hair. And we weren't really making fun of him. I think that like it actually looks pretty dope. But for Ethan, he just does kind of look like a fucking gremlin when he has this this facial hair. It's not a fucking good look, dude. He looks very gremlin-like with this goatee, where it's very very USSR fucking looking. I don't know.
Ben Shapiro or Ben Shapiro, Jason, I don't know who he's referring to, but in his mind and the way he sets this up to his audience, and a lot of time this is just what he does, and everyone's like, yep, that's the thing. He says,
who fucking retweets or basically tweets out Ben Shapiro.
He retweets Ben Shapiro. No, sorry. Basically,
yeah, like Stalin,
retweets Ben Shapiro talking points. What? Can you give me one example of that, perhaps?
What up, short stack?
Might be difficult.
Shapiro quotes about
what up, baby girl?
Hamas. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking super pro-Israel, okay?
Yes, it's true. I don't like Hamas. You've exposed me. And
but wait, is that really what he just said? Hold on.
Shapiro quotes about Hamas. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking super.
I'm sorry, but like this is part of my issue with Hasan, is that like he seems to be like he seems to be like back and forth, where like sometimes the way that he talks about Hamas is that like they're just these like freedom fighters who are like really there for the people and shit, and then other times when he's like talking about them like they're like, oh no, everybody knows how much I hate Hamas, how much I don't like them, and blah blah blah. But then it just seems like it's back and forth all the time. Zach streams with the raid on Kick. Appreciate it, homie.
Pro-Israel, okay?
Yes, it's true. I don't like Hamas. You've exposed me.
Fucking horrible. Dude.
And I guess that makes me pro-Israel. John D says, I've never seen an entire fan base engage in mass disinformation spreading like Hasan's since that video dropped. It's pretty wild to see. It's very MAGA-esque. That's what I think.
Well, yes, no, it is very MAGA-esque. This is what we were talking about. It's the fact that like every time somebody like criticizes them, they come up with this like meme that totally just strawmans the entire issue, but they believe that it really does like argue against the essence of what the what's being stated. They really do think that it just like it really just fucking kills their opponents. We talked about the like what is it? Socialism means no house. Yes, socialism is when no house. Yes, exactly. Like we talked about this. Like they always have this like fucking meme that's just like the dumbest straw man possible of what it is that you're arguing against. But this is what Vosh did too. It was the same exact thing that Vosh did, where like you're just like ignoring like the entire criticism and ignoring all of those people and just refusing to have any sort of fucking engagement. It's so obnoxious. I feel like people should be able to see right through that. I feel like it should be the most obvious bullshit in the world, but somehow they're not. And this is not like an ideological thing. This is not something for like communists or socialists or even MAGA. Like we've talked about the fact that like obviously during like my dramas, like I was literally going and like having debates with the people who were turning whatever it is that I said, they would go and just run with a fucking meme to argue against me without ever like reviewing my shit or whatever. And so I would go and engage with them and like fight with them on this shit. And then after like 2 months straight of just nonstop reviewing them and like arguing with them and talking to them and debating them and like all that shit, eventually I'm like, all right, like we've already like proven as much as we can that these people are just the biggest pieces of shit. We move on, and then they're like, wow, dude, he won't even engage, dude. He's doing the fucking Hasan thing. He just won't even engage. It's like I don't know how much I have to engage before I'm finally proven how much of fucking liars you guys are. Like, I don't know what do I have to like, is 100 not enough? Is like, do I need 300, 400? Like, what's the fucking number here, dude?
Kind of trying to say is that Hasan is very much like the left-wing MAGA. Like,
yeah, I guess my point is that like, yeah, this isn't like an ideological thing. It just seems like most of the people on the internet, they're not actually there about like, they're not there for the ideology. They're not there for like the, the politics of it. They're not there for like truth. They're not there for like anything like that. They are there for like shit posting, memeing, and team sports. Like, that's it. They just want shit posting, memeing, team sports. Like, those are the three things that they want. And most of the time, like, a lot of these people, they really do like get community from the streamers. And then they're like, they start to meet like all of the people in the Discords and on the Reddits, and they hang out in VCs and they play video games together. And then they start to like build communities, and then that community is their family. That community is their team, and they just fight for the team no matter what. And it's a regular thing. Obviously, we've talked about the fact that like Destiny's community has this issue as well. Like, this isn't like an ideological issue where it's like, oh, of course they're communists, so they're fucking retarded, so of course that's what they do. No, this is a thing. I would bet like a large portion of even Ethan Klein's audience has no idea what the fuck is going on right now. They don't understand like 90% of the fucking issues, and they're just running around just repeating what they see everybody else say and just retweeting and just like commenting like, oh wow, I can't believe it, fucking communist, dude.
So the reality is whatever they will it to be. And no matter what he says, no matter how far-fetched and how like self-apparent it should be to be like, hold on, this doesn't make sense. It's just, it becomes that. And then on the internet, on TikTok, on Twitter, whatever, it's just what becomes like, oh yeah, Ethan retweets Ben Shapiro. It's like, huh?
No fucking accountability, okay? No accountability whatsoever.
Right.
Oh,
constantly pointing the finger at other people. Oh my God.
Oh my
It can't be
God.
me. It can't be the broad reception of my worldview. It cannot.
Look at this big dumb cup for his tiny
It's
fucking
not
head.
fair, dude.
Come on.
What a dumb fucking huge cup.
It's the camera angle.
He's in
dude.
Japan.
No shot,
He
bro.
didn't pick the cup.
Look at that giant cup with a tiny handle. What an idiot.
His hand looks pretty big.
What
though.
a douchebag.
He intentionally drinks from this so his head doesn't look so tiny. You're like, oh, well, oh no, actually,
No,
that would
have
be
the opposite effect. No, this isn't adding up.
Okay,
This
fine.
isn't adding
Maybe
up
he
at all.
didn't choose the cup. Okay.
I don't have any issue with the cup.
Not be the way that people understand where I'm coming from. Okay, the way people have heard the same talking points over and over again from people who are genuinely deeply pro-Israel. Maybe that was the reason why people were saying that. No, it must be because of anti-Semitism. And it's like, it's not.
Again, this is part of the issue too, is that like this claim of anti-Semitism, which anyone who's fair-minded can see as an issue, right? His willingness to engage with that concept is zero. In fact, it's not that. It's he's constantly downplaying it as if it's some delusion I'm having, or some way of sidestepping criticism or something, or weaponizing anti-Semitism to unfairly malign the righteous Palestinian activists who are beyond reproach.
As though anti-Semitism isn't increasing. It is, okay? And it's something that I
not
understand.
from my
It's something
community.
that many of these people that Ethan has falsely smeared as anti-Semitic. So especially at a time when there's motherfuckers like Nick Fuentes, Jake Shields, or numerous other like actually anti-Semitic monsters out there who are...
So this is, in my opinion, a completely pathetic abdication of responsibility, where he says, actually, you have to be as outwardly like anti-Semitic as like Nick Fuentes to be anti-Semitic. Like, we don't live in a world where like there's, in my opinion, more nefarious, more subtle, more acceptable forms of anti-Semitism. Like, it has to be so anti-Semitic that it hits you over the fucking head. Like,
Oh, dude, I mean, again, I'm sorry, but like, this is literally like the next thing that I went to when, like, after I posted this, this video and like talked about the, you know, the shit that was being said here, there were a bunch of people who replied with like some of the worst fucking shit you could imagine. Like this person right here said, you mentioned cultural genocide. That's not what Ethan says. He says genocide. He says death camps. Hasan says they don't exist and the re-education camps are gone, which the article says, replaced by permanent detention centers, i.e. prisons, which the US can't exactly lecture on. Like, This is insane, dude. I can't, like, I'm blown away by this. I said, Nick Fuentes doesn't even engage in this level of genocide apologia. Hasanabi fans think that since China replaced the temporary re-education camps with permanent re-education detention centers, where they keep the same Uyghurs who have been locked up for over a decade, people in the US can't complain because we also have prisons. Numerous Hasan stands making the same argument in that thread too. Like, this is fucking wild to me, dude. This is fucking wild to me. I said, for any other Hasan fans who think this makes sense, can you show me where the U.S. is currently storing over 1 million people in prison without trial, where they'd force over 500,000 women to get IUDs, or where the UN declared the U.S. prison system to be a genocide? Like, can you show me where this happened? Where the fuck did the U.S. ever do this shit? What is wrong with you, bro? It's insane. It's insane, dude. This is like, it's just fucking next level shit.
like a shotgun blast or something, or maybe that's too violent, like a club. You know what I mean? For him to be like, no, that's anti-Semitic. Like, that's easy, bro. That's fucking easy. Like, this guy understands systemic racism and all this types of shit, which is real, right? And by the way, but when it comes to anti-Semitism, it's only like the KKK. That's like being like, only the KKK is racist, bro. I actually have a black friend. I mean, it's just a pathetic abdication of responsibility. And a total, like, it just totally undermines his values, too, of being like, I care about racism. I'm the fucking moral center of the world. No, you're not. You're a fucking bigot.
Wait, but that's it. When Ethan says that, like, he donated like $6,500 to the to the Palestine drive, and like he shows like during Hasan's stream, he went and like donated to the drive that Hasan was doing. That like, yeah, that's what people turn around and show that, and they're like, oh, he thinks like if he has black friends, he's not racist anymore. Like, there's just no winning there, dude.
And so are your friends.
Running rampant, hyper-focusing on people who are anti-Zionist and expressly and openly not anti-Semitic is certainly a choice.
And I am not open to debating that. I will be the sole decider of who is and who isn't anti-Semitic, and I am not open to debating that, even from a fucking Jew like you. So Hasan says, you know, we're not anti-Semitic, right? We are anti-Zionist. Frogan, who I have had who I have felt is a disgusting human being, an affront, basically, a total outright anti-Semite, who Hasan has continually defended against me, has never done anything to. So let's look, for example, at not just his fans, because even Hasan's like, yeah, some of my fans are insane. What would you say if not only his fans were insane, but his moderators, the people he chooses to give power in his community, the ones who arbitrate what is and isn't allowed to be said? Is this not a reflection of Hasan? Let's take a look. Here's one of his mods, CMAC. Says he's joining. This is from 21, so this is even before October 7th. Joining Hamas. Guys, there's literally no proof that the AP shared that building with Hamas. It's not up to us to start disproving that. If Israel themselves can't even fucking prove it in the first place, that one's whatever. He says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm shocked they're calling Hamas a militant group instead of terrorists. Joining Hamas. This one, Prager and his brother Kenneth Prager were raised a modern Orthodox Jewish home. He says, this is from 23. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. Don't spout Zionist discourse. This one's from Toxic SJW. Fun fact, Muslims don't believe that Jews killed Jesus. Your ability to be Jewish is astounding, they said. What does that mean? Your ability to be Jewish is astounding.
So yeah, so when like it's the same thing, like, yeah, you call out Hasan. Hasan says, you know, hey, this AP article says that the re-education is over and the, you know, genocide's done, it's tourism hour, and then you go and show that the article actually says the exact opposite. Well, fuck, dude, that's those are Zionist talking points, dude. How the fuck? Why the fuck would you? Why would you can't point out that people are lying? You can't point out that people are lying about this shit. You can't point out that the things that they source and cite say the exact opposite of what they claim they said. That's Zionism. Only Zionism is honest. You can't do that. Zionists is honest. They're the ones who are honest, apparently. I wouldn't even say that. Like, obviously, we talked a lot about the fact that, like, the IDF has put out a lot of dumb propaganda, and that I wouldn't believe the bullshit that they were saying. We were going over the Al-Aqli hospital attack earlier, and the fact that, like, the stuff that the IDF is putting out and the Israel was putting out about that, and the numbers and the death tolls, that, like, they were obviously also wrong, and that they were putting out a bunch of bullshit that just was not correct either. But damn. they're still so much more honest than Hasan, that, you know, if you even as much as they lie, they're just that much more honest. Then all right, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. Do you believe in a two-state solution, Tom? I don't know. I don't really, like, I don't have a solution that I think works. Currently, I just don't know that anything can work. And I'm just kind of, black-pilled on the whole thing. To where it's hard for me to really, like, look at anything and say, yeah, that's a solution that could work. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, go ahead, do that. Yeah. Like, that's, I don't know. It's like anytime anybody's like, you know, I think this is a good idea. I'm like, yeah, sure, dude. Yeah. It's a great fucking idea, homie. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. That's a great fucking idea. Like, I don't know. I don't think that anything is a good idea right now. And, but, like, generally, like, I obviously, like, two-state would be the best. It's just one of the biggest problems with two-state is the fact that Gaza and the West Bank are, like, not even connected. Though not all of Michigan is connected. So I suppose we should remember that. That, you know, currently Canada is in between the United States and Alaska. So pretty much the same thing. Fucking Canada. Fucking... What do we call them again? Canucks. Fucking Canucks. People who think that Canadians should have a place of their own. Fucking Canucks, dude. Not right. Alaska is not U.S. Well, no, it is the U.S. I'm just saying that... I'm saying that the map, like on the map, Israel separates Gaza and the West Bank. They don't connect at any point. There's no point where the two landmarks connect. And so it's kind of wild that they would have like one government, but that government would have to like travel through Israel just to like get to two separate parts of their land. And it just seems insane to have like a two-state solution and not a three-state solution. But those are one people, and so they want to be one state, not three states, or not two states, like the Palestinians. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't know that there is a solution that I look at and I think, yeah, that's a good solution. So yeah, not sure. But we'll see. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. We do have the shorts chat up. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick because I think Anna's gonna be here in about 30 minutes. So honestly, she's in like such a different time zone that I honestly had a lot of trouble like making sure that I was looking at the right time zone when I was adding everything up. So I believe I got it right. I believe it's all nailed down and correct right now. So we'll see. But all right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the potty and I'll let this play.
Megaphonic's ability to be Jewish on a daily basis is fascinating. What? This is your moderator? He says this person's a Zionist bot. Fuck off, Zionist. Fuck off, you Zionist pig. Mods, this idiot wants Hasan to engage in brain-dead Turkish discourse with a Zionist pig named Jarain. Fuck off, Zionist piece of shit. Jews in America have white privilege. This is from Lucky Pom Pom. So many privileged Jews. It's scary to anger the Jews right now. Democrat only for Jews. America is the Jewish war messiah. America is the same thing. They have a lot of Jewish students. They have that Jewish tuition money. Isn't Biden a Zionist? Someone in the U.S. It's cut off. I don't know what happened. Something is a Zionist. Liberal Zionism laughed my ass off. The U.S. government is a Zionist government. He's a Zionist. He's fucking lying. But the powerful, influential Zionists. So that's that one. Gizmomax. You do not need to play devil's advocate when Israel is being the devil. Israel kills babies all the time. U.S. doesn't care about babies in Israel, you dumb fuck. I didn't... Hold on. My ban... Okay, so this person says, my ban from the Hasan Discord has the word Israel will vanish. Crazy. And others are still supporting this content, but Twitch and Dan Clancy really must hate Jews. Canceling my turbo, I'm done. So let's see. Hello, my name is Bernard. I am an automatic moderator bot for Hasanabi server. You are permanently banned from the server for the following reason. Get out of here, you stinking up the vibe. Israel will vanish. That's an automatic response on Hasan's Discord? Is to tell people Israel will vanish?
Just to explain, no, I don't think it's automated. The full message is, but when you're a moderator on Discord, when you go to ban somebody, there's a field to add reason, and I imagine that's why it then says for the following reason, : and then that's likely a manually typed out thing.
So one of the mods was gracious to say, you get out of here, you're ruining vibes, Israel will vanish. Which I'm against, by the way, vanishing Israel, for the record. Oh yeah, this is the one I forgot to include, and I wish so bad I did. There was a poll that said 1/3 of Jewish American teens say they sympathize with Hamas. The title is super misleading, actually. If you look at the poll, it's broken into age groups. The one age group that says they 1/3 sympathizes with Hamas is like 14 to 17, very bizarre. Once you turn 18, it's like 90% against Hamas. It's a very bizarre poll,
And he's taking credit for this?
He's saying I did this. in terms of popularizing Hamas. He said, I did this proudly.
Huh.
Yeah. I guess that's it. That was it? Yeah, that's it. Not that bad. I mean, it is bad. There's a lot bad. This is actually a great post here. This is comparing when Hasan called me a bitch, a little bitch, for crying. And here's an actual video of when it happens. You can show how much of a genocidal Zionist I am, as Hasan and his audience claim.
That I have, the platform that I have, to deliver a voice for a group of people that are never that are never really heard at all.
I think peace and progress happens when we connect and have empathy for each other. That's it. I'm explaining to you why Jews around the world might find that offensive, and and that's it. I think that it would be good to try to understand that. But
the question I have is this.
But I don't care to keep talking about it because we just keep talking in circles. Like I feel like I'm just explaining it, man. And you know I'm not a fucking radical Jew. I'm not even a religious Jew.
No,
I have no stake in the game. And this is coming from.
I know.
I don't know why I started crying. It annoyed me, but like I just was getting overwhelmed with emotions. And after looking at the chat, I'm feeling like I was trying to be like genuine and have like a real conversation, and it just felt impossible. Like it just feels like if you're a Jew and you have any sympathy for Israel, like this is your fucking fate. Like nobody fucking understands where I'm coming from. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody wants to hear it. And it's just like, damn, it just felt so fucked up, you know, and to be in this situation with my supposed friend. But whatever.
Pretty cool to say.
Sorry, I don't know why I get so fucking emotional lately.
You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to and you don't feel like it.
I'm not like I'm not a sensitive Jew. I never scream anti-Semitism about anything.
No, I know.
So like you can't. I don't even think it's fair to characterize like. I'm just telling you how people see it.
So earlier when Hasan was talking about this, he was like, dude, the last time we debated, he was fucking crying, bro. Like, he's not crying from how much you're fucking like destroying him, dude. Yes, he's crying with like how insensitive you are and how much of a piece of shit you are. That's what he's crying about. He's crying about the fact that like he thought you guys were friends and the fact that like you just like consistently seem to not give a fuck about what it is that he's going through. While demanding like more and more empathy from him towards everybody else. Like it was just kind of wild, dude. The whole thing was insane.
Ethan, I know. I never said that.
You disagree, clearly. That's it, and that's fine.
I don't, Ethan. I've never said any of those things against you. And
although it sounds like by his most recent video that he didn't say them, but he believes them, which could explain why his moderation was non-existent when it came to people calling me terrible things.
I don't.
Also, when I was getting emotional, he thought what he was really thinking is that this guy's crying like a little bitch right now, which is fair. I guess it's a fair thought, although it's not really fair to pretend like you care and then, you know, a year later be like, oh, you were crying like a bitch because I fucking owned you.
Believe that. I'm simply trying to describe the position of Palestinians in this matter on this front. And,
you've done that, and I understand, bro. I understand. I've listened to you.
One thing I said during this conversation that I still agree is like, theoretically, I am in favor of a one-state solution. I just not right now. I don't think that the world is ready. Like, you need to have like a reasonable, lasting peace in that region before you can talk about like becoming one state. It's like, but like, yeah, down the road during a time of like relative peace where it's been calm for years and everybody's feeling it, then yeah, one state sounds like a good idea.
Well, I don't agree with all of what you say. I can appreciate the honesty. Well, I appreciate it, Trauma. Yeah, I saw some other comments yesterday. A bunch of people leaving comments saying like, yeah, I don't agree with Tom, but I appreciate that like he seems to actually care and seems to actually try, and I appreciate that I'm apparently really good at tricking all you guys into believing that I'm honest. Thank fucking God. I've worked really hard at being as manipulative and slimy as possible while nobody's ever able to tell. So I'm glad the hard work is finally paying off.
So I'm a little bitch for that one. He's the best, isn't he?
Top G. Yeah, top grifter. Let's fucking go.
This obsession with linking me to Destiny is fucking awesome. Hasan tries to defame Ethan through guilt by association with Destiny, considering I'm not associated with him. So let's do a quick rundown of what Destiny was guilty of when he had Hasan's full endorsement. Whoa. And Hasan was close friends with him. Okay, this is interesting. So he's accusing me of being friends with a sex pest who I don't know. Okay, but meantime, when he was actually
Ethan's wife put more pressure on him to be less edgy and more PC. He's not more PC and less edgy. He's not, though. He literally just got in trouble for saying that like Ben Shapiro should be the first to get put in the fucking gas chambers if there's another genocide. Like he just got a ton of shit for saying fuck, what was the other thing? I forget the other thing he said, but like he was talking about somebody else dying. Like there's no way that you think this guy became like less edgy and more PC.
I don't know how many people know this, but Hasan came up as a Destiny orbiter. Destiny put Hasan up big time. Like I don't even think it's unfair to say Destiny made him. I know people say it's like a joke and stuff, but like he put him on the stage.
He is for sure more PC than 10 years ago or whatever. Is he? I don't. Okay, maybe. I didn't watch a whole lot of him back then, but I watched like some of his podcasts, and he was obviously like, it seemed like he was always trying to be like pretty professional and like straightforward during the podcasts and crap like that. But I never saw like his videos, and so obviously he had like a bunch of videos before that where he was doing skits and shit like that. I didn't even know who he was back then. I'd never heard of him or seen him until he had a podcast and was watching some of the people that I liked, like Jordan Peterson and those sorts of people. So,
but during that time, apparently there's this stuff. Leafy
destroyed H3's world back in the day. I don't know if that's true. I have trouble believing that, but I do think I know that one person who definitely fucked with him was, who was the comedian we were going over the other day? The bald redhead. I don't know if you can be bald and redhead at the same time, but I'm going with it. I think you'll understand. The bald redhead guy who is the Boston comedian. Bill Burr. Apparently, like Bill Burr really like fucked with him, and like made it to where he just like wasn't even able to do podcasts for a while, and they were like cool afterwards and friendly afterwards. But like Bill is really hard to like gauge. Like he's somebody that like people say they have trouble with my dry humor. They say that they have a lot of trouble with my dry humor and that they're not always able to tell when I'm joking, when I'm being serious. Like, but Bill Burr is next level. Like he's somebody that really like, I watch him sometimes and I'm like, I'm kind of blown away and I'm like, I can't tell like if this is for real, because like I do dry humor, but I just say like ridiculous, like edgy, fucking, insane shit that nobody would ever say, and then just say it like I'm serious. Whereas Bill Burr, he says not insane shit. He is a dick. He is a fucking like full on douchebag to people, and then just is deadpan the whole time, and just you can't tell if he's like kidding or not. And it's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell, but he's fucking hilarious when he does it. It's just that I could only imagine being the person interviewing him, because even the other guy, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his name as well, but there's the other like redneck guy we were watching the other day. It was like, hey, can y'all pull up, how many bananas orca whales eat in an entire year? Can you pull that up? I want to know. It seems like it would be a lot. Yeah, Theo Von, yeah. Apparently Bill Burr also like totally fucked up Theo Von just by being like such a dick the whole time that Theo didn't know if he was being serious or not, and just totally like mind fucked him afterwards. That like, yeah, he is just such a fucking dick to people. They're like, you can't tell what's going on. But then you watch other podcasts where you find out that Bill actually was pissed off with the interviewer. He actually was annoyed with them. But then when you watch it, he's acting the same exact way as he is with the other people, where he's not actually pissed off and he is just screwing with them. Like you can't tell, like there's no difference there. There is no like separating the two, to where like, yeah, I can't imagine like trying to interview that guy and like trying to like figure out what the fuck's going on.
Stuff about Destiny, and Hasan had no fucking issue with it at that time because he was benefiting from that relationship.
Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using the word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it, and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
So again, I haven't seen this video, but presumably this happened when Hasan was friends with him.
I don't know exactly. Well, it certainly happened before. I don't know the whole timeline. I think they had their falling out around like 2020, 2019 or something like that. I don't know how long.
Yeah, I don't think that Hasan was even streaming until like 2017, 2018, because Destiny didn't even start doing politics until 2016. So, yeah, I think they weren't friends at the time, but Hasan was definitely like friends with him at least afterwards.
They were friends prior to that.
He certainly should have known about it before he fucking
I
started.
don't think Hasan was friends with Destiny at 2011. They might have linked up around 2017, 2018.
Okay. Yeah, I would have guessed it would have been later as well. But yeah, I mean, people knew Destiny was a freak for a long time.
But the thing is, if I'm a bad guy for not even knowing him, like I'm still trying to.
Well, there's a big gotcha. There's a big gotcha, which we'll get to, which is about the Frogan Rising Star thing.
Okay.
I know. You've been
that,
absolutely owned on that front.
Right. I know what that is.
And so,
is this a real photo? What the fuck? I felt like someone must have edited this. Dun, 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 dun. So no one knows you risk inside of them this way. Oh, you guys are on that shit. Always, it's so fucking interesting to me that these two guys.
Dude, they were like dual streaming all the time together.
They were best friends.
Yeah,
like legitimately.
Yeah, yes. I mean, they were really close. Yeah.
At least I was never Hasan's best friend, so it's less awkward to break.
Who's your best friend?
My best friend? My wife. Duh.
Yeah.
Nice try. Next.
Damn it.
True.
Damn.
You got him.
Who's your best friend?
I guess the point is that, let's see, 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on stream. 2012, Destiny shared private nudes of a girl he was sexting to make fun of how ugly she was. In 2015, Destiny responded to a woman telling him, ignore safe words is a form of... Wait, hold on, let me reread that. That was kind of insane. Destiny responded to a woman telling him ignoring safe words is a form of rape, that he hopes she gets... Okay, I'm not
I probably don't even want to read that one out loud. You can watch Ryan Beard's video if you want to know more.
Destiny shared lewd pictures of one of his 15-year-old groupies. But anyway, this was all known stuff when Hasan was benefiting from the relationship, so it's kind of rich to invoke my name with Destiny's. I have zero association. I've gained nothing from him.
But the only
thing I ever
change and people can wake up to like people's a bad person. Like I personally wouldn't hold it against Hasan that he associated with Destiny in the past, because like he clearly hates him now. But to make that accusation towards you, when I saw people point this out, and I think it's a fair point in this conversation, only one of you was close friends with Destiny, and it isn't you.
Yeah.
So it's just a weird thing to try and throw at you.
I'm just so confused by it. I don't know him. I literally don't know him.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a silly.
The only thing I've ever gained
argument
from Destiny is some sick-ass Zerg starter.
Traps, right. Yeah, build orders.
Hell yeah. Zergling rush. That's right. Ethan has never ever spoken to Destiny while Hasan was close friends to a super fan of Destiny when he knew about all these public controversies surrounding Destiny. Who do you think has more guilt by association? Reminder that Hasan and Destiny had a falling out, not over these public controversies, but over Destiny disagreeing. Oh yeah, they had a breakup over like a Kamala Harris take Hasan had of all things.
It was over like politics that they had a falling out. It was not the weird sex cult shit.
Hasan reads some random Reddit post listing Ethan's lies without checking any of it. Let's see.
You want a list of lies made by Ethan Klein.
By the way, let's not watch it. We're going to talk about it on stream all day. So we clearly have enough time. I mean, Hasan's live like 8 to 10 hours every day. The guy has fucking time to do whatever he wants. We're not going to watch it. What we're going to do.
Yeah, so there was another one from today. So I guess we'll probably watch this for like another 30 minutes or so. And then after this, we'll switch over to the other one from earlier today.
Let's go to H3 Snark subreddit. I don't know if this is this. I don't know what this subreddit is. And or it's a Twitter copy pasta.
Well, there's a Twitter post. The screenshot seems to be from Reddit.
It's got to be from Snark.
Lies counter 52. Racking them up, dude.
You know who's the last one who did that? Fresh and Fit, baby.
Oh, true.
Raw lies counter. Yeah. So let's see what's their epic rebuttal to my video. Let's see.
Claims communism is on the rise. From Elon Nazi saluting at Trump's inauguration to the AFD in Germany, communism is clearly not on the rise.
That wasn't really a central point. That was not a point I made. In fact, even if it was a minuscule part of the video. My point was that there are online leftist communists that are scary to me, and their ideology is radical and violent and shouldn't be ignored. You know what I mean? Like, we're all well aware of the radical psychopaths on the right, like, you know, but amongst like,
Yeah, I'm sorry. The promotion of that other like crazy fucking communist guy that Hasan has been doing lately, shit, I'm horrible with names today. I can't think of names at all. Bad Empanada, yes, thank you. The Bad Empanada guy, like the fact that he is like promoting this guy lately and like reviewing a bunch of his shit and like talking about him and like as somebody who knows what he's talking about and all of that, it's just insane, dude. That is like, that actually makes Hasan so much worse to me. I would have thought that Bad Empanada was somebody that he like denounced and like wasn't, you know, he wasn't going to be that brazen, because Bad Empanada is like very... Bad Empanada doesn't care about the optics like Hasan does. Bad Empanada is like way more forward, way more like a piece of shit, way more willing to like dox people and like, you know, harass them, go after them, like straight up just slander people. And so yeah, he's a tanky, but I think Hasan might also be a fucking tanky. I think he might also be a tanky, and so it's kind of weird that like he's willing to openly... Are these people pretending to be me? What is this? But yeah, that these people are willing to like, or that Hasan's willing to openly like promote Bad Empanada. That's just wild to me. That's insane. I can't believe that. That is something that I never would have expected. Simon Allen with the $9.99. Let's freaking go, dude. Appreciate the dono. Jennifer Aniston and Tila Tequila were both on Between the Ferns. That's... What? What kind of fucking duo is that, dude? Jennifer Aniston and Tila Tequila? Dude, when I was younger, bro, I watched that fucking Tila Tequila series like it was church, bro. I was not missing an episode. I was going to be there every single episode and watch it. I never missed one. I had to watch it live, bro. I was there for it, dude. That was that was a fucking big part of my what was it, high school days or whatever. Like, that was Tila Tequila, man. Sheesh.
We ignore what's happening in Hasan and his community. That's my point. Not that there's like a communist takeover. And again, that's pretty obvious from the video. Talked about it for like 10 seconds.
Hasan never introduced himself as a social democrat.
And that was not my point. My point is he presented himself as a social democrat, which I said, how is this disproving? This is just your opinion. This is just some person's opinion.
It's a lie.
And also, like, this is like factually...
He lied.
This stuff is also irrelevant to like the main points of my video. Actually, he never explicitly said he was a social democrat. It's like, okay, we'll talk about the tariffs, which was the main point of the video.
Hasan talked about education programs, not re-education camps. Hasan never...
Ooh, he never said... Wait, hold on. Is that even true?
No, that's not true.
Yeah, he literally said...
In the video, he says re-education.
Yeah, he says re-education. He said he wants to arrest people.
To do re-education? Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see what he said, if he just blows past it. But I don't
no, Hasan literally promoted re-education and was acting like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. These people are bad people, so it's fine to just put them in re-education camps. And he started saying that they were like slavers and fascists and shit like that. So he definitely did that.
I don't think he would even deny.
No, he does.
He stated that position a few times.
He will deny it because it makes him look bad, and whatever he wants to wield as reality, he does. And there's like zero tethering to the earth.
Education camps. Hasan never runs full defense of China, especially regarding their treatment of the Uyghurs.
Would you like to show me an example of how he doesn't run defense for the Uyghurs? Are you just going to say that? It's amazing, man. How are you reading this? This isn't serious at all. This is so not serious. I showed in my video how you did run defense for China. with their Uyghur genocide.
You didn't
if you
watch
would
it,
like
though.
to defend yourself, I would love to see you do so to the points I actually made. Whatever the fuck this is.
Ethan shares an edited clip that cuts out where Hasan explains that he cannot control his chat from calling Ethan a racist for saying racist things.
Okay, who gives a fuck? I don't even know what you're talking about. It's immaterial, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's another one of these annoying little parts about this back and forth and this drama, which is that like the conversation I had with Ethan,
chimp clip,
ended with me saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do to control the narrative in your favor.
Literally showed that and explained what a bitch you are because you gave the same. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna call him a bitch because I am not a toxic man like him. He is a baby. He's a baby.
Didn't you?
He's a baby. What was I gonna say? That I just so
if you keep saying things that people are going to, people.
Oh, what I say is he was crying to XQC about how he needs to moderate his chat, and it's so obvious that the way that the chat represents itself, especially on Twitch, is a direct reflection of the
What up,
streamers.
Tracer?
Like Will, like you can moderate that shit.
How's it
You
going,
can tell
homie?
your mods. He has a ton of mods. What to watch out for, what to do. We did it to our mods. We don't allow people to talk shit about his son during his
Are
time
you
here,
on the show?
You know, to say
I am
mean
on
things.
my show.
He very clearly made the conscious decision to allow that.
People are going to
and clearly now, based on the videos we've watched, we know that you were maliciously doing so. If you thought I was all these terrible things that you were just lying to me about,
interpret as you being pro-Israel, and it's not because you're Jewish. He cuts out continuously.
Obviously, dude, that's not.
There's only so much I can do, and leaves out. If you continue to say things like this, people are going to think you believe them and get mad at you. Yeah. Shows a random clip of someone being
immaterial. I don't know what I showed. I probably showed everything. If I didn't, I think it's probably it's immaterial. It's very transparent. It's so fucking dumb.
Tom, I love watching you. I find you a good-looking intellectual with heart in the right place. God bless you. Tracer, I also find you a good-looking intellectual with heart in the right place. So God bless you as well, and thank you.
An hour and 40 minutes of well-researched, sourced, thoughtful arguments, and this is the fucking
It's 14 pages.
14 got 140 pages. And for Christ's sake, this is not even. This is like the lowest effort. Hold on, I just got to the bottom. One of the lies is Kaya is not a designer dog. She's a mixed Tibetan Mastiff, Chow Chow, and Saint Bernard.
Meticulously argued document.
That's one of the fucking lies in this video that you think's important. That undermines it. By the way, just show me the Craigslist post. That's all I want to see. They're giving away free puppies of beautiful dogs that would usually cost $20,000. Just saying. Show me the Craigslist post. That should be easy. If he found it on Craigslist, it's probably still got it in his email.
being anti-Semitic claims Hasan does not care about Israelis because of his lack of reaction. Hasan never justified sexual violence. He routinely says that sexual violence
I have a whole compilation of him downplaying the sexual violence. Like, you can watch it.
likely occurred during October 7th and regularly cites the UN investigation that had one credible documented instance of sexual violence. He says that the sexual violence that may have happened on October 7th is not a justification for genocide.
Just watch my video. I have a whole compilation of it. It's quite compelling.
Hasan never said that Israel should let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
You did. You said Israel should, in response to one of the worst terrorist attacks of all time, your response is that Israel should dissolve its own government. I mean, that's what a one-state solution is to remove the border. Yes, he wants Hamas and all Palestinians, including everybody, to have full untethered access to Israel. Of course. Why would he even deny that? Isn't that the whole fucking point of the one-state solution? How are we going to keep Hamas out? Yeah. Why are you even lying about your position?
Dude, for the record, easiest like 500,000 view video of your life if you just like look at all of the clips that Ethan used and go on Twitch, go to the VOD, and extend the clip by like 30 seconds.
I'm waiting. And say that it would be so powerful if only someone did this.
Tom Foolery show, who is JSTLK. It's another Tom Foolery wannabe. Just like more orbiters, just kind of trying to do the same sort of content I do and trying to copy my style. They think they can be me.
Except nobody's going to do it because it's a lie. But he gets the benefit of saying, like, I swear to God, it's all taken out of context. And if one of you would just do this, but of course it won't ever happen because that video would be obscene. It wouldn't work because I don't think anything was taken out of context. Everything I showed was pretty thoroughly like contextualized. But this is what Hasan does all the time. He goes, chip clipped. I got chimp clipped.
What do you keep saying?
Chimp clipped.
Clip chimp.
I got clip chimped.
There you go.
You're saying like chimp clipped or something?
He said ship clip.
I got chimp clipped.
Chimp clipped.
There's a clip. Go look for the clip.
Whoa! It ended 2 minutes too early. Shit. It's actually perfect timing. What the fuck, Tom? Oh, okay, because he was talking about you earlier today about the stream with Philly. Yeah, he was like somebody who was like embarrassingly like on Destiny's dick for a while, and like I would make fun of him for like how just like overtly on Destiny's dick he was nonstop. But then he went straight from like hardcore on Destiny's dick to like full hater overnight, and like changed all of his opinions on everything that he ever thought about Destiny. Like all of his old opinions just turned, did a full 180. And so yeah, I kind of made fun of him for for just completely flip-flopping on everything that he thinks. And so yeah, now that I am somebody who actually has, principles and actually think through my positions and actually, just stayed the same, that's a negative thing. You got to be somebody who just plays full team sports, just fully cucked one way or the other. Fully cucked in favor of the person, fully cucked against them. Who cares? You just got to just make sure it's full. Full. The cuck meter must be full at all times. Do not allow the cuck meter to start to fade. I don't even know what that means. I have no idea what that means. The cucked in this scenario. There's people use cucked for whatever for anything ever. So yeah, just yeah, I don't even know. It made sense though. Good. I totally Barney Fifed clicked his video because your name was in the description. Yeah. Always trying to clout chase off me, dude. Can't stop. Won't stop. Rockefeller Records, baby. We get down, baby. We get down. Because the girls, they love us. So fresh to death. We the best, nothing less. It's my opinion. Barney Fife. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. He's probably big mad that people are still watching Destiny. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
We're almost out of time, and we can't leave without talking about these XQC clips. I've been waiting.
We'll hit these.
Basically, JCLK knew about all the Destiny leaks for 3 months while still sucking his dick till it was profitable to stab the knife in his back. Yeah, that's pretty much it, yeah.
These real
This is
fast.
This is the only reaction I care about.
We'll hit these real fast, and then we'll come back and on Wednesday and finish up. But let's see.
Did he buy this after or before?
Okay, so he notices I'm wearing a nice watch.
The watch pic I sent him on chat. Did he buy this after or before the watch pic I sent him on Twitter?
We'll see JSTLK in Hasan's chat pretty soon, begging to come on. He'll be right there next to what's his name? Mike from PA. Am I literally the oldest here? Okay, so Barney Pfeiffer, you're saying that because he was on the show as like the deputy, that like it was but Barney Pfeiffer, played by Don Knotts, was Andy Griffin show. Right. So you're saying that because he was like, what was it? Wasn't he like the deputy, that like, he's like the thing that you go to watch, but he's not even the main character? Is that what you're saying? It's like a Steve Urkel on Family Matters. Like, they're like a total side character, but they're the one you go to watch. Did you guys know that Steve Urkel was not supposed to be on that show for more than one or two episodes? Like, it was just a couple episodes, and then he was like such a big character that they had to go back and like add him to all of the other episodes. Like, they start airing the first couple episodes, and he was just so big that they were like, oh, we have to keep him. Can we go to that timeline instead, dude? Weren't things so much nicer back then? Everything was so simple back when we could just... You were just waiting for TGIF to come on the weekends, and you were just going to be able to just sit and watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Family Matters and the Olsen twins. Jared didn't even answer my question. I thought I got it. I thought I figured out the Cosby Show. Yeah. Yep. But now all of those people are fucking rapists and pedophiles. And I remember, actually, there was a couple of years ago where like I said, I was like, dude, everybody's a bad person now. Everybody sucks. Everybody's canceled. We lost Bill Cosby, we lost, like, and I just started naming off, like, all, you know, the guy from Blue's Clues, It's Adele dude, like, all of these people are horrible people now, and they've all been canceled. All we have left is Mr. Rogers, and I want to bet that, like, in the next year, we're going to find out some horrible things about Mr. Rogers. We are going to find out that he did something horrible. And a year later, a story came out about Mr. Rogers saying that he had some co-hosts on his show who were gay, and he said in the back room with them, he was talking to them, and he told them, I know you're gay. Don't tell anybody else. Don't let the production find out. Don't tell anyone you're gay. And he literally got canceled over this. They literally canceled fucking Mr. Rogers for telling the guy not to tell people he was gay, even though that was the right thing to do at the time. If you were pro-gay, you would tell the person, hey, I don't care that you're gay, so I don't want you to get fired. Don't tell people that you're gay. Like, that's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. That's the pro-gay thing to do. But they canceled the guy for it. What the hell? It doesn't make sense. It was fucked up, dude. But yeah, they still tried to cancel Mr. Rogers. Anna.
Hello.
Hello.
Give me a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you and your applause. Nice.
Give me a sec. I don't understand what is happening with my setup. Give me just a moment. Oh, yeah, you should probably be able to see me now.
Ooh, yes. There we go.
I did it? Yes.
Well done.
Did it. Hello.
How are you?
Yes. I managed. I'm all right. Just in case like something happens, I will have to, like an explosion or something like that, I will have to go. Otherwise, I'm cool, to chat with you for as long as you want, because we have like drones flying, and I might need to, step away for like maybe 5-10 minutes.
Sheesh.
I apologize for that if that happens. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no problem. Dang, it's still rough over there. Well, do you want to take a second and introduce yourself and tell everybody who you are while I set up the video?
Yeah, hello. I'm Anastasia. I am a Ukrainian volunteer from Kharkiv, which is, eastern Ukraine, quite close to the front, essentially. And I'm doing all sorts of things for soldiers, mostly like fundraisers, stuff like that. And also I am a translator part-time sort of for like various journalists and things like that, freelance people from America mostly, but also from UK and places like that. And and I also sometimes speak with people like now, basically about Ukraine and things like that. So as a spokesperson, I guess you could say, sometimes part-time spokesperson. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've had a bunch of people in my community telling me to invite you on for a while, and
thank you.
Yeah, they'll enjoy hearing you, and I've heard you talk a number of times as well. I think you've been on like CNN, Piers Morgan, Dylan Burns. Like we've seen you in a bunch of different places over time, and it's always fun listening to the conversations. So we got into a bunch of big fights yesterday about the Russia-Ukraine war, and I was like, wow, now I have an excuse to invite her on. So let's freaking go.
Yeah, you messaged me, but I was like basically not home and in a very perilous place with very little connection, so I couldn't really jump on. Unfortunately, I have to be like a little bit warned in advance, so to speak, to jump on usually because of the connection issues. We have a lot of electricity problems, obviously, and sometimes I'm just in places that I simply cannot, call from at all. So yeah, I appreciate you, inviting me on, and it's been a while since I chatted actually with someone like this, so that's cool.
Yeah, totally understandable. I didn't know that like it was still that bad over there. Actually, I was telling my chat the other day that like we paid a lot of attention to the Russia-Ukraine war and everything that was going on for like a good couple months, but then Israel-Palestine happened, and it's like everything just kind of shifted pretty quickly. And then even after like, I don't know, maybe 3 months of Israel-Palestine, like we kind of lost like conversations about all of this stuff, and over time ended up just going back to like regular politics and lost most of anything that was happening in Ukraine. I didn't know it was that still
I will
that
say
bad.
though, it's not as bad as it used to be, I will say, so relatively and comparatively, I guess, because of the, for example, since Biden lifted that restriction finally of hitting targets with long-range weapons within Russia, situation in Kharkiv in particular, where I live, improved significantly. So fucking drastic. Oh, sorry, can I swear?
Yeah, no, you're
I
fine.
didn't ask. So drastically improved that it's actually, we have holidays basically over here compared to what it used to be. So instead of daily strikes, 5-7 strikes per day, 10 strikes per day, which is what used to be a thing, right? Now we have like a couple per week, maybe. So
really,
it's much better. Yeah, it's much better. It's significantly better. We have drone problem obviously still going on, and we have also new drones that they added to their collections of Torment recently. Which one we used to have Shahed drones, which are Iranian drones, and we also now have Molnia, which is I believe Russian made, and there are a new edition that they kind of terrorize Kharkiv with now. Molnia. It's lightning in English. Yeah, in Russian it's Molnia. But they're pretty bad because they're quite silent comparatively to Iran drones. You say Iran, but it's Iran. Iran drones, and the Iran drones Shaheds, they are very loud. They're like a motorboat kind of sound, so you can really hear them while they approach. So you can sort of kind of have time to maybe go to the corridor or drop, to the floor or something of that sort, at least. But with these guys, Molnia, they're quite silent. So I personally don't hear them at all. When they explode, I hear them, but before that, difficult. I even walked one time and I actually saw one up above, and I didn't hear it. So that's pretty a different sort of thing to get used to, I suppose, especially considering that they use drones, Russians, to attack civilians often, especially in areas like Kherson, which people now call human safari, which is they're basically hunting people with drones and film it. So there's like hours of footage of that. And yeah, so it's a bit it's not a picnic, okay, but it's way better than it was comparatively, because we bombed a bunch of their aviation and a bunch of their places within Russia they launch planes from. Because, for example, my city was very much attacked by Cubs mostly, and Cubs are glide bombs that they throw from planes. So we were unable to do anything about it because of that restriction. So it was bad. It was pretty bad for a long time, and now it's significantly better. So it just to show people how much that sort of limitation actually, affected people's lives, especially here. So you would see like sit sometimes in the corridor with like family and friends and stuff, and they'd be like, fuck.
Oh my
Fucking
goodness,
United
dude.
States, remove the limitation, that sort of thing. So basically, like in weeks, it improved. The situation improved significantly after the removal of that limitation. So yeah, do what you will with that.
So yeah, it's wild seeing like because I've seen a lot of those YouTube videos where it is like a drone chasing somebody and then eventually bombing them, and it's like it's kind of wild. Like I guess we always like learn about wars and history and like see them on television and crap like that, but then all of a sudden when you actually see like people in real time like getting bombed in their own homes and in their own cities and like just kind of walking around, it totally like changed my perspective, I guess, sitting there thinking about like, damn, I'm living in the United States. I've never had to worry about like tanks outside of my house or, bombs going off anywhere. And it just, it's hard to even imagine what that would be like just to have that outside of your house all the time.
Yeah, I mean, this war is a little bit wild in the sense that it's so televised in a way, because it's not on the legacy media anywhere, unfortunately, but you can like see a lot of stuff on Twitter or social media, Ukrainians posting stuff and things like that. And people who follow it, they see a lot of very gruesome things, especially, for example, like Russians themselves film a lot of stuff, because all that drone footage you saw of bombing civilians it's them filming it. So it's them filming it and them uploading it on Telegram, for example, and from there it gets places obviously afterwards. And that's just something you didn't really see. Like war was always horrible in all points of history, but it's just not something you can just casually watch on your Twitter feed before.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
it is.
it feels
So
weird
that's
too.
a bit weird.
Yeah, it feels weird
I
watching a guy
imagine.
like looking up at a drone above him and just being like, yeah, I'm fucked. Well, there goes that. Like, it's just, it's terrifying looking.
Yeah, in real life it's even worse, I must say. But even watching it on Twitter, it's a little bit weird. Even it's weird even for me, despite the fact that I see all sorts of guts, corpses and all sorts of shit. It's just it's still weird because of just how, I don't know, there's something wild about it, I guess you could say, about seeing things like that, about people like exploding and their like guts going everywhere, like just casually watching that sort of shit. It's quite weird. I don't know what else to say. So you're not weird for thinking it's weird, because it is definitely, it's kind of experience that I think humanity didn't really had before. So now it's social media change people's lives in many sorts of ways, but this is also kind of like a way internet affected all of us. This war is weird because you have to hide everything, because you can see things from Sputnik, you can see from satellites, you can see from internet locations. Everyone is trying to hide everything because all of it is on the internet. It's a completely different type of like warfare that didn't really happen before this war, I believe.
Yeah, well, because it seemed like everything was fairly peaceful for a long time, and that's one of the problems with like everything that Trump's doing right now with even the threats. Is a lot of MAGA comes in here and they're like, like the threats, they're just threats. He's all about peace and he doesn't actually want to go to war. And so it's not that big of a deal. He's just trying to like force them to negotiate and get what he wants. And it's like, that's not good. Like even one, it's not good to like throw empty threats around because nobody takes you seriously anymore. But two, even like serious threats like that, like those are not things that people should be using as negotiation tactics anymore. Like we should not be doing this sort of stuff to get what we want anymore. Like using soft power kind of became the norm, and then now to just threaten invading like Greenland, Canada, Mexico, like that's wild. That's a wild thing.
100% agree with you in a sense. The only thing I would say, though, I'm not claiming to know what the hell is going on in his head, because I think like nobody knows, to be honest. So I'm not going to claim like how serious he is. Is it a coercion tactic, or is it a actual like real threat? Is it an empty threat? Like you say, I don't know. But it's not really. It doesn't really matter. I just want to highlight to people that what Russia did before they full scale invaded was also threats and coercion, and it was also just words, but those words, boom, and they stopped being words. They stopped being words in 2014, and then they stopped being words even worse in 22, right? So it's something to keep in mind, that these words are not rarely empty, and in that sense, especially if the most powerful country on earth starts to basically threaten its allies, not even their enemies, their allies, right? And it's a completely different kind of world from what we had just weeks ago. So I would caution people to, at the very least, treat it as seriously as as you would in any other situation. Not to say that the United States are going to invade anyone anytime soon, but just it's not out of the realm of possibility now. Even the percentage, I believe, is very low of that happening, obviously. But it's wild that it's in the realm of possibility, because if someone told me months ago that United States will be threatening and trying, Denmark or like Greenland or like Canada, or even the tariffs thing, right? Like the trade warfare kind of thing, I wouldn't believe it. I would say no shot. Like what's and now I can't say that anymore, because it's happening in a way. So that's kind of like my take on it, I guess. Considering how crazy the world is, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Well, I mean, you said one of the things that you tend to know a lot about is the history, and I think that the history behind like everything leading up to the Ukraine-Russian war is something that I feel like most people are a little bit confused on, because we see a lot of people, even Elon Musk now, acting like the war is Ukraine's fault somehow, and it's and this is a lot of the things that like I think MAGA, the base, is saying a lot. It doesn't seem like Trump has really touted this as much, but the base seems to really start to like there seems to be a growing attitude that like the war is the Ukrainians' fault, that they were Nazis, that like there was nothing that Russia could do. They had to do this, and I think like the history leading up to it is something that I'm not an expert on, but I feel like I at least have like a better understanding of this than some people. And so, yeah, I wanted to see if I could like walk through some of the things with you and see like what your understanding is of this, or like if you have like more context to my understanding of this, or even correct me on some of these things. Because that seems to be the important part from my understanding.
Yeah, unfortunately, before we go there, I will say that United States currently is suffering pretty terribly from the influx of Russian propaganda that is being fed up to people. Unfortunately, quite a lot of Republicans are in on it now, whether they're intentionally or not. I believe like a lot of MAGAs have no idea. They're actually saying literally word for word Russian propaganda in English. But even if it's something I feel like you haven't been really prepared for, in my opinion, of such a it's just something we know here in Eastern Europe, because it has been, happening for as long as I'm alive, essentially. And we know how to kind of like understand this, how Russian hybrid warfare works, how they do propaganda, how exactly they throw it, how they sabotage elections, how they influence elections in other countries. All of that is just a thing that everyone knows, right? But in the West, it doesn't really affect Western people that much, which understandably that's why people didn't really care as much. But now you are in the stage when they're really trying to to get you and to affect you through people like Tucker Carlson, through people like Tim Pool, for people like that who actually are getting money, like physical actual payments from Russia to say what they say, right? So quite difficult now, I think, for people to parse that and to understand that they're not being fed some independent thinker opinions, but they're being fed foreign propaganda, basically in English. And that's something I personally have no idea what you should be doing about it, because, America functions in a completely different way when it comes to like free speech laws and all sorts of things. And although I respect that and I think it's cool, I also think that just blatant lies are not free speech. So I do think you should do something at this point. I don't know what. It's up to you, obviously, to fix that shit. But it needs fixing because people are being like brainwashed real time, and it's pretty terrible to see. It's not something, again, I expected to see in the United States, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Fix your shit, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, we've
what
been
to
talking a
say.
lot about this
Yeah.
here, is that like it's starting to like even make me question like whether or not like the freedom of speech ideals and like democracy and all of this, like I always thought like, yes, this is the way that like countries should work, and that we have to have just like all of these freedoms in order to give us as much ability as possible to kind of check everybody in power. But then when Donald Trump all of a sudden shows up and he's able to get everybody to distrust all of the institutions that are there to check him and check what he says, keep him in check on his power and everything that he's trying to feed people. And he just immediately gets them to distrust all of the mainstream media, all of the scientists, all of the all of the institutions within government. Like, he just gets everybody to distrust everyone who's there to kind of keep him in check. And then just says whatever, just says random stuff about DEI or about the hurricanes. And from my understanding, what you said, that like you guys understand the way that Putin deals with propaganda and like the way he does his rhetoric. From my understanding, the way that they do it in like the Kremlin is that they just want to put out anything. What doesn't matter if it's true, doesn't matter if it's false. They're not even trying to lead you in a specific direction. They just want dissent. They just want people to be arguing about what the truth is and just be confused about what the truth is. And as long as there are people out there still arguing some other position, they feel like it's better that people are still not sure what is actually going on. That's my understanding of the way that they do this.
It's pretty accurate. It has been a thing in Soviet Union, and it kind of like migrated towards modern Russia as well, which, it's not communist anymore, but the mechanism still works that way. In a sense that the best way to do propaganda is lie a lot, basically. You just need to destroy the notion of truth itself. So if you ask like an average Russian person right now in Russia, they will say there's no such thing, everybody lies, right? So this is how you destroy the very belief of a nation in what's true. And that's the most effective way to do it. It's the most effective way to ruin belief in the institutions, to ruin trust in any sort of like organizations, which is pretty scary, because sometimes you will see, like, I don't have that much time to be honest, but sometimes I like watch stuff and you will see like MAGA people be like, we'll trust in Trump exclusively. So they trust only this one guy who has all the incentive in the world to fucking lie. But they don't trust the institutions, the organizations that are supposed to keep such power in check. And that's how you get game dictators. That's how you land in what we all here in Eastern Europe try to escape so much. And this is what is scary to me, because, for example, the United States has always been sort of like an example of what we want it to be, right? In a way, not in everything, but in many things, right? And now to me, it's now, I'm not sure, honestly, if I'm honest, like if that's the example now of what we want to be. And that's very sad, because, I am a little bit of a certified Western simp, or at least I used to be, I guess, growing up. It was something I really wanted for my own country, to have functional institutions, to have less corruption, to have laws that are functioning, to have democracy, to have freedom of speech, to have liberties, human rights, all that sort of thing. All the good stuff, okay, that Western people tend to have. And it is disheartening to me. I can only imagine how disheartening it is to people in the West who understand what is happening, and especially in the United States. So yeah, lies are the way to do it, definitely. And to destroy people's nihilism is one of the most essential things to Russian society, unfortunately, for all of them. And that is something I see building up in US with very rapidly, with like Trump's first storm, and now to this point. It's like 10 years time, essentially. This has been like growing and growing and growing, right? And yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I have no idea what you're supposed to do with all of that, because I understand that the United States have a different idea of how free speech needs to work, but also you have to rethink things, because when those laws have been made, the social media didn't exist, and internet didn't exist, fucking podcasts didn't exist, all of that didn't exist, and now you're and now you are like being basically bamboozled, like attacked hardcore by malicious agents that are aiming to destroy your country. That's what they want. They want to, at the very least, make you weaker and less involved in the world business. They want to destroy NATO, obviously. They want to destroy alliances between Western countries, whether it is European Union and United States, Canada, whatever. And you can kind of sort of start seeing those, there's a tension at the very least now between those groups. Yeah, so it's just, it's the aim of the enemies of the literally Western world as it is. So I would say be cautious at the very least. But
yeah, I mean, that's
obviously not up to
yeah, like you said, like with all the like tariffs and the trade wars and everything, like this is one of like the most dangerous aspects of it, is us losing our allies, because the United States being able to hold its like footing on as the world superpower has been, because everybody's pretty happy with like the way that they've been treated and like the aid that they get and all of the the ways that the U.S. has helped other countries. And then, yes, if all of a sudden we just come in and start throwing our weight around and kind of like forcing everybody to give us whatever the fuck we want, everybody's not going to be like all that happy that we're the world superpower anymore, and are going to start having more problems. And I think this does like sound a lot like what the way that Putin was dealing with this. You were talking about like the propaganda waiting up until you guys had Viktor Yanukovych, I believe, who was in charge. And this guy was like obviously very like authoritarian, literally tried locking up his political opponents, like Yulia Timoshenko, yeah, and that like they were like this guy was like pretending he was this very like liberal person, but was obviously a very like authoritarian sort of guy. And from my understanding, he was just like a Russian like shill. He was just a Russian simp, and we see all this like bullshit about like Hunter Biden working for Burisma, and that like Burisma and them were working with Joe Biden and America, when really like Burisma and all of these like big companies, I believe, were just working for Russia, and everybody in Ukraine were just all paid off by Russia and just doing whatever the fuck Russia wanted them to do. Like, but everybody for some reason believes that they were all paid off by America, and this is what I believe led to like the revolution and the 2014 like revolution of dignity, right?
It's a little bit vague, but yeah, you're pretty correct on everything you said, in a sense that Yanukovych, I wouldn't say he went like full dictator mood up until the point of the actual protests, because when the protests happened, they happened because of the fact that he changed course. Essentially, about 60% of the population at the time in Ukraine wanted to move towards European Union. Like, we all kind of knew they won't be accepted like anytime soon, but we at least wanted to do, the moves. So when we're ancient and old, we can at least go on a vacation to Europe like a normal person.
Well, because that was the last straw, right? Is like the last straw was them like signing another trade deal with Russia instead of the EU, and going in a more Western-centric like trade market.
Yeah, so previous president of ours, Yushchenko, he made some strides towards the, Western integration in a way, and also European Union, which kind of like Yanukovych didn't backtrack on at beginning, because it was, pretty popular, and that was kind of like the course where we're going for. But then he did basically a 180 and decided to pull us back towards Russia, essentially, towards Russian sphere of influence. Whether he did that under the pressure from Russia and like political, economical coercion, because that's something they engaged in before 2014, like basically we will cut off gas towards you, we will like amp up prices, we will like crush your economy if you don't do what we want, essentially. That was kind of like the mechanism they operated back in the day. But yeah, so he basically made moves, whether they were like because of the coercion or they were like his own personal gain. I will not make any claims on that. I just don't know, honestly. Probably both, on if you think about it, because he was rich as fuck and he was getting even richer because of, you know, his connections with Russia, as did most oligarchs in Ukraine at the time. And he was essentially just an oligarch in power. So what then happened, of course, was that students in Kiev at the time, in the capital, came out to protest this decision. They were like, oh, wait, we were supposed to, like, you know, go towards European Union. Like, what the hell is going on? So they went outside with like little flags and everything of European Union and saying, like, we don't want that. What the hell? And the decision of his was to crack down on them and beat them to a pulp, essentially, in front of everyone's eyes. So that was a bad decision on his part, as you can probably now, you know, in hindsight see, because that annoyed the shit out of everyone, because we know where that leads. That leads to Belarus at best, Russia at worst, right? And people got really annoyed. Even people who didn't really care that much about joining European Union, even they got annoyed, because we have like essentially a person who thought that it was completely fine to do such a thing, to absolutely peaceful legal protesting. So his response then to that was to install what is known as dictator laws. These were the laws that prohibited gathering more than 5 people, I believe. Maybe 4 or 5, something like that. The number I don't remember, but the gist is like the prohibition of gathering of many people. This law said that if you break, sort of like, if you basically made protesting illegal, to make it simple, right? And you would be like also arrested and put in jail for like literally years for any sort of violation of those laws. And so that also angered even more people. And that's kind of like how revolution sort of started, essentially. And then it grew into a huge thing that involved millions of people participating in it. And it lasted the entire winter. And we didn't back down for pretty much entirety of the very, very cold winter. And there were like clashes with the special forces groups called Berkut, also Griffon, but they're less known. Yeah, that was basically a lot of death, a lot of like violence, and a lot of things of that sort. Still didn't move people away from the streets up until Yanukovych escaped to Russia. Then we elected, there was like temporarily government, and then we elected new people, essentially a new president, which was Poroshenko, and also new administration and everything, right? And from then on, I mean, Russia at the time also invaded and annexed Crimea, and then Donbass, it was also invaded.
Well,
so
and then even
that's
before
like
that,
how it all
like,
rolled out.
Putin is putting out like like writings about the fact that like Ukraine is Russia, that they've always just been part of Russia, and that there's no like difference between Ukrainians and Russians. They're all the same. And obviously, yes, when you look at the fact that like all of these Ukrainians are coming out to protest the trade deal being signed with Russia again instead of the EU, obviously they don't feel the same way, and they're not like very happy with like these deals being made with Russia, because they don't want to be under their thumb, and they don't want their like whole government being controlled by Russia, and all of their corporations being controlled by Russia. And then once Russia starts invading, like you guys, we have all of these people who are, because like obviously, yeah, there's Poroshenko, there's like a bunch of like corruption, and you guys are getting rid of the corruption supposedly, but then like because but Putin invaded in 2014 and took not Kiev. I always mix up Kiev and this. What did he take again in 2014? Putin.
Crimea and Donbass.
Crimea. That's right. Crimea. I always think of Kiev for some reason instead of Crimea.
No,
but yeah.
Thank fuck that was not occupied. That's our capital, yeah. But they tried though in 22, but you know they failed. Something I would like to point out that I think people just never talk about is the fact that many people like to talk about how corrupt and awful we are, and it's sort of true, because you know we are in fact corrupt. But problem is that there have been strides to better that, and we have shifted in the corruption index quite a lot, which is, I mean, it's quite good for Eastern European post-Soviet country that we have made moves to improve that. But also problem of that is that many people don't understand that Russia is partially at fault for that corruption. Because what all post-Soviet countries have in, I hate that term, but post-Soviet countries have in common is corruption. Because of that issue is that many countries who moved towards European Union have dealt with it. Like Poland, for example, it's not perfect, but it's way better than it ever was right before. Baltics, same thing, right? But the countries still have suffering from that. Georgia, Moldova, all the countries that are not part of the European Union. And it's impossible not to have corruption when all of your industry is owned by Russian oligarchs, okay? By Russian citizens that are only interested in taking our resources, in enriching themselves and enriching the corporations within Russia. So I believe about 80% of our industry was owned by Russian citizens. So where it is materials, whether it is pharmaceuticals, whether it is like any sort of big industry, big production, it will have Russian ownership, right? And all that money is not being used to the betterment of Ukraine, and Ukrainian society will still remain exceptionally poor with barely any money and barely any pay for our work, while people are, getting enriched. And nothing works, institutions don't work, laws don't work. They are above the law, all of those people, right? So police worked for them, everything worked for them. And it was pretty fucking terrible. And of course, nobody was happy with that sort of shit. And why should they be? Like, it shouldn't be accepted as norm that that's how our life's supposed to look like just because we are in Eastern Europe, okay? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So people want it better. And by that, you challenge Russian interest by wanting to escape that sort of situation. You challenge their big game, their big money that they have here. So obviously nobody was happy in Russia about that sort of thing, and they tried to change our mind, quote unquote, by coercion and pressure, and then it didn't work because of the revolution, obviously, and then the response was what it was. So yeah.
Well, and that's why I often
time.
For people who act like they'll say like, oh, I can't believe those Ukrainians threw a coup on their own government or blah, blah, blah. Or like, that was an insurrection. They're so bad. Well, like this is like a lot of the MAGA talking points. But a lot of times I'm like, this is very similar to like America overthrowing their government who was like just giving all of their taxes to a king that wasn't going to better their country with it. That wasn't going to give them any representation. None of the money was going back to Americas to actually help them or improve any of their living conditions. And so they're all just like working and paying taxes to a country that they get no benefit from. And so they eventually like overthrow that king and get their own independence from them. And it seems like this is very similar to what the Ukrainians were doing, trying to get independence from Russia and making it to where they have their own independence. But I wonder, afterwards, like obviously, supposedly Putin's very upset that like Ukraine wants to be part of NATO now and that they're like trying to get in, but everybody says like, oh well, there's
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The NATO narrative is deeply like stupid, but one of the things that is true is that at the time when they actually invaded first time 2014, nobody really talked about NATO. So we really talked about European Union. Joining European Union doesn't mean you will be joining NATO. In fact, even joining NATO doesn't mean you will have like any military presence here at all. So it's just NATO only became popular conversation, and actual, in all seriousness, people started talking about that after invasion in 2014. So before that, even the majority of Ukrainians didn't want to join NATO. So if you look at the polls at the time, most Ukrainians didn't want to join NATO. They wanted to join the European Union, but they didn't want to join NATO. NATO became something Ukrainians started wanting only after the invasion. So that's something to keep in mind, because this is like a very disingenuous thing, people use. And never mind the fact, of course, that we have full rights to join anyone we want. We're not a hostage of Russia. I mean, I guess technically we are, but we don't want to be a hostage of Russia. And never mind the fact that Russia already had borders with NATO. Yeah, I don't know why everyone forgets the Baltic countries exist, but they did have that border, and now that border is even bigger because of Finland joining in. And Finland has a pretty long border with Russia, so yeah, it's a complete nonsense. And even Russia uses that as a talking point, obviously, but there was no threat towards Russia from Ukraine, and there was no threat towards Russia from NATO. It just isn't a thing. It didn't happen, and it wouldn't have happened. It probably will never happen, to be honest, unless we go in all-out World War III kind of shenanigans, which probably is best to avoid. Yeah. It's just something.
Well,
to,
yeah,
you know,
obviously,
I just wanted to point out,
like
that
you said,
NATO wasn't really a thing.
Well, yeah, like you said, I mean, in 2014, they had low support for from Ukrainians wanting to join NATO. But I think like the application was sent in 2022 and it was denied. But I was wondering, does that not seem like fucked up for them to get denied because there's a deal with Russia that you guys couldn't join NATO when you guys overthrew your government? You're kind of a new country. And I feel like this is like weird if like there was some sort of deal between like the Americas and the king, but then we overthrow the king and now we're like a new government in a new country and we have like we have a new president and everything, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to honor deals as though we're still part of the British Empire when we're not. We gained independence. Like, it seems weird for us to have to honor any sort of deal when we overthrew those people. So like, did you guys not feel like it was wrong to get turned down on a NATO application over a deal that was made with a past government?
Do you really want my honest opinion? Of course, I think it's awful. I obviously I think so. Like, most of my city would not be ruined. Okay, my family and friends would be alive if that happened, right? So of course I feel that way, but it's just part of the, have to kind of like accept reality, I guess, in a way that didn't happen. When 2014 happened, honestly, America wasn't really that involved in like the negotiations in Minsk and everything. So because of the Obama perhaps was disinterested in, taking sort of any, active position in the geopolitical stuff that was going on here. And other countries like Germany, for example, with Merkel at the time, pressed us to basically concede everything to Russia. So that's what Minsk was all about, essentially, just surrendering so they can continue trading that sweet gas and building that North Pipe, because that's what it was all about, right? The dependence of the Europe, of Western Europe in particular, but also Southern Europe on Russian gas, and nobody really wanted us to like make any noise and to just shut up and take it, basically, is what happened. And unfortunately it led to what it led today, and you can dwell on it. Obviously you can like lay blame, you can be resentful, you can be all sorts of things, but at the end of the day I'm just trying to deal with what it is now without really getting too concerned with what happened.
I feel like I even hear liberals making this argument that like, yeah, of course they weren't really ever going to join NATO. The application, everybody knew that it couldn't get approved because there was already a deal. And I'm thinking, why not? Like, it's a new country. They overthrew that country. No, those fucking deals are gone. Like, that's bullshit. Like, that doesn't make sense that they're supposed to honor some deal that was made by a past administration.
In fact, there wasn't even like the war doesn't even need to honor any deals with Russia, because first of all, there was never any deal. It's a lie that there was a deal. No move westward, or how the hell that's called. Like that, it never was such a deal that countries cannot willingly join NATO, which we saw because Baltics joined NATO with zero problems and Russia didn't do anything. In fact, when Finland recently joined NATO, you know what Russians did? They removed their soldiers from the border with Finland. That's how worried they are of being attacked by NATO, right? So it's a lie. It's a lie they use to intimidate people, and they really do not want countries of their interest joining NATO, because that limits their ability to invade them. That limits their ability to do anything to them, because the countries that Russia recently invaded are Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, all countries that are not in NATO, in fact, right? And that's just, Russia cannot take on right now. I'm not saying like ever, maybe like with some sort of like cursed alliance with Russia, with China, and Iran or some shit in the future. But as it is now, they are definitely not in a position to challenge like all of NATO, right? Mm-hmm. But they are in the position to restore partially the Soviet Union 2.0, and with that they have Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, fully taking Belarus, maybe, although it is already technically like basically under Russian thumb fully. Like Armenia, Kazakhstan is a country that people say is like in a bit of a like tiffy position, in a bit of a like tension right now. So all of that expanding so much, getting all of those people back, getting all of their resources. Now that would really put them in a much more strong position because, and they blatantly say that. They say that online and on their TV. They say like, we will use Ukrainians to invade Poland when we take Ukraine. They say it like loudly and proudly, and zero facts given. They just say their entire fucking agenda publicly. And yeah, it's just the lack of care towards people of this part of the world has been a thing that bothered me, a lot, I would say, and unfortunately it's not changing anytime soon, it seems. So that's something like you have to deal with, that our lives are worthless to people, and most people don't even see us as actually anything, like as nations, as people of their own, and our struggle against Russia that is centuries long is not respected, it's not valued by anyone, and so it's just something you have to deal with, essentially, to know that people will never risk anything, even like money, just trade deals for you. It's a miracle, honestly, that there are sanctions right now on Russia, because my expectations were so low that I didn't expect even that, to be honest, in 22. So yeah, I guess that's
it's hard to know what it's hard to know what we can or can't do when we're talking about nuclear powers. Kind of
that's
fighting
the
it
thing,
out.
Obviously,
it's a difficult situation. Because like even like you said, like talking about Ukrainians helping with Poland, like that was part of the propaganda, is that like, oh, Russia's gonna invade Ukraine and the people are gonna come out and help Russia. They're gonna come out and they're gonna help us overtake Ukraine. The Ukrainians are gonna come and they're gonna welcome us to free them. And obviously the Ukrainians all come out and fight against them, and they're like, what the fuck? What are you what are you doing? Get out of our country. Like, but that is still a thought process that a lot of people use. It's like, oh no, they're pretty much Russians anyways. They love Russia. They want Russia to come in, and
that's unfortunately is still peddled till this day, which is mind-boggling, because people like Tucker Carlson just recently talked with Piers Morgan, and unfortunately for our boy Piers, he wasn't really able to really, I think, provide any like decent pushback, unfortunately. I mean, probably because maybe he didn't know a lot of facts of the matter to really like say. But one of the main things is just, it's deeply like insulting, obviously, to me, because I am an Eastern Ukrainian. I'm from eastern part of the country. I speak Russian. I spoke it my entire life. It's something I was born, and that was my language. And this is because this part of the country has been Russified heavily. So because of that, it wasn't really a choice of anyone to really abandon Ukrainian and speak Russian. It was installed forcefully. And because of that, it doesn't, first of all, it's a ridiculous notion, because nobody says that people in Ireland are English because they speak English. I just don't understand why this exact same logic doesn't apply, because it's exactly same thing. It's just like imperialism and colonialism and all of that. It's just exactly the same thing. And especially like leftists annoyed the ever-living fuck out of me, because they seem to in the West understand all of that when it comes to other people, but when it's us, it's for some reason the nostalgia for the Soviet Union blinds them, I suppose. Although I have no idea why the fuck it would be nostalgic over that atrocious regime, but that's like a whole other situation, right? And it's quite difficult to explain. For example, even with the laws of the language and everything, it's always mind-boggling to me, because I, as a Russian speaker, right, Ukrainian needs protection. Ukrainian language needs protection here, not Russian, because that was the language that was prohibited, not Russian. So prohibition of Ukrainian language goes as far as literally 18th century, okay? A prohibition on the books, like there are like Emsk Ukaz, Valuev Circular. Those are laws that you can actually Google by Russian Empire that prohibited printing in Ukrainian, prohibited schools teaching Ukrainian, prohibited any sort of literature in Ukrainian, all of that. That has been a thing for centuries, right? And its Ukrainian language survived somehow. which is, you know, a blessing, I suppose. But for example, Belarusian language didn't. It mostly is gone. And there are a lot of things of that sort, unfortunately, are in the Russian, you know, sphere of interest, sphere of power, whatever you want to call it, right? And that's just, yeah, it's just ridiculous. People are saying ridiculous things, and as especially like Tucker was like, oh, Russians, they prohibited speaking Russians. Me. Speaking Russian, you know, it was never prohibited. It's a lie. It's just a blatant lie. It was never prohibited. He said like Zelensky prohibited Christians. Are you mental? Like all the countries, Orthodox Christians. What? The Russian church was prohibited because it assisted Russia in the invasion. We have like it's ridiculous. Ukrainian Orthodox church was not prohibited in any way, shape, or form. It's just absurd. It's absurd. It's just blatant lies. He's like killing of Christians. Putin is the biggest killer of Christians. He's killing Christians right now in Ukraine, right? So it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But unfortunately, it's
funny.
the type of
I did a video or like a whole documentary on Candace Owens when she got fired from the Daily Wire, talking about all of like the anti-Semitism, because a lot of people were blaming her getting fired on like her support for Palestine or some bullshit. And so I go over this whole like documentary
I saw that.
showing like a long line of anti-Semitism and just proving that like there's no way you can think this is support for Palestine. And one of the things that I do is like I'm showing like she's just always throwing out like misinformation and just kind of spewing bullshit. And one of the things that she did was talk about the UOC and the OCU and acted like Vladimir Zelensky was this horrible authoritarian dictator, and that he was stopping people from like going to church. He shut down all churches, that the state took over all the churches, when really they just like combined the OCU and the UOC. And then they and then they did have like I think like 20 something people within the church that were found to actually be working for the Russian government. And she just like, she had no facts, no evidence for any of this. But then they also talk about the fact that like that Vladimir Zelensky wasn't allowing elections to happen. And apparently right before I came on, somebody told me that that's what Tucker Carlson asked Piers Morgan, is like, well, why won't they allow them to have elections? And I was like, because it's literally in the Constitution. You can't have elections during a time of war. It's literally in their Constitution. It's not authoritarian at all. This is insane. But apparently Piers didn't know the answer and couldn't give an answer the whole time.
There is a much better answer, even like more like with more details, but the simplest answer is it's quite literally against the law to have like elections during wartime. So you can change that, but you have to change constitution. I mean, if that's something you want to do,
well, and Parliament backed Zelensky. Like Parliament, I believe, voted that they didn't want an election during war, and so it wasn't just something that like Zelensky was doing.
Yeah. Probably now it might be different. Who knows? Like we need to do sorts of the poll. But again, changing constitution in times like this is quite difficult, and I personally don't think it's needed. But that's just my opinion. But overall, it's not. It's just first of all this, and second of all, he called him dictator like bajillion times in that conversation with Piers. Piers didn't say anything to that of substance, in my opinion. But I mean, he did sort of try. But yeah, it just I just think personally think he just didn't know probably all the facts of the matter to actually argue, because he seems to be like relatively open about him being like pro-Ukraine position in that sense. So I'm not saying he was like doing it on purpose or anything, but it's just that first of all, calling him dictator is a line that Russian propaganda peddles. Tucker just doing it in English, but he's obviously is not a dictator, and the goal of that is to remove the moral issue, which Tucker announced in that conversation, that he wants to remove the moral issue because he doesn't want this to be a story of the bad guys and the good guys, which it is blatantly. And he wants to be, this dictator is fighting this dictator, like who cares, like that. So they want to make this about this sort of thing, not about the actual distraction of my action that will happen if Russia wins, right? And it's just we know
Doesn't
exactly
Tucker
what they will
Carlson still
do
call you guys neo-Nazis? Is he still saying that? 'Cause I think he did at the beginning.
Yeah, from Tucker. I don't remember that particular conversation. I don't think I heard that because it's kind of like even Russians dropped that. To be honest, they no longer say about like Nazi and Bandera shit because it's kind of ridiculous at this point, even for them. But sometimes Westerners still, who are on their payroll, still repeat that. But it's kind of like a narrative that even Russians dropped. But it's point is that though is that first of all, constitution, like you said, and second of all, it's he was elected. He's like he wasn't elected. He was. He was literally elected. We had every single time we had a different president, while Russia
everybody
had
since
over there, okay?
Poroshenko, like Poroshenko was elected. There was a guy before him that was installed just as like in the meantime, but then Poroshenko, Zelensky, like both of them were elected.
Yes, it's democratically elected people, and the reason why there was no voting is, well, newsflash, war. Martial law happened. Martial law happened because we have been invaded. Zelensky didn't install martial law before the invasion, like a Korean dude tried to do, but that's a whole other topic, right? But it happened because it happened. We have been invaded. This is the biggest war in Europe since World War II. Like, what do you want? And then the comparisons towards United States had elections. First of all, you don't have it in your constitution that you can't have elections during wartime. First of all, this. Like, second of all, how can we compare those two things? We have 10 million refugees that cannot vote right now. It's absurd. We have like 1 million people in the army. We have 10 million refugees, which nobody talks about for some reason, that don't no longer live in the places they used to live, right? It's just, how do you do this? Do we vote in the underground or some shit? Like on a metro station? Like, how do you pull this off? We're bombed like every day pretty much. Like how do you do this? Just practically, I don't understand. It's just nobody brings this up for some reason. People are like, oh yeah, I mean, the law is one thing, right? But also like the practical side of it. Like, how do you do it? Exactly. Tell me, how do you do it? And then he brings up Britain to Pierce, which took me the fuck out because a friend of mine, Lonerbox, brought it to my attention one time, and I since then use this. It's his talking point, but I stole it. He was like, we did have like election in Britain, like in Great Britain during World War II and afterwards for years. So they have been postponed like for pretty much a decade. And no offense to my British like friends, I appreciate everything you did in World War II, thank you. But you didn't have 10 million refugees. You just didn't. You didn't have like 25% of your land occupied, okay? And it's just, it's still, they didn't have elections. And how the hell are we supposed to have them? It's just absurd. It's absurd. It's just a talking point to undermine us as a country and to undermine our claim that we are fighting for, democracy, for, human rights and all of that, because it's easy to say like, oh, that, it's just dictator Zelensky is trying to make them fight, as if you need to be made to fight after what we saw in Izum, Busha, mass graves, biggest mass graves since Yugoslavia genocide. I was there. I saw people being pulled out with their body parts cut off, okay? You don't need to tell us to, we defended ourselves, our own lives, our own bodies, our own, freedoms. It's nobody's fighting for Zelensky in this fucking country, okay? So it's just very, no offense to him, I'm just saying, it's not really about him. Like, yes, he's a representative of the country right now, which, is its own thing, right? But it's just, you don't need to explain to us what will happen. We know. We saw what happened in the occupied cities, right? And yeah, it's just incredibly annoying, incredibly insulting, incredibly offensive. I just sorry, I can go on for like literally decades about this.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think a lot of people have like analogized it to like Hamas, because Hamas hasn't had elections since 2006, but obviously Zelensky hasn't even been in power for that long. When did he get elected? 2021, 2020, somewhere around there.
20, yeah.
Yeah, so like he hasn't even been in power for that long, but Hamas like not allowing elections for like 2 decades is somehow comparable to a guy not having elections for a year. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, they kind of removed the elections after they were elected. So there wasn't really like a full-scale invasion and occupation at the time. That, I mean, you could say that Israel is occupying, I guess, in general, but it wasn't like a big shift in the situation. There was no shift. Like they just came to power, and then they usurped the power, and they removed the ability of the people to vote for anyone else, right? So it's just a ridiculous fucking comparison, and it's just if you have any sort of honesty and decency, you know that comparison is ridiculous. The reason why they make that comparison is specifically because their goal is to undermine, to lie, and to spread propaganda. That's it. There's no other reason to use this narrative. Tucker knows he's full of shit. Everyone knows who's decent that he's full of shit. It's just, it just annoys me that this is such a prevalent narrative for such a big people like Tucker Carlson with such big audience, and it goes basically unchallenged. So that's really something I am personally annoyed by.
Yeah, do you think that Zelensky would win if there were elections today? Do you think that they would keep him, or do you think that people have been upset with him?
I don't know. I will say that his approval is not as brilliant as it used to be, but it's like not bad either. It's like half, I would say. But yeah, it's just difficult to say. First of all, we need to see who other people would be. Like, who would other people be the candidates, I mean, right? And second of all, I think he has a decent chance to win, but I also think he has a decent chance to be, someone else to be elected. So I wouldn't say it's like 100%. There is a little bit of a nerves there, of course, because in such a difficult times, removing a person who has been proven to be at least effective as a diplomatic and person and as in the governance of the country, we still have not fallen apart, which is not obviously only on Zelensky. It's primarily on the people who defend this country, which are just people, soldiers. But other than that, still, it makes me nervous in particular because I obviously don't want the situation to get worse. But yeah, it just depends on how people will feel, I guess, at the moment. I will say that it's like 50-50 in my opinion, but it's just, my opinion. Yeah.
So there's always like a lot of like questions as to like what's going on with the war, because obviously in the beginning there was everybody felt like Ukraine was winning. They were doing so well. There was the first couple of months, and then like things kind of took a big turn after that. And people are wondering, do you think Russia is continuing to just try to like take over everything? Do you think they're pretty happy with what they have and they just want to hold that, and Ukraine knows that they can't get it back, so they're just trying to do as much damage in the meantime, or gain as much like territory to like negotiate with? Like, what do you think is happening right now?
Well, first of all, as the sense of, hey, Ukraine is winning was honestly only in the West, in my opinion. Like, most people here didn't really feel, we were very happy, obviously, but about the counteroffensives, effective counteroffensive in the north of Kiev, liberation of that region, liberation of my region. Kharkiv was almost done in like basically a couple of weeks, which was pretty phenomenal. Obviously, the entire region was liberated. Liberation of Kherson was a big victory because that was one big city that they took. Aside from Mariupol, which they annihilated in the process of taking it, but it's a whole other, situation. And of course, those are huge wins, especially since we have been prognosed to fall down in 3 days or like a week or so, right? Of course, in that sense, it was wow, like elevation, right? Everyone was hyped as shit. But then there are a lot of problems there as well, because removing Russians from the places they recently occupied is one thing. Removing them from places they have been stuck in for 10 years is a completely different thing, right? They have been occupying Donbass for a decade, basically, right? So it's a completely different situation now, and moving them from the positions they are much stronger at is quite difficult, right? Just in general, we don't have any aviation, we don't have any air superiority, we don't have any, we don't have like military superiority towards them. It's just very funny that I mean, I am grateful, obviously, towards any aid and help we did receive, but it's like, hey, 3 tanks, in half a year, here you go. So it's good. It's better than nothing, but they have 300. And we were given like a 3, So it's a bit difficult, to say the least, to make big gains that way. the aid have been also postponed and stopped by the American Congress for like damn near a year, essentially, right? There's limitation that haven't been removed for almost 3 years of the striking within Russia. So essentially, we received a little tiny bit of long-range missiles from UK, which are Storm Shadows, for example. There are productions of both France and UK, but we couldn't really use them. So we have them, but we can't use them because we are not allowed to hit long-range targets within Russia, right? So all of those limitations, all of the aid problems, we only received, I believe, recently Reuters, I think, posted the how it's called, like the article about the fact that we received only half what the United States actually like said we would, right? So, and European Union hasn't been like significantly better in that sense either. So because of that, of course, even though I am grateful that we received what we did receive, because otherwise we would be totally fucked. So that's good. But at the same time, that's sort of like feed dropping us like, you know, spoons of aid when we are fighting a country 30 times our size. I want to highlight that for people. Also that we have North Koreans joining in the party, so to speak, right? So we have all sorts of things. And having this sort of unstable aid and limitations has truly wrecked our momentum and wrecked our ability to basically push through as we did during counteroffensives of the 22, right? So that's the difficulty we were in. And they also added new stuff, like glide bombs have been a difficult problem for us to deal with, and we couldn't really take down their planes within there. So they were using and abusing that limitation to destroy our cities and to destroy our front lines and everything. And it's just a difficult, very difficult war with a difficult opponent. Never mind how much we joke, and mock them. It's all funny, obviously. But at the same time, we have to understand that it's a huge ass, a number of people to say the least, and the number of like military and technical and everything. So our soldiers are not having the best time, and in that sense it's one thing, but also the political thing, right? So the climate has been like shifting back and forth. We were hoping obviously about the United States election to go a little bit different, but also it's just a thing that you have to deal with. And now
you guys weren't excited for Trump to end the war in one day? Aren't you guys? Isn't the war over because he ended it the first day in office? That didn't happen. You guys didn't want that?
Have you seen the video our boys filmed from the front? It's hilarious video. I don't know if you've seen it, but they're like, "Hey, Mr. Trump, like war is still going on. What's up?" It was very funny. I don't know if you've seen it. I will send you if you didn't. It's just hilarious. They're just filmed.
I thought it was over.
Hey,
I thought it
heard
ended.
The war was supposed. The war was supposed to end. And they're like literally in a trench. It was just very funny. And he's like, "Mr. Trump, can we go outside or not?" Yeah, it's just very, very, very funny. But yeah, of course, there's a lot of anxiety there. Whether it would be like whether they would be forced to make some sort of like concession, a deal, surrender, whatever. If we refuse, whether they will cut off aid entirely towards us, whether they would influence Europe to cut off aid. This is a complicated situation, like both on the political level and on the like actual physical level on the front. So in that sense, now the idea, of course, is to negotiate from the strongest positions we can possibly put ourselves in, which is very important to us, because just surrendering won't help us at all. It just will, open us to the future invasion that they will do again in 5-year time, as they did with Chechnya, for example. Right, first war they lost, second war they won. They signed a peace deal, and then they pissed on that peace deal, and attacked them again. And that time much better prepared, much better equipped, while all of that. Obviously we understand if we don't have any sort of security guarantees that are actually effective, like NATO, for example, right, then there's no point in agreeing in any sort of ceasefire, any sort of like what's the point? Like we want to end it for good, right? If we have to make some sort of concessions, then these concessions better be a sacrifice worth paying, right? But in that sense, right now, I don't see it happening unless we get actual like solid guarantees. And I am not gonna believe any other than, for example, NATO, right? Because why should I? We have been backstab, double backstab by literally everyone, and the words don't matter. Just look at the Budapest Memorandum, right? That was signed after we gave up our nuclear weapons, right? So people like, yeah, sure, we will, help you with your sovereignty. YOLO, good luck. Like, it didn't help, right? So, so in that sense, of course, Ukrainians aren't as trustful as they used to be, and I can't blame them. So in that sense, really don't know like what I was supposed to do. All I know is that we are supposed to at least get if we will have to negotiate and we will have to make a deal, then that deal better be good. Okay, it's better be something that will guarantee the safety of the people in the future. Because worst of all, I don't want everyone who is dead now, right, and maimed. I don't want them to be dead and maimed for nothing. That's the worst thing I can truly imagine happening, because their sacrifice, if it brings something good, is one thing, but their sacrifice that brings nothing, that's really something I don't want to even contemplate, to be honest with you, right? So it's just, it's difficult.
There's this idea though that like even Trump was like not in favor of Ukraine.
Oh, you are a robot for some reason?
Oh, 1 second.
What the hell is going on? I don't hear you much.
Okay, sorry about that. My mic goes out every once in a while. It's a horrifying sound. Oh, I can't hear you now. I gotta fix. Let's see. Okay, there we go. That should be better. You hear me now?
Hello, hello?
Yeah, okay, good.
I can hear
Sorry
you, yeah.
about that. But yeah, there's this idea that like Trump
No problem.
wasn't
Just wait a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Missiles from Belgorod, from Russia, our way, it seems, but I will sit right here until I hear something exploding. Then I will move towards the corridor, so it's all good. Just I will just be, hearing the outside a little bit more.
Okay. Sheesh. Well, yeah. Don't stay here for us. I don't want you to feel like you
it's
need
fine.
to,
It's just I don't run every time to the corridor, because at this point it's just impossible to live your life if you do that. But if I do hear something like actually loud, then I usually go. Plus, I'm like near the window, so it's not the best place to be by all accounts. And but like I said, if I hear something, I will move out. I promise I will try not to explode on stream, because that would be not good for you.
That was that would be great content, but yeah, I'd rather not.
Oh yeah, in that sense, it would be perhaps.
But yeah, there's this idea that like Trump was like against U.S. or Ukrainian aid and crap like that, and I think everybody kind of forgot about the entire first impeachment of Donald Trump, where he was on the phone with Zelensky trying to get him. He was leveraging the spears
that thing.
to get him to get information on the Bidens. Like, they were obviously still sending tons of weapons and aid over there even before the war. So it wasn't something that like started with Biden at all. The US has been sending stuff over there for a long time, it seems.
I wouldn't say tons. I would say maybe like grams. But they were giving us stuff. But yeah,
it was
but
old.
quite small.
It was mostly old, like weaponry and stuff like that. From what I understand, stuff that we weren't going to use.
Yeah, it still is mostly old stuff till this day. Just, I mean, it's good enough for us. It's not like it's like a bad idea. It's just that it's not really useful to you anymore, and why not? Obviously, but like I said, it's just been quite small comparatively, because sometimes you will be like all happy about the new package 8 coming, right? Because obviously everyone is happy here when that happens, but then you're like, oh, that's so cool, and then you read it and it's like 3 missiles and 4 tanks, and you're like, well, yeah, that's cool. But we waited like half a year for that shit, and it's gonna be like this quick gun on the front, so it's just the magnitude, I guess, escapes some people of the actual what is going on, because like hundreds of towns and villages, thousands basically, have been destroyed. Like 20% of our land is basically gone. So it's just rubble. When I go to the front, which is not as often, but still when I do go there, it's a rubble. It's a pile of dust. Okay, so the magnitude is what escapes people, I believe, often, because it's also always named in millions, billions. So people like name money instead of naming that it's not actually like cash. Yeah, it's actually like equipment itself, right? And it's a difficult situation. I understand. Obviously, there's this vibe of like isolationism now, which is, in my opinion, very bad for all of us. But it's happening obviously in the United States, and it's been pushed forward by people like Trump and MAGAs and all of that, which is kind of weird. The Republicans are the isolationist ones, I will say. That's not something I expected to see in my time, but the winds have shifted, I suppose. And but we shall see how it will be. Like Trump so far has threatened Canada and Mexico and Greenland, but he didn't really do much of anything about Russia so far. So we shall see what his actual actions will be, and then we can react accordingly, I suppose.
I just noticed there's a DGG like, what is that? Like a teddy or something like that behind you?
Oh, yeah. I did get it 2022, I think. So because of the fact that I don't know if you guys know it or anything, but most of my volunteer work up so far have been basically DGG. So not all of it, but a huge chunk of it, like 90%, I would say. 90% of my of the drones, of the bulletproof vests, of the medical equipment, of the cars, and all sorts of things I have been getting to the front lines. I have been for DGG donations. So
wow,
in that sense, they helped me. I don't even know how to express just how much they helped the people. They saved like literally thousands of lives. So, for example, we delivered at this point, I think like maybe like 2,000 medical. There's how they called in English. Wait a second. They're like blood stopping little like thingies, basically. So they are very good. They are produced only in the United States and Canada, I believe. They are incredibly good. And hemostatic dressings. Oh, I remember. That's how they called. They are basically just a very good, high quality thing you can put into a wound directly.
Yeah.
It stops even the heaviest bleeding, but it also dissolves by itself. So you don't have to even remove it from the wound, which is like a miracle magic thing. I don't know how exactly it works. Yeah, basically, yeah. So it's just incredibly good, and it saved. And just so you understand the magnitude, all of those 2,000 units we delivered have been used. So they have been used on people who have been bleeding out. Yeah, that's just incredible stuff. And cars, all of that, just insane amount of stuff we got through the years, which I post like on Twitter and shit. And just honestly, like I don't know, there's nothing to say. It's just have been my rock, my like my place that I go to really feel like supported and helping people out and seeing the smiles and seeing like people being happy on the front. And it just has been a big part of this whole journey, I guess you could say.
Nice, yeah. DGGW then. That's pretty base. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they seem to like me for some reason. I got like all sorts of things. Like I'm just even trying to get soldiers like to give them stuff as well, like to write DGG somewhere or something. Like it's been a thing. I got like I don't know if you can if I can actually it's actually like a proper medal of
nice.
Merit. Yeah, I don't know if you can actually see this thing. Yeah. So that's like what I got. I have like actual like stuff that even has DGG on it, which is crazy. But let me show you. I don't know if you can actually see. But there's like it's in Ukrainian obviously, so you probably obviously can't read that shit. But it has DGG on it, which was wild.
Oh yeah, I see the DGG.
If I remove. Yeah, look. It's just so crazy.
That's very cool.
They made this one for me, and for DGG, because I explained to them what it is, which was kind of ridiculous to explain. to people about online communities and streamers and all of that, and they're like, what the hell is that thing? I have like a very funny experience when guys recorded a video and called them company. They were like, thanks to
they think it's
GGG
a company.
And I'm like, no, it's not a company, it's a community. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. Next time,
That's
okay,
probably
with their
hard to
fake,
understand, though.
accent.
They're like, wait, all this money
Yeah, it
and
is.
stuff comes from just like, what is a community? Like a neighborhood? Like, it'd probably be hard to understand.
Yes. Yeah, it was very funny, but it's the only one I have with DGG on it. Mostly they just make them like with my name on it, obviously. But you know, it's just, yeah, I have like a shitload of those things right now. So
Let's see.
yeah, that's one
Let me-
from Kraken, which are from Kharkiv. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
nice.
pretty cool actually.
That's
Yeah, I have like
pretty sick.
I can show you like a bunch, obviously, because people have been very appreciative, obviously, of all the efforts and everything, and yeah. And despite all the recent situations that has been happening, that fact doesn't change, in my opinion. You know, that help doesn't go anywhere, and that's that what they have did do doesn't really change at all, in my opinion. So
Yeah, of course.
I will die on that hill.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's more important to me, obviously. I'm not gonna pretend like otherwise. It's more important to me than anything else because it's my life, that's my friends, that's my city, that's my people, right? And yeah, it's above and beyond any like anything, honestly.
Yeah,
So,
not
in that
everything's
sense,
black and white.
yeah.
So yeah, that's obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were talking about you're surprised by like what leftists say, and you were talking, I assume, like we were just watching a bunch of stuff about Hasan and the stuff that he says about like the Uyghurs, stuff that he says about like Israel and Hamas.
Oh, the
and
Ethan video. You
Mhm.
mean her?
Yeah.
The one Ethan made. Oh yeah, I watched that. I was so satisfied. Let me tell you. Yeah, I was happy to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird the
Yeah.
leftists, like I think like you said, like the nostalgia for the USSR, and like they think of this because I think Hasan is like, yeah, somebody who I think if he got like his, you know, socialist utopia, it would be the USSR. I think that's what he would want, is exactly that. So anytime Russia does something, he's kind of a simp for them in
Kinda.
China.
Kind of, to be honest, it's a bit not to defend Hasan because fuck him, but I will say though I'm not so sure. I feel bad for doing this right now, but I don't think like Hasan is actually like Soviet Union simp that much. But it's just that it's a very complicated for Western leftists to understand sometimes because they have been consuming a lot of incredibly anti-American socialist communist things like Noam Chomsky, for example, right? It's a huge influence in the West, which I didn't know, by the way, because he obviously isn't here, but is apparently a huge... And the crux of that guy is American diabolism, first and foremost. Yes, he does apologia for atrocious regimes that are communist in like Cambodia, you know, genocide there. He denied it essentially. He was simping for Serbia and, you know, defending the genocide of Bosniaks and Albanian people because it was done by supposedly communist person, although he was known as the last fascist in Europe. So take that as you will, defending that guy. I mean, Milosevic, I mean. But point is that they are they are much more America bad than they are Soviet Union good, essentially, right? It's not that they are interchangeable. For some people, I believe Hasan is straight up commie, so I don't think he's like a social democrat as he pretends. I think
Right.
he is a communist that pretends to be palatable as
Yes,
you know,
a progressive,
he himself
yeah.
announced his strategy on a podcast. Yeah? So he's a propagandist and he's doing that sort of thing. And of course, it's their goal to whitewash everything that communist regimes did, their rights violations, the atrocious things people do, and they also have some very silly, in my opinion, allegiance to modern day countries that are former communists. So like Russia or like China, who aren't really, to be quite honest, right now communists in terms of how their system works, right? But they have that legacy, have that sort of like a history context, and there is that nostalgia, as we mentioned, that comes from there. And yeah, there will be basically deep throating anyone who is anti-America. Essentially, is all you need to know. So whether
Well, no,
it's
I
North
think-
Korea, whether,
I think that when
yeah,
when
Hamas
Hasan's
or
like,
anything, right?
Yeah, I think that when Hasan's talked about the type of system that he would want, though, he is a statist, the type of communism that he wants is very similar to the direction that the USSR was heading in, and that he wants
that's
everything
true, yes.
to be exactly the way that they did. And obviously Putin also has that nostalgia for the USSR, and he was part of the KGB and was just kind of has this when we were great sort of look at things. And so I think that Hasan will end up agreeing with him in a lot of ways like that. But obviously, yeah, he's not fully on Russia's side with everything.
I mean, he does serve Russian interests, don't get me wrong. He does serve it, and he's doing a soft-core Russian apology at the very least, right? Me and Dylan Burns, who is my friend, he's a fellow YouTuber like you, or streamer, I guess you could say. He's did a bunch of videos with us Ukrainians react. In one of the videos we were us reacting to Hasan's takes
Dylan?
on Ukraine, and Dylan Burns, yeah.
Yeah, I've had him on here.
And basically we were just dispelling propaganda Hasan was doing. Me and a bunch of other Ukrainians were just sitting and reacting to stuff he said, right? And about the Crimea being completely justified, for example, annexation of Crimea being a completely justified act because Russians live there. That's his argument. They're Russian, right? So it's an imperialist argument, obviously, right? You wouldn't make that sort of argument otherwise. So just appealing to something has been part of something. That's why that something has a right to come and invade it. It's just absolutely ridiculous and should
I think
be
he made the same argument for
anti-imperialist.
For Taiwan, and I believe is same exact argument. It's well, that's their culture, that's their language, those are their people, so they want to be part of that regime, and it's I don't think that's true, dude.
Yeah, he went even further, in my opinion, when it comes to Tibet, for example, because there he was basically saying they were savages before China made them cultural. Damn, dude, that's a rough take if I ever heard one. So imagine saying something like that about Native Americans in the United States, right? Savages, we made them cultural. It's impossible to even think saying that, but it's the exact same take. Word for word, right? And it's just that's just they're doing that sort of thing, even if they also they're hiding their power levels just as much as any Nazi would, for example. So you have to also think that, because what they say is not what they actually think. So I couldn't judge really. Bro said in public that he wants re-education camps to re-educate capitalists. So beats me what's going on in there. But it's just the only thing to note is right now, of course, people like him are not in power. And in the United States, I wouldn't say that leftists have as much substantial actual political power as, for example, rightoids have, which is something I would be, by that reason, more worried about, because I am obviously not fond of either, whether it's fascism or communism or anything of that sort. But liberals need to fucking step up. Seriously.
Yeah, we've literally spent a long time, hours over the last couple of days here trying to explain to right-wingers, because I do have a pretty big variety within my community. They're trying to explain the way that they view liberals. They think that we are Hasan. That's what they think. They think that everybody is Hasan. And when Hasan will not even vote for somebody like Kamala Harris, he thinks that she's a fascist. He thinks that Joe Biden's a fascist. He refuses to vote for them. He thinks they're genocidal, horrible people. And that they think that Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, those are all communists, and that point I keep trying to explain. Yeah, those people are so far left that they literally have no power within the United States. They don't have anybody in Congress. They don't have anybody in the Senate. They have no power anywhere whatsoever. And the farthest left you're going to get is somebody like Bernie Sanders, who isn't even as far as somebody like Hasan, nowhere close.
Yeah. I will say, though, it's partially your fault, not your fault, a person, but I mean, liberals and things like that, because you have been accepting of those people quite a lot. You have been accepting them in your community. You have seen them as your allies, Which, silly you, they're not. They're never been. So even if they pretend to be, communists would much rather join in with fascists, Pact Molotov-Ribbentrop and all of that shit, like during Soviet Union and Hitler alliance, right? Because they have more in common with them at the end of the day. Sure, they have big differences when it comes to how the society, the economy works. They have a big difference in terms of like planned economy and that sort of thing, right? But when it comes to actual like the authoritarian bit, they have much more in common with them than they have with you. And all those people usually can tend to like each other in terms of anti-establishment situation.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I've been saying as well. I
Yeah.
keep saying you guys have more in common with
like
Hasan than I do. I was like, you guys are way closer to Hasan and socialists and communists with all of your like populism and bullcrap than somebody like me, where I'm like definitely like more of an establishment shill and like very like pro, democracy and everything.
Yeah, one of the reasons they're anti-democratic, those people as well. So that's important to note, which, as sometimes one of the main things in the historical context of that, not to say everything is Hitler, obviously, but if we go back to that sort of thing, one of the main things that made, Soviets, Russian communists like this with the Hitler crowd at first was anti-Western sentiment. So fight against Western degeneracy, against the evils and excesses of, of all of that, and, capitalism, whatever it is, right? So with the Nazis, obviously, they would be like, well, it's because, like, the Jews are controlling shit, right? And, Soviet Union wouldn't be as Jew-heavy, but they would be like, it's still like it's a degenerate system. And by degeneracy, both fascists and communists at the time loved throwing the word degeneracy around, right? And it's a little bit different now in the West, which for me is funny, I will tell you, because seeing trans people, for example, being like a lot of them being in the communist camp, it's just, what? Gulag for you. Like, are you serious? Like, it's just, they will never be accepted in the society they're trying to build. And this is very sad, because I believe, actually, that's my opinion, hot take everyone, but I think they have been used and co-opted as people who are actually discriminated against, and people who are having a very hard time in terms of like adapting in the society. They're marginalized by the society, and those people are easy prey. They're easy prey
because
for
they start to
like
hate
that.
the establishment as well. They start to have like a hate for like the current
the
government
people
and
in general,
society.
the society. Yeah.
Yes,
and they're very easy prey. And for example, you see Nazis prey on dissatisfied incel young men who are very upset with the current. And it's the exact same thing. Like, I'm not saying trans people are incels, but this is the exact same thing. They just find people that are vulnerable and that are easy to throw through that pipeline. So, for example, trans people you would buy with ideas of the equality, right? You have the society that is equal, everyone is equal, everyone has similar rights, But that's not true. It's never been true, right? It's the society that will equalize them, essentially. It's the society that didn't accept any differences whatsoever. You can't have a fucking hair card that's different. Ain't no shit you will be able to have different gender identities from what is considered the norm, quote unquote, right? So it's very embarrassing, honestly, but I have been shocked by that revelation. But then I recently just thought about it, that poor trans people have been literally co-opted by and dragged into this pretty heinous ideology that supports, for example, now anything that is anti-American, and that's why you will see gay people thinking that Hamas is better than Biden, and that's really a thing. Okay, it's a thing, because you're actually hyping people up that will kill you, that in their society, in their ideal vision of the society, they want you dead. Okay, so that's just, yes, pretty interesting turn of events, because let me tell you, in Ukraine, for example, people who are most progressive, quote unquote, which, I mean, by your standards, we aren't, I suppose, but by our standards, the most progressive people here are all pro-West. They're all Eastern. They're all about European Union. They're all about human rights. All about all that thing. They call themselves nationalists. They call themselves right-wingers, because they are against anything has to do with like authoritarian, communist, whatever Russian, situation, right? And it's very funny to see that sort of thing to be so different. Like, I have like my sister, my cousin, she identifies as a far right, which is ridiculous, because because she's pro-abortion, like, you know, women rights. She's like used to be a vegan for a long time. She's all about them ecology. She's about gay rights, gay marriage, and all of that. It's definitely not something in the United States you would see a far-right person support.
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah, she's not religious. She's atheist. She's all of that, you know. And it's just, yeah, it's a different world essentially. And I've been shocked, but I'm no longer shocked because I know exactly what the hell happened.
Yeah, so
How
different
they became
Overton.
supporters of the left. Yeah.
Yeah, different Overton windows for sure. That's odd. It's hard to imagine, like, yeah, being in a place where there is not that like widespread where we have like here, like, yeah, we've got people all the way from like Nick Fuentes to Hasan, and that there's just this like a wide spectrum of insane beliefs all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah, but also like I blame people like Chomsky obviously because they have kind of infected the leftist ideas by the denialism of anything that communist regimes did that is bad, but they also by American diabolism, which like brainwashed I don't know how many people, unfortunately. I don't know how to count that, but it's obviously something that happened, and people like Finkelstein, for example, all those assholes, obviously, right? And it's quite difficult to battle, but some people actually pulled out of it due to Ukrainian stuff, due to the invasion of Russia, which is kind of fun. Because I have been messaged by a lot of people telling me that they have been shocked that the leftists in large started supporting Russia and started, you know, condemning Ukraine and all of that, and that moved them towards more of a less commie situation, which I think is a good thing. But you know,
yeah. Well, even Chomsky hasn't even been as far as like somebody like Hasan, because he had I remember a couple years ago, I think it was a debate with what was it, Brianna something, I can't remember her name.
Greyjoy? Joy
Yes,
Grey,
but I think it was
something like
Brianna. Yeah, I think it was Brianna Greyjoy or Joy Grey. Yeah, I can't remember either. But
no,
yes,
Greyjoy is Game of Thrones.
that's
Joy,
right.
Joy
You're
Grey,
right.
I
That
think.
is yeah. But yeah, he had a debate with her where she was, I believe, arguing that like nobody should even vote in the elections. That voting is giving up your power. That like you're giving over like you need to like you know hold your vote hostage away from the Democrats and don't give it to them if they're not going to do anything for you. And Noam Chomsky was like, that's stupid. Like you want to get the better person in office. You're never going to move in a direction that you want if you continue to allow people like Trump to just undo everything every time they get in office. Like you're just making things worse by not voting over and over. So, and I've liked Chomsky as far as like his writings in linguistics and the things that he had to say has to say there. But he is like, yes, he is kind of annoying with like his you know American empire bullcrap like propaganda that he puts out, and but yeah, he's not nearly as bad as somebody like Hasan or even Brianna Joy Grey.
I mean, in the sense of influence, of course, he's influenced way more people, obviously, right? But in a sense, I don't think he's anti-electoralism, though. So that's not something I have, you know, seen from him. But he's, you know, blatantly fucking pro-Russia, basically. He's just blaming everything on NATO and the West and saying that, you know, Ukraine should be like in the Russian sphere of influence, Mearsheimer sort of shit, right? So it's just that, and also of course the fact that I cannot really look past him denying genocides that have been committed by, you know, communist regimes and him like basically just saying that NATO intervention in Yugoslavia was bad because they killed 500 Serbs, but never mentioning the fact how many Bosniaks and Albanians were annihilated and would have been entirely killed if it wasn't for that intervention. That's why you have statues to Clinton that everyone kisses, you know, in Albania, because of that intervention saved their lives, literally saved their lives, and you know they still exist as a people, as an ethnicity group because of that intervention. So it's pretty terrible. I recently saw his very old article he wrote in, I think it was like back in the 80s or some shit. It was like a long time ago. And he was basically saying that BBC has more censorship than Soviet Union. And he explained it like because of the radio, people that were allowed to listen in Soviet Union, one radio station from Britain, and Britain was not allowed to listen to radio from Soviet Union, and that's how he explained it. That they have more censorship than it's just absurd, like propaganda. In sense of like Chomsky, I don't even know honestly. I think he
the
has
Soviet
been doing it
radio is
ideologically.
controlled by the state, and the BBC is not controlled by the state, so it doesn't like that
Yes,
doesn't
I
make
know
any
it's
sense.
retarded, but
That
that's
makes
what
no
he
sense.
said. Yeah, that's what he said. It makes zero sense. Never mind the fact that my father actually used to hack, like try to find like channels from Western stuff to see movies and music and stuff like that. They were used to like you do some manipulations with the radio to somehow connect to that shit. It's absolutely absurd. Like it's just the level of stupidity. I don't even think Chomsky ever did it in like some sort of like he was like paid or anything. I think he's actually like ideologically captured person. So I don't think he's like a someone who has been getting like gain from it. Essentially, I think it was just because of the actual like brain worms, not RFK style, but still brain worms.
Well, I think
that
that's
he
most
had.
people.
Yeah.
I would say that even about like people like Tim Pool probably was paid because he was already pushing the propaganda and that he was already like saying the things that they would want to pay someone to say. So they like I don't like even a lot of the people that we would look at and think of as like Russian shills, probably even them, they were never paid to do it. They just ideologically are just dumb enough to, I don't even want to say ideologically, they're just dumb enough to think those things.
Some people are more malicious than you think, though, I will say, because I have like this cutesy American thing is to think everyone is, he's not doing anything malicious. I have called out my friends on that multiple times, including I actually had like a conversation with Dylan Burns when he was here back in the day, because he was like in the beginning very bad at, in my opinion, at deciphering malicious agents, people who are doing propaganda because they're working. Yeah, so it's just something you have to like, I don't know, like grow up and see, I suppose, in the United States. But a lot of people, they know they lie, and they lie and they know they're lying. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't mean that they fully don't agree with anything they say, but a lot of people like Tucker Carlson and Tim Pool, for example, there is this, I think Destiny showed me this actually, the Reddit post that back in the day Tim Pool made about Maidan. And he was here, I suppose, and in Ukraine, and talking to people and shit. And he said, and he understood everything perfectly. In that post, he was like, "Yeah, people just are tired of like the corruption, and they want to be part of the European Union. Maidan seems to be supported by the population." And what now Tim Pool says? The exact opposite. That it actually, it's a coup. It's something that the United States did, and nobody supported it. And that's a person that is lying. He's lying. He's lying, and he's being paid to lie. So that's something that needs to be accepted, I believe, by many people. I told this story, and I think it's effective in pointing out this situation. So when most of my family lives in Russia, unfortunately for me, and when 2014 happened, and when annexation of Crimea happened, I talked with them obviously about this, and I was like, "What the hell? Do something. They're going to protest, do something about it." And I was naive enough to think that they would. I mean, stupid now, but back in the day, I thought that Russians actually would do it, but obviously they wouldn't. But I talked to them, and I was like, and they were like, "Wait a minute, like Putin said on the TV that there are no our soldiers there, that there are no Russian soldiers there." And I'm like, "There are there, they're there, They and we called them little green men, which were like people without the actual like uniform. They were in the uniforms, but without the badges of their battalions, essentially, right?" And Putin lied to them for months. He was like, "There's no Russian people there. The Russian soldiers are not there. And there is no like Russian army, anything there." And months of the annexation, occupation, all of that, referendum is done, all of that, and Putin loudly and proudly announces that there are Russian soldiers there, and they have always been there. Blatantly, just completely does like 180, says a completely different thing he has been repeating for like a month. So me, like, "Told you so, he fucking lied to your face." And they're like, "Oh well, yeah, we knew he was lying." So not only they knew he was lying, they lied to me about it, you know? And that was a shock. And that's it. That's done. That's the relationship done, obviously, right? But they were lying because they knew that he was lying, and they were okay with that because the end goal is what they wanted. They wanted Crimea to be part of Russia again.
That's what we're dealing with
And they
Trump,
would
like
lie for
every single day. Like every day we're dealing with this, where like Trump gets caught lying about something again, like DEI on the plane crash, or, you know, lying about what happened, you know, Joe Biden's not sending anybody to help with the hurricanes, or, you know, like just, you know, what happened with the January 6th, like over and over and over, just completely lying. And then, yeah, everybody's like, yeah, like, but he's like, we know he's a liar. So like, what, it's not that big of a deal. Like it's worse when Joe Biden does it because he pretends he's not a liar. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Sure. Yeah, so many of lovely people like of your variety who are like, oh, they're just silly, they're just stupid, they just don't understand. And some of them are stupid, that's true. Some Russians are stupid, right? They don't understand, like they're just stupid, they don't being brainwashed by the propaganda, right? That's true. But a lot of them do know, because they also support the lie. They're in on the lie. They know they're lying. But the end goal justifies the means. For them, the end goal of him coming to power is, for example, doing something they want. I don't know, like pushing all the immigrants away or some shit. Like something they trans bathrooms. I don't know. Like
stopping abortions. About, right? Yeah, like stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes. The end goal for them matters more. They want that more. So they will excuse the lie. They will play along, and they will support the lie because the end goal is what they want. So that's something to keep in mind, and something to, I guess, I wish you, many Americans would, liberals in particular, would see that, because many of you are unfortunately getting hardcore duped by people pretending that they are not malicious when they are, because you give a lot of people a lot of benefit and a lot of grace that they do not deserve. So that's just something, I don't know, to keep in mind, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe. I think my thought process is normally that, like, obviously here we're like there is never like that part of our culture where like the ends justify the means as far as like lying goes, and that especially when it comes to political leaders or people who are pundits or something like that, that like there's never this like thought process. And so then if somebody like Candace Owens or, you know, Tim Pool or Rush Limbaugh, like these people have families, they have husbands, they have wives, they have like people that they go home to, and that if every day they just went on screen and just lied to everybody and just made up a bunch of bullshit, that like it would be horribly embarrassing for them to go back home to these people who know that they're just lying to everybody and that they're just like making shit up the entire time. But yeah, I do know that like even my own family, they're Christians. They can't stand Trump. They don't like the way that he acts. They don't like the way that he talks, but they'll go vote for him and say they're like, yeah, obviously he's going to get more judges in the Supreme Court. He's going to, you know, help move things in a more conservative direction. And so even though he's a horrible person and he's not a conservative person, he is going to help like forward our agenda. And so we still need to like support him and support his agenda, because his agenda is our agenda at the end of the day. So yeah, it's I guess it makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, it's just that it's something to think about. Like most people obviously don't think that what they want is evil. Keep that in mind. So, for example, your like family members who are like, for example, I would assume like don't want abortion, for example, right? Because they're like Christians or some shit, right? And it's not. They're thinking they do it a good thing. They're thinking we're saving children from being killed, right? So they're not thinking like, mwah, you know. It's not that, obviously. They're not like evil comic villains. But just keep in mind that most people, for example, in Nazi Germany, also didn't think they were doing a bad thing. They were thinking they're doing a good thing, because they were like, oh, you know, the Jews are destroying our country, they're destroying like our like way of life, we are losing like our traditional values, whatever, right? So they were preserving what they thought was their nation under threat from within, so to speak, right? So yes, it is obviously heinous, evil, and horrible in the grand scheme of things, or what happened, right? But at the time, nobody was like, yeah, I'm doing the evil thing because I want to do the evil thing. So it's just something to keep in mind. Your values sometimes can be so different that it's difficult to kind of like comprehend that. But rarely ever people are such psychopaths and sociopaths in large, right? There are sociopaths and psychopaths, obviously, right? But in large, most people are not going to be like, I'm doing this because I want to hurt people or harm them, right? Even like all the trans stuff, most people are actually genuinely thinking that they're protecting like children or some shit, or they are protecting people from cutting their body parts because, you know, their evil doctors are, you know, urging them to do it and all of that sort of thing. They're not doing that because they hate everyone. They're doing it because they think they're doing the right thing. But the
that's the way it's
actions,
normally described,
produce
though.
harm.
When we're talking about like a Candace Owens or somebody like that, or Rush Limbaugh, that is the way that they're normally described, especially by the left, is they're talking about them as like these like horrible malicious actors who like want to like destroy America and blah blah blah. And I'm always thinking, you think this of so many people, like everybody on the right, whether it's Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, like it doesn't matter who it is, you think that they're all grifters and that they're all these horrible people who are doing these things maliciously, when you see them everywhere. When you're talking about like less than like 1%, we're talking about like 0.1% of the fucking country is this type of person. Yet you think they're like all over the place. You're seeing them everywhere. But yeah, if it's like when it's not this like malicious thing, and instead it does just align with some sort of like utilitarian outcome of just like, this is the end goal, and so we just need to do what we have to do, and like, you know, the ends justify the means sort of thing, then yeah, it makes a bit more sense.
I mean, it leads to a total clusterfuck, don't get me wrong. You should be fighting against that. I'm not saying
you want to trust the people that you're listening to. You
Yeah.
should be able to trust them one way or the other.
Yeah.
They should be more honest about what it is that they're saying and say, you know what, we don't
Also,
want
there is
somebody
a-
like Trump to lie to us. We want somebody to tell us the truth and use a leader that way who's actually like convincing us of the true things to get our agenda done. Yeah.
Also, there is a big difference that I think everyone should keep in mind, that there's a huge difference between a pundit, between a person whose job it is to say like things like Candace Owens, for example. I believe a malicious person, 100%. And yeah, you know, it's just in a regular Joe somewhere, like who just, I don't know, go into the market and, you know, works a regular job, but sometimes watches TV or like a YouTube or some shit. There's a big difference between those two people, right? In terms of like how malicious they are, how aware they are of the actions they're doing, right? And I'm pretty sure like average MAGA person is not being paid $500,000 like Tim Pool, you know, for spreading Russian propaganda. So it's a bit different thing. You have to like separate those two groups from each other, I believe. But also like, yeah, like I said, it's just sometimes people just, I think that a lot of very good people did very bad things, okay? They supported horrible shit, the horrible shit that led to the biggest atrocities in, you know, in human history sometimes. And it's just, it's not to say that we should be cool with that and we should like give them the, you know, the leeway to do anything they want, or we should like play apologia for them at all, but also understand that most people are at the end of the day motivated by what they think is good. Whether it is good, that's, you know, other story. In my opinion, it's not, obviously, right? But yeah, but they are motivated by things that they think are beneficial to them, to the society, to their family, to something, right? Rarely people are just like, you know, doing evil for evil's sake, agents of chaos of some sort. People like that exist, obviously, but they're minority and always have been and will be, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can understand that a bit more, because yeah, I am normally one of the people who is fighting against like this idea that these are all just like grifters and you know, people who are out there just knowingly lying. But that is probably the best argument that I've heard for it, so that makes a bit more sense. Okay. Well, I didn't really have anything else. Did you have anything you wanted to talk about or ask or anything?
I don't know. I think we have covered like a bunch of stuff. There was always stuff to talk about. It's a big thing. I mean, we didn't really cover like that much of a history about the, you know, the cultural context of the whole. I mean, I covered it a little bit with the language and with everything, but you brought it up, I think. I think it was you. Yeah, I think you brought up the thing that, you know, that people are not recognized as, you know, anything separate from Russia, and that's like a big situation because it's what Russians always think that, right? So we are like either like how they say a spoiled Russian, so like a degenerate Russian, if you will, the language and the culture and everything. So we're like a second-hand version of them, right? Or we are them all together. So they don't even like recognize the difference between the, you know, other nations and people like that. And it has been a thing that have been happening for, like, for example, my surname, as wonky as it is wonky because it's a Greek surname that was Russified, right? So in order to live a semi-decent life, Russified is you made it sound more Russian, essentially. So, for example, Greek version of that name would be Parskevaido or Parskevaidis for a man, right? But I have Parskevova. Vova, ova is a Russian ending. So it was added to make it sound more Russian, right? And that was done so you can live a decent life, essentially.
I mean, that's not
because if you are not a Russian...
obviously you have different like motivation for it, but that we have very similar things here where like Latino people come over from Mexico and their name is like Yesenia, but they change it to like Jessica, or like there's like I have Chinese friends who come over and their name changes to like Adam or like Jonathan or something like that, where like they change it, but obviously you guys have very different motivations for it.
Yeah, but that's usually done for convenience sake. I'm not saying it's nice for people to do it, but for example, Chinese people, you will never be able to pronounce that shit ever. So if you want to live in the West, you have to like adopt. For example, I came up with Ana, right? It's not my name, but I came up with it. I don't feel any bad feelings about it, right? Because I came up to it to make it easier for my Western friends to pronounce my name. Okay, so it's a different thing. It's adaptation, sure, but it's like kind of like the one I'm doing for the benefit of other people and because I just want them to have easier time pronouncing my name. It's a completely different thing to not being able to afford jobs, not being able to treat it with any sort of decency if you are not Russian, right? So you have to abandon your language, you have to abandon your heritage, you have to accept Russian identity if you want to be have jobs, have decent treatment, have education, any of that, right? So that's a little bit, it's similar, but it's a much more difficult situation, a much more oppressive situation, right? And that's something that minorities did here, obviously, because my father was Greek. So yeah, he had to do that. Like Armenians did it, Georgians did it, Ukrainians did it, all sorts of people did it. Sometimes it was even forced without our permission at all. So you would be like painted as a Russian, for example, in the passport, although you're not, right?
How was your first name pronounced again?
My actual name, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Anastasia.
Anastasia
is my name. No, you butchered it. I knew.
Did
it.
I? Did I? What is it?
Yes,
Give me again.
yes.
You
yeah. Let's try again. Yeah, I believe in you. Okay, it's Anastasia.
Anastasia.
No, you said Anastasia again.
That's okay. Anesthesia
Whatever.
or Anastasia? I'm hearing two different things. Anesthesia or Anastasia?
Basically, what you say is you make the accent at the end. It's like Anastasia. Anastasia.
Sia. Anesthesia or Stesia.
Somewhere there. Okay.
We'll
7
work
out
on
of
it.
10.
It's a work in progress. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Just call me Anna. It's okay.
Anna.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah, we normally
Yeah.
so yeah, I messaged you last night. Most of the stuff on my channel is like very last second, and so I'm sorry to just jump on or just message you. But yeah, most people they are just like content creators or people who are just like watching and then just hop on to like end up talking about stuff. And so we're I'm a poor planner. So yeah, sorry. I appreciate that you were willing to just quickly come on the next day. That was.
We can do that. Just need some like sort of time because we have like, for example, electricity outages. You have to consider that. You have to consider like the whole situation. Plus, I have like a real life job as well with all the transition and stuff of that sort. So yeah, just have to plan a little bit. But I can sometimes I can hop on immediate summoning of me somewhere, but if I'm free, okay, or something. Like if someone's saying like some stupid shit, sometimes people will be messaging me like, I hop in, like talk with that guy, right? And I can do it, but it depends like whether I'm available at the time and they have a connection of some sort to actually do it. Yeah,
that works.
But anyhow, we can come along again if you would have me. I really appreciate the the invite and everything. So yeah.
Most definitely, yeah. You have perms as well, so you're able to jump on whenever I'm in the VC. Then, yeah, I appreciate you
Perms
coming
are
on.
cool.
Yeah,
I have some.
this is very enlightening and a lot of fun too. Because yeah, normally even like the conversation about like Russia and Ukraine and crap like that, most of the time, even if I am covering it, I'm just covering it. Most like there's never other people that I'm actually able to like talk to about it, except for like Dylan Burns or Lonerbox or something like that. And so yeah, it's rare that I'm actually even able to have like conversations with people about the topic.
There are though good guys to speak with. I'd say like Lonerbox, I have like some minor disagreements with him, but overall I'd say like he's pretty good. And Dylan is
Never mind.
number one
Well,
dude
fuck
there.
Lonerbox then. My
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, fuck that guy. He's an idiot.
No, summon him on. He's good. I have been on his like talks, on his streams a lot. He's one of the few leftists that are actually not insane, so I'd say having him on is quite good. He's actually one of the people who told me that he was like kind of abandoned the brand of socialism because of the whole situation with Ukraine and stuff like that. He has been having problems for some time with like a lot of like commie authoritarian shit that is brewing there. But yeah, I mean, he's a good person to have, definitely. But Dylan, I would say, is like one of the best representatives of Ukrainian position, simply because he really knows it, because he lives here most of his time, and he's spoke with so many people down so many like journalism work to the front lines with the civilians and everything. I'd say he's probably the person who's, from people I know at least, who knows in the United States, who knows who I would trust to speak for Ukraine 100%, like with no problem. So I'd say he's a good
being
guy
on
to
the
have.
front lines
Definitely.
would make a big difference. Yeah, because I think I don't know if he got it back. I know his YouTube channel got shut down for a while because of what he was covering in Ukraine. Do you know if he got it back or if he just ended up moving to one of his other channels?
Yeah.
He did?
He kind of had like multiple times have been like flagged, like his channel. It has happened like on multiple occasions. I think he had it back, but now he has like a different type of problems because his house burned down, and with all his like documents and all of that. So he will be like he will have like a hard time like restoring that shit, and only then he can return to Ukraine. A little later probably than he planned, because of the his house like completely burned down, his cat burned there as well, died, and his like documents, his like permissions he got like as well in Ukraine for like being able access basically to the front. You have to have access and like permission to go places, obviously, right? And his mom's urn was there, like the ashes and everything. It's like a big situation that happened, unfortunately. To the best people, bad things tend to happen. So yeah, I hope he manages to at least get some help from the government to maybe like restore the house or some shit. Who knows? But yeah, I'm very excited for him to return, obviously, back, because he's my friend and stuff. But just sad for him, obviously, that happened, because I wrote to him like, you have a Ukrainian experience in the United States, what the hell? Because we have our shit exploding all the time. So yeah, sad, but happens, I suppose. What can you do?
Yeah, he's had a rough go of it for as long as I've known him. He's when I first met him, he was like literally getting kicked out of his house and got into a fight with his uncle, and his uncle was kind of like losing it and got into a huge like fist fight, and then he had a number of issues after that as well, and like he's had a rough go of it as long as I've known him. That's sad.
He definitely had like a difficult life, especially for someone like so young, and I'm always wondering like how dedicated he is and how truly cares a lot for example, for Ukraine, for obviously where his friends it's a bit different, but he like cares for Ukraine as a general whole, right? And someone at this age to be so dedicated, it's quite impressive. I mean, I was much less a person at his age, although I did participate in revolution at 19. But other than that, I I was 19 when Maidan happened. So but still, I probably wouldn't be as caring and dedicate as much of my life towards such a good thing as he did at that age. So yeah, I pretty appreciate a lot. I hope he gets his stuff at least restored somewhat, and also I think fundraiser he's did or something, or he's doing right now, for if anyone wants to come along and throw some cash his way to help him, because he lost a lot of equipment, filming stuff, like cameras, all that sort of shit as well in there. So he would need a lot of like stuff restored to get back to his work in Ukraine. Yeah, well,
okay,
not much else to say, I suppose.
Well, I will go find that fundraiser and post it, and then we also
It's
Mhm.
Yeah, he posted on Twitter on his stuff. You can probably throw it somewhere there, and there is a link, I believe, to his donos there to help him out to restore like stuff after the fire, because it really fucking burned like all of it pretty much. There's like not much left at all, unfortunately. Which your houses are built of like wood. In United States, it shocked me when I find out. I was like, why is it? It literally is a tree. Like, why? But then I learned why, actually. Historically, how that happened. Yes, it was kind of interesting because we don't have like that shit at all. I don't think I've seen a single wooden house in my life. So yeah, that's pretty weird.
Well, if people want to find you, where would they find you at?
They would find me as a Ukrainian Ana on Twitter. And I also have Blue Sky now, which I was bullied into making for people who don't want to use Twitter. And I don't post there as much though, but I'm trying to be better about it. And yeah, doing fundraisers on my Twitter and just general like updates about my life and stuff, about the war and everything. So you can find it there on Twitter and on Blue Sky sometimes as well.
Okay, well, yeah, we got your link in the chat. So if you guys want to follow Anna, click the link in the chat.
Yeah, thank you.
Give her a follow. And thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you for having me on. It was nice to be here. Thank you very much. And bye-bye. See you sometime, I hope.
Later. Have a good night. All right. That was a lot of fun. Took me a minute to get my screen set up. So now I'm in iterations of my screen that I gotta fix. I always forget how to set it up at the beginning. And yeah, and then it takes me forever. So yeah, it take a while to get all that right. But all right. We do okay? Everything was everything all right? Did I fuck it up? Did I did I ruin it? Anastasia. I heard it different literally every single time she said it. Anastasia. 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 I swear I'm being gaswalled here. I'm like 90% positive she said Anastasia and Anastasia. I'm being gaswalled here. She said it differently each time. She was screwing with me. I know it. Anastasia. Anastasia. See? Even you guys, see? Even you guys. Anastasia, Anastasia. See? Even you guys were. See? That's what I'm talking about. You guys aren't. Oh, shoot. That's the wrong thumbnail on that video. Damn. I have the completely wrong thumbnail over on that, on the second stream. Whoopsies. I literally made a whole new thumbnail just for this. And I didn't even put it on there. So yeah, there you go. It says vertical stream on it, but what the fuck is Gaswald? I'm pretty sure you ask this every time I say Gaswald. I'm pretty sure literally every time you ask this every time. What is Gaswald? Anastasia.
Somewhere there. Okay.
We'll
7
work
out
on
of
it.
10.
It's a work in progress. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna.
Was even forced without our permission at all. So you would be like painted as a Russian, for example, in the passport, although you're not, right?
How is your
first name
pronounced again?
My actual name.
Somebody in chat was asking me to ask her again. So yeah, it was Wasted Design said, "How is your name actually pronounced, Anna?"
You mean, right?
Yeah.
Anastasia.
Anastasia.
Anastasia is my name. No, you butchered it. I knew.
Did I? Did I? What is it? But then when she says it in slow motion, it's Anastasia.
Yes,
Give me again.
yes.
Let's go.
You may, yeah. Let's try again. Yeah, I believe in you. Okay, it's it's Anastasia.
Stasia.
Anastasia. No, you said Anastasia again.
That's okay. Anastasia
Whatever.
or Anastasia? I'm hearing two different things. Anastasia or Anastasia?
Basically, what you say is you make the accent at the end. It's like Anastasia. Anastasia.
Anastasia. Now it's Anastasia. See, I'm being gaswalled here. I know it. I know it. This is she's working for the Russians to try to act like I don't know how to pronounce words, and I'm not an expert linguist, and I am not going to be slandered in this way. This is what the Russians want, and I'm not going to allow them to do it.
All of a sudden.
Not happening. All right. If you guys are in the vertical chat, we likely are going to shut that stream down in just a minute. So if you want to continue watching, go over to my channel, click on the logo, and there's two thumbnails here. One says vertical stream on it, one does not. Click on the one that does not say vertical stream on it, because that is the stream that will continue. And yeah, in about 10 minutes, we are going to shut down the vertical stream. So yeah, head over to the regular stream so that if you want to continue watching as we go over the H3 Hasan stuff here. This is not loading. I need to X out of the chat on the left, but it won't let me. What just happened? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, what?
Oh my goodness.
What? You know?
You were literally like, I thought that was what we were all about. Like, why would you blame someone for something because of where they were born? Like, this is what racism is, but apparently it's totally fine all of a sudden.
They're so delusional that if they think if I'm not the person that you want to associate with, then good luck.
Yeah, there is a link at the top of your chat as well. If you guys are in chat, there should be a link pinned to the top. So if you just click that link, it'll take you right over to the other stream. So you can head over there.
The world, because like I'm as progressive, you know, I left Israel. I don't even live there anymore. Like, what are you guys talking about? Isn't that your goal, right? Those guys like Hasan, he wants Israelis to leave Israel. I should be your.
So yeah, his wife called in to tell him to watch a couple of clips, and so he's about to go over a couple of things that she's sending him.
Model Jewish person.
Like, why are you talking
I should be your
about it?
best friend, right?
Actually, that dovetails nicely because I wanted to show this response from this guy. Is this the one where he says,
And like, I just
Ethan should be your best ally?
Yeah.
I
love how he said
this
that.
clip?
I believe so. Yes.
So this guy Hutch, he's a political commentary guy. He's great. He's fantastic. I recommend people check him out. But here's his response, which is very similar to what you just said, Eli. I'm going to play it.
Like, why are you talking about it? And again, like, I just can't stress enough how insane it is that all of this stems from the fact that Ethan, his one crime, basically, Ethan's one crime, the unforgivable crime, for which Hasan's community labels him and his wife like terrorists, genocidal terrorists. Ethan's one crime is he doesn't believe that the state of Israel should be dissolved. He said that what's happening to Palestinians is wrong. He said that Palestinians deserve their own state. He called Israel genocidal. He co-signed on violent resistance against West Bank settlers, called Netanyahu a genocidal war pig. Like, he's like 99 out of 100 points. He's donated his own money. How do you alienate, like someone like Ethan should be your biggest ally. If your defining cause is advocacy for
yeah, having somebody that is like Jewish, Israeli, like his wife fought in the IDF, like, yeah, that should be somebody that you're like, see, even they're on our side. Like playing like the identity politics here, like Republicans would with somebody like Candace Owens or, you know, Jesse Lee Peterson or something like that. Like you go and get the people that you think like, yeah, see, they normally wouldn't align with us. They normally wouldn't align with what it is that we want. But here they are. Here they are taking our side. Here they are doing what it is that that you would think one wouldn't, and that's because we're just that correct. Like normally that's the type of like thought process that you would use in these scenarios. But these people instead just attack him for not being pure enough.
Palestinians, bro, can you think of like Ethan is such a strong ally in that respect. Ethan has an enormous platform, has dual citizenship in Israel, and is willing to unequivocally condemn Israel when they commit atrocities. But because Ethan didn't go so far as to say one state solution, full right of return, Israel dissolves its own government and military because he's...
And he's not being hyperbolic either. Just understand, this is not hyperbole. Hasan literally said that he needs to, when they asked like, well, what do you expect of Israel right now? What do you think that they should do right after being attacked and like having a massive terrorist attack against them? What do you think that they should do? And Hasan said they should dissolve their borders and immediately shut down the state. And then Ethan was like, that's insane, dude. What the fuck? They just had an attack on them. Of course they're going to defend themselves. And he's like, well, I mean, at least like remove Netanyahu from power. And it's like, you think like right after an attack of this sort, you think that's the time to remove your leader from power? Like what in the world? Who has ever done this?
He stopped short of there. Hasan's community skewered him. This is why, like, Hasan's movement and the movement of his audience, their movement it's never going to grow. It's never going to grow. If you alienate someone like Ethan in your advocacy for Palestinians, you're always just going to be some niche group of people like online, and your movement is not going to do anything. But isn't that kind of the point? Like lefties, they don't care about building coalitions. They don't care about actually accomplishing. It's just about endlessly critiquing others.
Virtue
That's all it
signals.
is.
For him, his favorite content creator was outed as a sex pest for consensual.
This is a different
Virtue signaling, gatekeeping, purity testing.
different point, but yeah, now he's saying that Destiny is my favorite. Reality is what Hasan wields it to be. Destiny is my favorite content creator now, according to Hasan. And people are like, yeah, that's true. His audience are like,
Yeah,
that's
of
true.
course.
Yeah, Ethan, that's his favorite
yeah,
content creator,
obviously.
Destiny. Always talking about him.
Consensually and unconsensually recording people while they're
Ethan's favorite content creator is Destiny? Who the f is crashing out now? Where did that come from?
Completely fucking conjured out of thin air. Holy shit, dude.
Ethan's favorite content creator is Destiny? What is that even based on?
having sex and then distributing it to a bunch of other.
Yeah, when talking about me, he goes on and on about Destiny's crimes as if, I guess, trying to link me to it. It's like, bro, I think that's all great, but let's, you know, who are we talking about? Anyway, Hila, think about it. If what you want to do. For now, I'll let it lie.
Okay.
All right, love you. I'll see you. Talk to you.
Thank you.
All right, bye. Bye. Yep, this is Hutch, guys. Check him out. He's continually had fantastic takes on this whole thing.
I did not know that Hutch was a politics streamer now. And that kind of blew my mind because he was like a big like Call of Duty guy and like on Machinima and stuff. I want to say in like 2010.
Was he a big creator back then?
I mean, YouTube was a smaller bubble back then, but yeah, I mean, he was like a known entity. And I had to do like a triple.
Yeah, I've
like,
talked
is
about
the
this
same
a bunch.
dude that I remember from back in the day.
Yeah, I've talked about this a bunch. That like, it's funny seeing, Hutch as like a politics person now fully in it, because there was a while where he was like just a really big video game player, and he built his like whole career as being a big video game player, and his whole YouTube channel was built off of being a video game player. And he even got like a lot of crap and a lot of pushback from his community for getting more and more into politics, because they felt like everything was like splitting up. They felt like everything was kind of being ruined by politics, because everybody in the community was now fighting over politics. And so they got like more and more upset about the fact that he was doing politics, and asked him to stop. And he did for a while, and then now he's fully into politics, and already has like 1 million subscribers on YouTube. So it's he's done really well. But yeah, last chance, just letting everybody know over on the shorts chat, on the vertical chat, we're ending that stream now. So if you want to head over to the other video or the other stream on YouTube, it's still on YouTube. You just got to head over there. But we're gonna end the vertical stream now. And yeah, Naomi's posted the link a couple of times in chat. So if you guys want to click on that link, or it's also pinned to the top. And so now, yeah, we're gonna end the stream, the vertical stream, and send everybody over to the other side. So appreciate it.
Apparently it is.
Can I say really quickly, we love you, Hila. Like it's breaking my heart to hear how hurt you are, and just if you're still watching, I hope you're okay. I love you.
Thank you, Olivia. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Trump, Hasan thinks there's no proof that Kamala would have been any better. Actually, this might be another Hutch clip.
Regardless of
Yeah,
the hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, who are you actually kidding yourself, bro? Like, has Hasan ever ask yourself, if you're a Hasan fan.
Who are you actually kidding yourself, bro?
Ask yourself, have you ever seen Hasan take accountability for just one thing, as small as it is? I mean, the guy pulled the genocide card when somebody said, blow your nose. He wouldn't even accept accountability for not blowing his nose. Can you show me one example of a time this guy's accepted accountability? Because as much as he's fucking like awesome and great, nobody's perfect on the internet. Surely there's something he got wrong that he would take accountability for. Show me one fucking example, please. But this one is just obscene. What a joke, dude.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, but I'm gonna leave this playing while I head over there. I'll be right back.
What a fucking joke, man.
Oh wait, I gotta let my earbud go idle real quick before I before I do that.
I mean, I've said it before. I personally not disliked him, but slowly stopped watching was after his whole Ukraine thing. It was just so infuriating seeing how like upset he was that he got it wrong. It's like, sometimes you get shit wrong, dude. It's fine.
He never ate crow for that. Even like he
got pissed off at people.
Yeah, he just got super defensive and was like, okay, fine, bro. Like, yeah, of course I'll get things wrong sometimes. Like, why you all care so much? It's like, bro, he's such... You guys. Here's another clip. Let's see. Great job, Hasan. What an advocate for Palestinians. They sure are really happy now that Kamala didn't win.
Fighting for a brighter future may be hard work.
When are you endorsing this ticket? I mean, when I see some fucking momentum on Gaza.
So, we will continue to fight for affordable housing.
Who did you vote for, Hasan? You still haven't shown or said. Jill Stein? Donald Trump? Who did you vote for?
For affordable health care, affordable child care, and paid leave.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing.
We would just watch this clip, but yeah. The amount of abdicating responsibility, not just him and his audience, they need to believe that this isn't their fault. Because they're the ones that are supposed to care about Gaza and Palestinians. That's their cause. They can't accept the fact that this, they were dead ass wrong about it. Dead ass wrong. Wrong in the same way he was wrong about Russia invading Ukraine. He sat there for fucking a year up to this election talking about Genocide Joe. Kamala Harris is just as, there's no difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Literally was sucking Trump off. Let's pull that clip, remember? He was praising Trump for getting a deal done. Literally. Okay? I mean, let's call a spade here. Let's look at the outcome. Let's look at the score sheet. What have you done? What have you achieved? This is a bonus one. It's not really related to anything, but it's just kind of silly, I guess, and stupid.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I haven't seen Benjamin talk one time in here. He's just like, this shit is nuts. Look at his face. This is the craziest shit I ever seen.
There's one particular clip where he's kind of commenting on what Trump just said, and he's like, that's a really outside of the box idea.
So even for him, he's like,
well, you could see that he's just like, I guess we're doing this.
Wait, it sounds like, was it like he had not heard that before?
I can't imagine that that's the case because they had a meeting and then they did this press conference. So I had to imagine that they're on the same page, but it's possible that it was pitched to him in that meeting and he was just like not expecting it, but
he seems bewildered.
I don't know. I
mean, look at his face. That's a face of bewilderment.
I get that sense as well. Who knows though what's going on in this fucker's head?
I mean, he probably knows as much as a bad guy he is that it's not a feasible option, that it's like kind of dumb and pointless probably to even pursue something so insane as that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you'd have to deploy American troops. You'd have to bring tons of troops there.
It's effectively what he's proposed, yeah. And we invade the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, basically it would be an invasion.
And fully ethnically cleanse it. 100%. Remove everyone who lives there. That's the pitch.
No, that is literally the pitch.
Yeah.
It's not even an exaggeration. That's literally the pitch.
Yeah.
He's just appreciative. He's like, thanks for putting the target on America's back now, too.
That too, not to, listen, not, obviously the people in Gaza are the ones that are going to suffer from this primarily. But this does feel, like you just said, AB, like this is gonna get Americans killed too. And I'm not just talking about the soldiers invading there. Like this, there will be blowback to this. It's just.
Well, I mean, they didn't exactly love America before this. Death to America. Curse upon the Jews.
Yeah, well.
What are they gonna do?
It certainly ain't bringing any more back to the camp. That's for sure.
What's the phrase? The tighter you squeeze your fist, the easier it is to slip through, or the more likely that something will slip through. Something like that. I think
Do it again.
The tighter you squeeze your fist,
the more systems that will slip through your finger.
I'm trying to.
It's from Star Wars.
So. Yeah, it's Star Wars line.
The tighter you
squeeze your fist, the easier it is to slip through. Or
Leia,
something.
what
does that mean? Tighter you squeeze your, like you're trying to piss.
The more you try and control, the more the rebellion is going to,
I guess I just don't find it to be a very relatable analogy.
Well, I will point out that Leia says that to Grand Moff Tarkin right before he blows up her homeworld.
She says that? Mm-hmm. That's a line from Star Wars?
That's a line from Star Wars, yeah.
I relate to that analogy. Like when you squeeze something, like if you have Play-Doh or something, you're more likely to drop it if you squeeze it super hard.
But what are we talking about, pee?
But you want to hold on to the Play-Doh. If the Play-Doh is something hypothetically.
Ethan thinks you guys are saying piss, not fist.
You're talking about urine.
That was just hitting me right then too when you said pee.
You said urine,
What?
holding in the pee, holding in the pee,
What?
holding in the urine. Yeah, you could see why that would surprise me. I was like, why would that line be inside? Say it again, AB. I'm trying to understand what the guy's saying.
The tighter you squeeze your fist, the easier it is to slip through.
Okay, fair enough.
How did you get urine from that?
Because he says it's easier. The easier it is to squeeze your piss.
Okay, yeah, okay.
The harder it is to get through, or whatever he said. I don't know what he said.
That's crazy.
It's what my mind is. Listen, it's what I heard. That's how I interpret it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, don't squeeze your fist, right?
Hold your piss for Alderaan.
That's what certainly confused by that statement. Leia said, "Hold your piss." All right. We have fun here, don't we, folks?
My name is Hasan Woman as a high expectation from you. Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation?
So this is not
Are you able to
directly
recognize
related,
Taliban?
but
yeah,
this needed to be shown to.
It's just for fun.
Because I'm an Afghan journalist, Afghan suffered woman. Any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying.
I have to say, I totally understood everything she's saying. It must be an audio thing. I don't think he's doing it on purpose, but God, that's fucking so funny.
I think the idea of him understanding exactly what she said and not wanting to answer it, that is the most creative way to not answer a question.
I guess why he would do
I've ever
that?
heard.
Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, you just be like, wow, I love the sound of your voice, so musical, so beautiful. I have no idea what it means.
It reminds me of a scene from Harold and Kumar when Harold's parents are talking. They have a translator there, and they have like a Texan accent. And the translator's like, oh, they're using some sort of weird dialect. I don't know what to say.
It's like totally understandable. We didn't even get to the best part of this clip, to be honest. The finale.
I just say this, good luck. Live in peace. Go ahead.
Live in peace in Afghanistan.
Good luck with that
Not
or
our
whatever.
problem.
I don't
Not
really
our
understand.
problem.
I don't really get what you're saying.
We've moved on to Gaza.
That was like a conversation between me and you, Ethan.
Yeah, kind of, right? This is how I end up with piss and holding your piss and all this type of shit. Live in peace. Live in peace.
Anyways, good luck with all that.
I don't think Trump would ever say, I don't understand what you just said, to try to get out of a question, because he never has to like get out of questions. He can just not answer from the very beginning. Like it's not like he's ever like felt like he needed to answer a question in the first place. Like he can just not answer like he always does. Like the whole press conference was them asking him over and over, like, but bro, what's going to happen to the people who live in Gaza right now? What are they going to do while you're supposedly like taking over the whole place? And he's like, yeah, it's crazy. It's going to be a great idea. My friends all think it's a great idea. Everybody's told me, hey, Trump, it's a good idea. And frankly, I think that it's going to help them and it's going to be great. And they're like, you just rambled for 5 minutes about how great the idea is. I asked what the Gazans are supposed to do in the meantime. Like, you just didn't come anywhere close to answering that. But so yeah, there's no reason for him to be like, oh, I didn't understand that. He can just ramble about absolutely nothing instead. That's what he always does.
Beautiful voice. We love it. Can't understand you. Okay, so let's just pull these, go through it one at a time here.
I just made my own choices.
Ethan is friends with Destiny, and he gave him all the talking points. Ethan is sad that Destiny got exposed and could not have him on the show. Destiny manipulates Ethan. So Hasan and his community is desperate to link me to Destiny, someone who I don't even know. They claim that he like ghost wrote my video, that he's my favorite creator. That
yeah, I've said I don't think they've ever spoken to each other. Every time that Ethan's ever talked about Destiny, he's like talked shit about him. So this is so wild, dude. But like Hasan and his community have always treated Destiny like a boogeyman. Like they've always done this. They've always talked about Destiny like the boogeyman, and like anytime something bad happens, they're like, well, obviously, it's he who cannot be named. It's like, oh, he's not even just a boogeyman. He's Voldemort now too. Like that's literally how they talked about him for a long time. He who cannot be named. That one guy and his community of crazy racists.
I'm super disappointed that about the recent controversy that I had to edit him out of my video or something. Meanwhile, the only person who was actually best friends with Destiny and somebody who actually benefited from Destiny, and actually this was all during times when there were already accusations about, is Hasan.
Hasan.
I just made my own choices. And
technically not the only one.
Paved it on my own.
Us in a room of me and Hasan. He's the one. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Built my own business model, I guess, if I were to use a term like that.
By the way, this is so pathetic. Like, listen, anyone who knows the history, like, no matter how much you like it or not, Destiny definitely made Hasan, as the meme goes. He put him on. He was a nobody. He came from the Young Turks, started streaming. Nobody cared. Maybe like 100 live viewers or something. Destiny put him on, promoted him, had him on a stream all the time, streamed with him. They became like best friends. So like, and Destiny.
Well, and the reason that they broke up is because Hasan kept like saying like really fucked up shit about Kamala Harris, and was like being like really fucking like just like wild towards her. And they I think they were even saying like homophobic shit about like Pete Buttigieg and shit like that. And so Destiny called him out for like all the stuff that he was saying about Kamala Harris, and they went and had a debate about it. And Hasan got so butthurt afterwards that he like refused to talk to Destiny afterwards. And then every time that they were on a panel together, Hasan started like throwing fits about the fact that like everybody was like saying like they would all argue about things, and Hasan would say shit and he would like explain it for a while, and they would all keep arguing with him. And then Destiny would show up and they'd be like, Destiny, what do you think? And he'd explain it. And then they'd be like, oh, okay, Hasan, why didn't you just say that, dude? That makes so much more sense. He's like, I did! That is what I said! This is so gay, dude! That's what I said, dude! It's what I said! It's not, this is so stupid, dude! I said that! And I said it 1,000 times! But then Destiny just shows up, and an hour later, it says the same thing! This is fucking stupid, dude! You guys always do this to me! You always do this to me! It's not fair! And he would just like, he would always throw a fit over Destiny, to the point that he literally started telling shows that if they invited Destiny on, he wasn't going on their shows anymore. And so like one of the people that like, you know, the Austin show is one of the shows that like they split, like cut off from Destiny because yeah, they were just closer friends with Hasan, and he literally just like leveraged his relationship with everybody to tell them to not engage with Destiny anymore. And so like at the time, like yeah, he was friends with like Pokimane and had her on all the time. He was friends with Austin all the time, Austin show, and hung out with him all the time. And like, it was just all the people that now today we would consider like Twitch royalty. Those were all of the people who were always popping on Destiny's show and always coming to hang out. And then Hasan went and like, made it to where they wouldn't talk to him anymore. So, cause they get in trouble if they did. He would throw a fucking fit. I got to see that. I missed that, Lore. Oh man, this is great shit. Hasan, Destiny, Raj Roy, or no, is it? I think it was Austin show then. Yeah, I think this is it.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I'm good.
All right, so well, I want to know: can you be racist towards white people?
Yes.
Not with that attitude.
Not with that attitude.
There's no
fucking
Well, okay, I want to go back to a point, and Slicker, I don't want to put you on the spot. There would, well, okay. For example, if you came up and said, I don't like white people, right? And nobody would hold you accountable for that. So, but if you were to say the opposite for any other minority, you would be probably held accountable for that. So the question is it okay to be racist towards white people?
No.
Okay.
I should be held accountable to the same standard.
No. Pull us on here real fast. I'm gonna get real extreme with it. So if someone's doing against these people, you
I just said the motivation. Okay, if I go.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Well, it would in America.
Let's
now
not go
I get
there.
the joke.
Finish your thoughts, Slicker. If not, go ahead, Hasan.
The white people are the ones that forced the black people to build the pyramids in Egypt, yes?
Oh, no way.
No.
Do you know
There's no way
That's
he's
correct.
Egypt.
No, that is
Egyptians aren't
weren't
white. Slicker.
You idiot! Well, it doesn't mean
White people were in
These guys are stupid.
Egypt, the country, is in what continent?
England took over. Is it 70% of the world or something? England.
Racism existed 10,000 years before England.
they were in Egypt forcing people to do that. And do you know who the white people were? It was
No way.
The pyramids were
When
built.
do you think the pyramids were built? When do you think that happened?
It was the Israelis, which they're white. Okay, Israelis are white
Okay,
people.
Slicker, you gotta stop. All right, Slicker. All right, stop talking.
Why? What's up?
Literally stop talking. You're never gonna get partnered.
Slicker, do you think the pyramids were made before or after Christopher Columbus?
I don't know.
Let Hasan go now. Go ahead.
Okay. The time that have created this concept of exclusion. Now, the reason for why they did this was, and this is historical, what I'm referencing right now is actually throughout history, to justify the slavery of Africans and make them seem like they were not human and that they were lesser. There's actual legislation that goes along with this. The one-drop rule in America throughout time has defined anyone that is ever race mixed with whatever the dominant white group is as non-white. The reason why people don't think that Barack Obama is a white president, even though he's half white, is because of that concept of exclusion. You don't say Barack Obama was a white president, you say he's the first black president, right? Now, whiteness as a concept has changed throughout time. For example, when America was first founded, the only groups that were considered white were the Anglo-Saxons, and the Germans and Italians were not considered white. They greatly expanded on that to include Slavic people, which were not deemed white at a certain point, to Irish people, which were not deemed white at a certain point, and now even Hispanic people are considered white in America, and Jews as well, if you ask non-Nazis. So the point I'm trying to make is that like whiteness as a concept in and of itself is built with very specific economic motivations to exclude other people so that you can justify the kinds of things that you can do to those other groups of people by making it seem that they are not pure or they're impure or that they're not even human.
Yeah, and none of that changes that you can still be racist to people with any color, skin, whatever group, like classification.
Yeah, I just
white,
don't know
non-white. That was a completely irrelevant discussion.
I'm sorry, Raina, go ahead.
People you can't be racist against. Do you think there's a group of people you cannot be racist against?
No, or brown.
Hasan, wouldn't you agree that all humans compete for conquest, and whoever happens to be there would get
be racist towards the majority? There are plenty of, I mean, maybe not racist, but you can still be discriminatory towards the majority.
You can't be racist towards the majority.
So just because the white is the most amount,
minority ethnic groups, they consistently vilify and persecute and even murder.
I know, but Hasan,
for example, under Saddam Hussein, for example.
Hasan, that was the best strawman you've ever built so far. But let's cut the fat.
I don't think you know what strawman is.
Can you
repeating that word over and over again, dog?
All right, would you want to answer the question this time? Can you be racist towards white people?
Yes.
I'm giving you the definition. I said, well,
alone, they're already typically disadvantaged in American society.
The various countries
invaded.
invaded
How you can be racist, even if you are in the minority ruling class towards the majority.
Well, if you're in like the minority oppressed class, can you be racist to the ruling majority?
I think, okay, there are two different types of racism that people talk about, and they often get conflated. Okay, so the question is, can you be racist towards majority people? Under the definition that we typically work with, like I guess like in, I don't want to say like in academia or sociologically, we would say no. Minority people can't usually exercise like any sort of oppressive racism towards the majority people. And the reason why is because we consider racism to be prejudice plus power. If every black person in the United States today was like, fuck white people, it wouldn't really affect us much because white people are more socioeconomically privileged, because we own more businesses, we have more representation in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas if you're a majority power person and you can be oppressive towards a minority class person, like by virtue of them being minority class, like by that virtue alone, they're already typically disadvantaged in American society. So when we say like, can somebody be racist against somebody under like, I guess like the common vernacular of like, could somebody hate somebody because of their skin color? Of course, anybody can do that. But when we start like analyzing society, we look at like meaningful demonstrations of racism. So for instance, like the criminal justice system or economic disadvantages, right? In these ways, minority people can't really exercise racism against majority people because they don't really have the status or the power in society in order to do so.
I vote for Destiny.
It's like I wish Destiny could just come in at the beginning and give us the right answer right away instead of making us wait.
So we didn't have to list a fucking Hasan.
Yeah,
it just makes me
like we have the cheat sheet right here.
Honestly, like
it's funny because like the only way
it's like a fucking retarded thing to say. Like I'm sorry, but like if you can't comprehend the fucking shit that I'm saying, it's on you, okay? I'm doing as best as I'm doing.
Yeah, Wes.
You said the R word. He literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
You can say retard on Twitch. Setup and says it all the time.
Fuck Twitch then.
No, wait, relax. Hey, come on now, Wes. Let's be nice.
Wait, what did I do?
Well, look.
I was just joking. I don't make jokes without people taking it so seriously.
Why I use prejudice or discrimination over racism is because, again, like Destiny mentioned, that I padded up with legislative background information.
Hasan, do you want my actual
answer? You can't have fucking power.
Even though I get you think I'm stupid, what I was trying to say is that because all arguments are based on your definition. So what he did is he laid out the two definitions and why they're different, and then he explained why one yes and one no. Right. If you would have done that from the beginning, I would have understood 100%. But the first thing you did is start jumping in.
No, you wouldn't have, because it's me talking.
No, that's not true.
Try it next time.
I swear to God, I don't dislike you. I don't just ignore everything you say because I think you're a communist or whatever. I agree with you on a lot of points, man.
I think the idea that a minority lacks power is ridiculous. Can I ask Destiny something?
He's muted.
I agree with you,
What's
Josh.
up? I'm here. What do you want?
Yeah. So like you gave us the two examples. If we just stuck to the individual, right, not the community, just the individual, can they be racist to the ruling class?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
That was the original question.
Whenever people make fun of how white people like mayonnaise, is that racism?
I think that's called stereotyping.
Fuck mayonnaise.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I think everybody likes mayonnaise.
Because I think I've experienced racism before.
Okay, disgusting.
I'll tell you one thing. It's time to vote again. It is the end of the round. It is time to vote. The rounds are going to get increased.
And Hasan's just sitting there pouting now, dude. He's just sitting there pouting. Fucking Casey-tron afterwards, dude. Like, thank God Destiny explained that to us. Why couldn't he have just come and said that the first time instead of us having to listen to Hasan try to explain this? So fucking funny, dude. And he gets so butthurt over it, bro. It's so mad. And he just sits there and pouts the rest of the night and throws a fit over it the whole night. Like, he never lets it go. He literally never lets it go. You think it's done already. You think it's done already. It's not done. It's not done.
Okay, just 1 second. We got the poll here. Go ahead and vote, chat, for who you want to keep, not kick. I put Destiny in the poll. Just kidding. All right. Go ahead and vote who you want to keep, not kick. Keep, not kick.
Dude, don't fucking ask me to be on if this is the shit that you're gonna pull, Raj. Like, seriously.
What did I pull?
What?
What did I pull?
Oh, I'll put Destiny in the chat. Fucking have Destiny on.
I didn't put Destiny in the poll. He's not in the poll. I was joking. He's not in the poll.
I know he's not in the fucking poll, dipshit. I'm saying that it's pissing me off because you're devaluing my perspective, which is ongoing.
No, I had nothing to do
fucking chat.
Hasan,
with the people. talking to right now.
Hasan, that had nothing. I was just saying because Destiny came into the show late after I tried to get him on the show.
5% of your fucking Discord is like Hasan is so dumb. Hasan is so dumb.
Look, relax,
90%
dude.
of the fucking chat is like Hasan is so stupid. Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking triggered.
Everyone
after a
says
while.
look,
Don't even.
Hasan,
read chat. You know that's
Hasan, hold on.
Yeah, but it's not just the chat.
Hasan, relax. Dude,
Every
look.
fucking guest on this podcast doing the exact same bullshit.
Hasan, look. I said to
And then
put.
it's like, oh, why are you triggered? I'm a fucking human being, dog.
look-
If there are 20,000 people who are saying I'm retarded, obviously I'm gonna get pissed after a
Hasan,
while.
look. I said I was gonna put Destiny in the poll because.
Especially by people who are dumber than me on this subject.
Okay, all right.
You're in the lead.
The reason I put you're winning the round, by the way. The reason
I'm winning this fucking round, dude.
The reason
I'm
why
losing my fucking hair follicles by the second because I literally have to sit here every fucking day and explain the same insanely easy to understand concepts over and over, and then literally the counterpoint is, well, what if you say male? Does that mean you're racist? Like all of a sudden, everyone's like, Omega lol, yes.
Hasan, why do you do it then?
Obviously, it's just a joke.
Relax.
But then it expands to people's.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the issue. He does not get it. Like the fact that there is a difference between like interpersonal racism, individual racism, systemic racism, like prejudice plus power equals, like these are all separate concepts that all mean different things. And so when you ask the question, obviously different people are hearing different things with the question. But Hasan only takes his narrative and shoves it in there and says, this is the definition. This is what it means. This is what, like, that's all he does. Whereas Destiny comes in and he's like, yeah, obviously different people are going to think differently when they hear the word. And so some people think this, some people think that. And so if we're looking at like these different definitions, depending on which one you're looking at, like obviously it's the yes to this one, but it's no to this one. Like he's explaining like a more nuanced explanation of it, whereas Hasan never does that, ever. And he does not understand why the way that Destiny explained it is so different from the way that he explained it. But he gets so triggered over it. He thinks everybody's fucking with him. He thinks everybody's like just trolling him. When in reality, they're not. They all think of the definition the way that like everybody else thought of the definition. So all of the chat, all the Discord, everybody who's calling him dumb, they're all calling him dumb because they're like, he just came up with his own fucking definition of like, of racism and started talking about like prejudice plus power and bullshit like that.
Real lives, and it actually contributes to people voting for.
Sorry, and then Destiny like explains like the whole fucking spectrum. Then he thinks he said the same thing.
Fucking assholes like Donald Trump. That's why I'm pissed off.
Okay, Hasan, look. Hold on, wait, Hasan, relax, dude. Hold on. The reason I said I was going to put Destiny in the poll had nothing to do with him coming in and people agreeing with his perspective. It had everything to do with the fact that I tried to get Destiny on the show earlier, and he comes in and brings in his perspective. It has nothing to do with undermining your opinion at all. I don't know what.
It's this gigantic Sisyphean fucking hurdle, this massive boulder that I need to fucking push up a hill every goddamn day.
I don't know what that word means.
And only to be undercut.
He's saying Destiny is the boulder. Destiny is the boulder. That he can't get past Destiny. No matter what he does, he is looked down upon because Destiny is always right. Destiny is always the one who's in charge. Destiny always wins. And then, he's just like it's so embarrassing, dude. It's so embarrassing. Like, I can't imagine. I cannot imagine doing this, dude.
So if you're gonna ask me to be on your fucking show, don't treat me like absolute dog shit when I'm being serious about what the fuck I'm talking about.
I didn't treat you like dog shit. What did I say that treated you like dog shit? I really would like you to enlighten me on that. I haven't treated you like dog shit at all. I told you it had nothing to do with me undermining your opinion at all. I had nothing to do with that at all. I didn't say I'm gonna put Destiny in the poll because Hasan's opinion was shit. I said I was gonna put Destiny in the poll because he keeps coming in and giving his opinion on different subjects. I love having you on my show. I would never do that. I don't know why you're accusing me of doing that.
I'm a big fan, Hasan.
All right. Anyway, Hasan, you won the round, and you need to choose to eliminate between Casey Tron and Wes.
I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. Whoever has the lowest vote.
Wes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Wes. You've been eliminated from the show.
No.
Thank you, Wes, for coming on. I appreciate it. Go ahead and shout out your channel, Wes.
Wes Pt2. What's my Twitter, Raj? I keep forgetting.
Twitter.com/I-forgot. Thank you, Wes.
Oh, fuck.
I actually don't remember your Twitter. What you could
Wes Pt2 Love you, Hasan.
All right. Well, this is got a little...
Well, I'm glad he's gone.
The vibes are off.
Hasan, that was good acting, man. Holy shit.
It wasn't good acting. Relax. Hey, come on. Clearly, yeah. Come on. Let's just,
They said Hasan, that was good acting, dude. Oh man.
Guys, come on, let's.
Yeah, I do want to say that. Like,
On
when I ask like clarifying questions and stuff, I don't.
I think he's mad that he sank his relationship with Destiny, and he knows it's his fault, and he's vindictive. I don't think that that's it. I do think that he is being vindictive, though. Like, obviously, he's being vindictive because, yeah, like I said, the like debate between them on Kamala Harris is like the thing that ended things, and it was only because he looked so stupid in the debate that he threw such a fit. So like, this is him, yeah, like 6 months ago talking about like why he wouldn't vote for Kamala.
Just, you're saying you don't want Trump to win, but isn't the only way for Trump not to win is to vote for Kamala? I don't get it. Yes, but you do understand, I hope, that there is nothing I can do personally. My point has always been that politicians have to earn your vote. And if they don't do that, if they actually operate on this idea that like it's just lesser evil voting, it's just harm reduction over and over again in every election cycle, they will not work to earn your vote. And therefore, many people, a plurality of voters that don't go out and vote will continue to not go out and vote. Okay? That's my point. Harris wipes out Trump's lead in battleground states in the Bloomberg poll that just came out. Michigan at 50.
So yeah, so he was literally telling people not to vote. And then yeah, this is the debate.
Okay, so now that we've been more informed about Kamala's history, I'm going to toss the second poll in chat. Okay, so the first poll I posted. Now there's more people voting now, so maybe things have changed because we have more viewers that might feel differently coming in. But the truancy law meetings of the state district attorneys associations. She recommended imprisonment for truancy only in the most extreme cases, he said. Like, the only thing she has control of is the police force. If she uses the police force to get kids to go to school, I don't know if that's the worst thing in the world. Sure.
Jails. Build more schools, less jails. And we walk around everywhere. Build more schools. We protest. Build more schools, less jails. Put money into education, not prisons. There's a fundamental problem with that approach, in my opinion. And it's this. I agree with that conceptually. But you have not addressed the reason I have 3 padlocks.
Does happen. Thanks, Kamala Harris. I guess you need to be a draconian prosecutor for us to understand that crime does actually, indeed, as a matter of fact, happen. You know, fixing socioeconomic problems and increasing opportunities in education does tend to lower crime statistically.
Okay, I don't know what he means by this. What is Kamala Harris supposed to do to fix socioeconomic opportunities? I mean, maybe he's just being, I guess, if I'm more charitable towards Hasan, maybe Hasan is just saying that, like, in general, these are better things than just using the police force, which I probably agree with. Or no, I would definitely agree with it for sure. But again, like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm not a full-on lefty. Hasan was calling you, hold on, let me finish on this video. Like, the idea that, when I hear people say things like we need to abolish all prisons or we need to get rid of like all police or like all cops are bad, it's like, I mean, you do have to realize that there are like 2 sides to the issue, right? Like there is some level of crime, and I even wonder sometimes when I listen to some people, like there is like some level of crime that like actually does exist that you do have to address.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Is that like, yes, like when Destiny talks about this stuff, when he looks at it, he is willing to like acknowledge like a spectrum of things and willing to look at like a nuanced picture. Whereas yeah, when Hasan looks at things, it is very one-dimensional. Black people are victims. That's all that matters. We have to fix this, blah, blah, blah. And then anytime he sees a black person getting arrested, he says that this is some sort of injustice. He doesn't care whether or not they actually committed the crime. He thinks that like, oh, well, just black people getting arrested is obviously going to create bigger socioeconomic problems for them in the black community. And so the more that there's a disparity there, the more that they're going to have growing problems. And so if we just arrest them less, then they'll have less of a disparity. That's it. That's it for him. There's not any more nuance or anything to it. And so, yeah, Hasan's in the chat saying like, yo, I'm ready. But Destiny had already like heard him jump into the VC and was like, hold on, I got to finish what I'm saying. And is like trying to finish his rant.
So I don't know. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to go through the rest of this. Okay, I have to be quiet. I can't scream, but.
Dude?
My dude Arena, what's up?
I hear that you're fucking. Why do you like pissed? Just fucking pissed. Why do you like Amy about my Kamala Harris video?
Yeah, I guess so. People always get critical of me because I always like call you out for like a random Bernie bro, or not Bernie bro, a Biden bro fact, or not bro. I don't know what I'm saying, bro. A random like Biden thing, and then people say that like I'm just cherry picking issues or whatever. So this video about Kamala Harris came up in my feed, and I was flying on the flight. I had nothing to do, so I actually watched the whole thing, and I tried to read into every issue. And I feel like this is like a really, really one-sided, not fairly presented video.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Do you want to just walk through it? I guess.
Sure, we can do that, or we can address like your main points of contention, and then walk through that individually.
Yeah, sure.
My perspective is like, look, here's my main summarization of Kamala Harris is that she was originally put up as basically like Hillary Clinton but black, and she has like a similar background, obviously not as nefarious or as awful. There's not as many like memes about Kamala Harris or
Like Hasan calls her Cop Mala all the time. And just like treats her like this horrible fascist person. And leading up to this, Hasan always said that like he wasn't a good debater, but he wanted to get better at debating. And so he'd always come in and talk to Destiny, and he would literally treat Destiny like his sensei for debates. And he would come in and like have Destiny treat him how to debate, and they would like go over like different ways to debate and like how to improve your rhetoric and what like to try to like understand the other side in like a good faith way. And so there's some really good videos of Destiny trying to explain to Hasan that people who are pro-life are not actually trying to just control women's bodies. And this is something that like Hasan could not understand. He could not understand this and could not get away with it. It was impossible for him to understand that people could be pro-life and that they weren't just trying to control women's bodies, that it was not this like thing where they just have to like be in charge and like be these like slave owners of women. But that's the only way that he could see somebody coming to the conclusion that like abortion was bad. That's it. That's the only thing that he could understand. And so Destiny's like trying to explain it to him the whole time and trying to get him to like understand like the nuances of the debate. And yeah, it was just like, this is like what everybody sees leading up to this. And so obviously, yeah, at this point, they are just looking at Destiny as somebody who is just like way more knowledgeable on these topics, and somebody who's like way better at assessing different topics and going to be much better at coming to a conclusion than somebody like Hasan. But then, yeah, he gets mad about that being the dynamic later on, when it's like, obviously that's the fucking dynamic, bro. Like, you made it the dynamic. What do you mean?
or whatever that have permeated through political discourse for decades. But still, she is largely she's largely over prosecutorial, and has kind of gone back on a lot of the things that she says on the debate stage immediately after she walked back. By the way, like, I mean, not a great way to deal with that, but I guess
it's the only way that a DA has to deal with it. And if it's working...
Yeah, I'm skipping ahead for anybody who's just listening. This is like one of the bigger parts.
Hey, you're the DA. You're not supposed to be fucking dealing with it. That's my point.
What do you mean? You're the DA. You don't.
It all looks like a nail to you.
So you pass the buck to somebody else? If you have an ability to comment a problem, if you're the person that's watching your office...
DA, you have the power to do things, okay? You have the power to either prosecute or over-prosecute or have leniency. In this case, progressive DAs should usually apply leniency, especially under a circumstance where we're talking about fucking truancy.
So the most important thing a DA can do is nothing. That's what your argument is.
Yes, that's precisely what I'm saying.
Okay, so all cops are bastards. Why not just make a 35-minute video? Why not just make
fucking charging people with bullshit misdemeanors over carrying marijuana? Like,
why not just make a 35-minute video?
Promote these sorts of people who do exhibit, who do demonstrate leniency when they're making these sorts of decisions at the fucking DA.
Why not just make a 35-minute video?
On my position on this.
Why not just make a 35-minute video that's saying all cops are bastards? If you don't care about anything else, you say DAs should do fucking nothing.
I have done that before, and I will continue to do that. Thank you, Destiny. But why are you so caught up on these like literal semantics arguments here instead of like looking at Kamala Harris's track record? Nothing you have said thus far has been like, this is entirely wrong. You exhibited false information. Maybe you should look at like the way you look at my videos and the way you analyze the things that I'm saying. Because I feel like it's a little fucking pain.
Yeah, this is the way that Hasan kept treating it. He kept acting like everything was unfair, and like every time Destiny talked about his why he was wrong on something, that he was just being like really unfair and that he's being really one-sided. Whereas like Destiny's saying like, no, I understand what you're saying and I understand where you're coming from. You're just like discounting the majority of the information.
Painted by biases. Like I don't understand.
You literally call the police Gestapo like multiple times in your video, and you obviously have a massive hate on for all cops. How am I the one with the bias here? My problem is that the underlying facts are not correct, and anytime you move away from one, you keep bringing them up again. It's like when I argue with race.
If I say ACAB as well, I don't think that they're all fatherless bastards, just for the record.
Sure, but this is like every argument I've ever had with a race realist who's like, well, I think this thing. And it's like, well, hold on. Like, these underlying facts don't make sense. And then when you start to address some of the underlying facts, they keep retreating back to their higher level position, ignoring all of the other underlying facts that were incorrect. That's what it feels like here. Like, we're trying to establish
Destiny, none of the underlying facts that I brought up were literally incorrect. You openly mentioned that you agree with me that it's not a good idea to it's excessive and over prosecutorial to fucking use your powers as the DA to lock up or even threaten to lock up mothers for truancy. You agreed with me. So
I don't. Okay, do you understand how you're framing this? Like, lock up mothers for truancy. What about parents that were just too lazy to send their kids to school without getting kicked in the ass?
You sound like a fucking reactionary. Do you not hear yourself? You're like, what about those lazy parents who just didn't want to send their children? Yeah. What about the fucking homeless mom? I'm telling you, like, there are plenty.
Why do you keep?
Okay,
hold on.
Reactionary.
Okay. Why do you keep?
What Kamala Harris did with her powers, showing me that she is willing and able to fucking use.
Why?
Like I said.
Why do you keep? Why do you keep going?
Get someone to do something.
Why do you keep, first of all, we use state violence to get people to do everything. You don't disagree with that because you're in favor of taxes. So that is a dumb libertarian argument. I don't know why you keep saying that. We always use state violence to motivate people to act in the best interest of the state. That's literally why the state exists. It's to secure all the rest of the people.
How can you not see this? There are certain things that I agree with in regards to state violence. There are certainly things that I disagree with, like truancy, when you're utilizing state violence. And your answer to this basically, and maybe I'm fucking strawmanning you, but you've been doing that the entire time this debate, so I'm just going to say it. Maybe your point is, well, it doesn't matter if people are threatened because there are a lot of lazy mothers out there, and also it worked because it increased school admission by 20%.
Who is supposed to make kids?
Let's go out to every single. Let's round up all the fucking kids and force them on the buses with guns. It'll increase school admission by 100%. It's excessive. You already admitted that it was excessive. Why are we having this argument?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons that like Hasan just cannot debate. He cannot debate and he cannot have conversations. And earlier when people in chat were saying like, oh, Hasan would kill Ethan in a debate. No shot, dude. No shot. Like, Ethan has, every debate that I've ever seen Ethan in, he's done really well in it. And he's been really good at, like, keeping his cool and kind of, like, pushing the other person and kind of, like, he even gets to a point where he, like, starts, like, fucking with them. But with Hasan, he's not only has he never gotten to that point, but he goes the opposite direction where he's always the one getting fucked with. Every single debate he's getting fucked with. And he's the one just being, like, spun around in circles, just like a little monkey, because yeah, he's incapable of keeping his cool. He's incapable of like focusing on the facts. He's incapable of like, you know, really trying to understand the other person. He's literally incapable of these things. And so it's just not, it's not even like a question when it comes to like Hasan's ability to debate, because that ability is just non-existent.
Who should be making kids go to school?
Positive influences, positive reinforcement, okay? Not negative, not pushing kids to go to school. Positively getting learning environments, especially in underfunded areas, to have good programs, to have good teachers, to have better opportunities so that kids can go to school. Basketball programs, basketball leagues, like sports leagues.
Okay, stop. Okay,
Resources given to schools so that they, like computers, shit like that. Not a fucking cop that's threatening your mom with going to jail.
Okay, let's say the kids still don't go to school.
Agree on this, don't we?
Oh my god. Let's say the kids still don't go to school. Who should be in charge of doing it at the end of the day? Or do you just say, fuck it, just they don't have to go to school? Who cares about systemic, who cares about civil violence or cycles of poverty or anything? Fuck it.
Steve.
No, I'm curious. Can you just answer the question? Who should force them at the end of the day, or should nobody force them?
You're
wait, can you not answer that question? You can't answer the
unrealistic fucking corner right now.
It's not. This happens.
Like,
wait, you don't think?
Yeah. So Hasan is like arguing that it's fucked up for Kamala to ever charge parents with truancy, which is like where your kids just aren't going to school, right? They're just not going to school. They're not showing up, right? And he thinks that, like, yeah, this is an insane thing. The problem is that, like, normally you're not just getting charged with truancy out of nowhere. Normally there's a lot of, like, warnings ahead of time, and there's, like, you know, they, like, they find out that your kids aren't going to school and they'll try to figure out why, but then they'll let you know, like, hey, like, your kid has to start, like, showing up to school. Here's a warning, blah, blah, blah. And then, yes, if they continue to not go, there has to be, like, a real level of negligence there in order for somebody to get charged with truancy normally. And so it's kind of wild that, like, he thinks that this is, like, a horrible thing for somebody to get charged with truancy, when you'll also probably hear him nonstop complain about the fact that, like, America is so undereducated and everybody doesn't value education and America doesn't do enough to educate their kids. But he also thinks that like if kids just aren't going to school and aren't educating themselves, there's literally nothing that we should do about it. And it is like a type of child abuse, like for parents to just allow their kids to not get educated, for them to grow up and not know like what it is that every other person in the rest of America knows, just as basic knowledge, just as a basic understanding. That is definitely a type of child abuse. Like for your kids to like show up to try to get a job, but they don't know basic like reading, they don't have basic reading skills or basic math skills, or even basic social skills, because a lot of like one of the biggest things that you do get out of school is that you're talking to a bunch of people, you're learning like order and rules and how to like do what you're told, and like and then like talking to other kids and getting girlfriends or boyfriends and like making friends, and you're being socialized, and like these are all like important aspects of you being able to exist in society. And then, yeah, like not going to school obviously is something that somebody should be charged for after a while. And he's acting like this is such an insane thing. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that a while ago we looked into this, and it did turn out that like truancy is just much more common in Black neighborhoods, because they do more often want their kids to like do some sort of work. Like it's more common that they're going to tell their kids. It's more common for like white people, I think, on like farmlands and crap like that, whereas for Black people it's going to be more common in like inner cities. But yeah, they'll want like their kids to do some sort of work to make some sort of money to help with bills, or like yeah, if there's some sort of struggle to like pay rent or some shit, then yeah, they'll want their kids to like do something to help. And the only way to do that is normally on the black market. So even on top of that, like lots of times that kids aren't going to school, they're literally starting to get involved in like gang operations and shit like that. And yeah, it's just it is obviously a negative thing. But I think that like for somebody like Hasan, he would look at it and be like, well, if these people were able to pay their bills, then there would be no reason for them to try to stop their kids from going to school in the first place. And so because the American system makes it to where these people are incapable of paying their bills, and they're not able to pay their bills because the American justice system keeps locking them up and putting their dads in jail and shit like that, then now like they've created a system to where, of course, the kids are going to have to drop out of school earlier and start to help with bills because they don't have a dad around. And now this just starts to perpetuate the entire system. And it's like, it's just this is like, yeah. So one way to like stop the perpetuation of the system is to force the kids to stay in fucking school, motherfucker. Like somebody's gotta pay a price so that they make their kids go to school. What the fuck, gangs? We skip school to get drunk and go to the beach. America's fucked up. Well, no, we do that as well. It's just that you're not going to get charged with truancy for skipping like, even 2 weeks out of the year, like to go do stupid shit. Like you're not going to get in trouble for that. You're going to get in trouble for literally just not going to school anymore. You're going to get in trouble for just practically dropping out and just never showing up again, and in going and doing other things instead of bettering your education. Like these are just yeah, I skipped a lot of school when I was younger, but anyways, this is just another example showing like Hasan is just literally incapable of understanding nuance. He's literally incapable of understanding like two sides of an issue, and that he has to look at everything in one dimension. And I feel like, damn, dude, that this is probably, I should probably make a Hasan video at this point and just go through like the history of Hasan and showing clips like these, the last couple that we've looked at, and then just like a bunch more to try to explain like his issue with Ethan and why he doesn't understand Ethan's issue is because everything for him is just a one-track mind. Everything for him is just as simple as like, I think this is my agenda. If you don't agree with this, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're one of the worst people I could possibly imagine. And that for him, there isn't like there isn't like levels of gray anywhere. That it is just very black and white across the board on all of these issues. And so then when we look at somebody like Ethan, who is very pro-Palestine and very much in favor of all the things that Hasan is in favor of, that there's like just one small difference there. And then now he's this like horrible, Zionist propagandist for the fucking Israeli government and the IDF and all this crap. And it's like that is just how black and white it is for him. So it probably would make a very good video as they did kind of go through all of these issues and kind of show that like throughout Hasan's entire career, this is just who he's been, and this is why he's not able to understand.
Obviously, it shows that when schools are more funded, that the admission goes up. So like that's the point, right? We're not trying to get to 100%. We can't.
I'm asking you who, at the end of the day, if the parents aren't doing it out of laziness or whatever, who should be involved?
Why are you saying that ends justify the? Why are you making the ends justify the means argument in an argument where you agree that the ends are? The means are fucking excessive.
Okay, I make the ends justify the means argument all the time. So I make the ends justify the means argument because I'm a consequentialist. So I will always make the ends justify the means. Okay, but that's not relevant to anything we're talking about.
When it came to schools and when it came to schools being a part of the school to deportation pipeline, so obviously you weren't a consequentialist there, but I guess you're a consequentialist under this circumstance because
the consequence of what? No, you don't let me finish a single thing. Let me know when you're done. Okay. Holy shit. He can call me back. Oh my god. I can't finish a single fucking point. Holy shit. Hey, how's it going? Okay. Are you calm down?
I am.
Okay, you gotta let me finish a single point, dude. Holy shit, you talked like four times as much as me.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. I know.
So you literally just said, okay, I'm in favor of consequentialism when it's making kids go to school, but I'm not in favor of consequentialism when it's deporting kids. No fucking shit. Because deporting people, I generally consider to be bad. Making kids go to school, I generally consider to be good. How the fuck is that confusing to you?
Okay, you're right. I misunderstood your point. Can we? What was your question?
My point is let's say kids aren't going to school because the parents are being lazy or whatever. At the end of the day, do you think the state should force them to go to school, or should it be okay if parents just never want their kids to go to school? They just stay home and not go to school.
Yes, it should be okay for parents that never want their kids to go to school in this ridiculous fucking hypothetical straw man that you literally created just now.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
oh my goodness. This is like, okay, so this is a problem that a lot of people have with like, with hypotheticals, is that like, normally in a hypothetical, you are like or analogies even like this is an issue that a lot of people have. Like you have to have like a good, and I've realized this more and more over time, is that when you listen to a hypothetical or you listen to an analogy, you actually have to have a lot of practice at dealing with analogies and dealing with hypotheticals in order to actually understand them. Because normally you're not going to get it if you don't actually understand. So like a lot of times I'll give hypotheticals and then at the end people go, yeah, but those aren't the same thing. Yeah. That's what makes it a hypothetical. That's what makes it an analogy. If it was the same thing, there would be nothing to analogize it to. It would just be the same thing. An analogy is taking two different things and then kind of linking them between the two parts that are similar. A hypothetical is like something that, like a make-believe story that you use to try to explain something from another story. Like, yes, they have to be different in order for it to be an analogy. They have to be different in order for it to be a hypothetical. And so, yeah, lots of times, like if I'm explaining something, I'll have like a story where like I explain the story and it's got like a lot of like moving parts to it. And there's like a lot of different aspects like to the entire story that like make up like a whole world for you to understand. And then by the end of it, like there's if you agree with this, well, then you should agree with me on the other point, right? So like lots of times people will talk about there's a the state is corrupt. The state is corrupt and the state is all like getting money behind the scenes to vote for legislation, and they're all voting in favor of things that the people are not in favor of, and they get paid to do this. So they're all taking money to vote against our best interests, and then I turn around and say, there's no way that you can have evidence of that. That's like an insane belief if you actually think that that's true. And then they say, there's no way that that we could prove this. Like, think about it. If they were doing this, they wouldn't do it in a way to where we could prove it, right? There's no way that we would be able to prove it if they were doing it. They're gonna hide it. So of course I can't prove it. It's like, oh, you understand that you're literally admitting that you have what's called an unfalsifiable belief, right? You just have a belief that you can't prove, but you believe it anyways, meaning that if I wanted to prove that you're wrong, there's no way for me to do it. So normally, instead of saying that, what I instead say is, well, imagine if I told you that last night an alien came down from space and they pressed a button that froze time. And when they froze time, they're able to move around and do whatever they want, but you can't. You don't even know that time is frozen. You literally are just frozen. Your mind stops thinking. Everything is just frozen. And while you're frozen, all of the aliens come down and rape everyone in the ass. Okay? And they're just raping everybody all night for hours and hours, sometimes months on end, sometimes years on end. They'll just rape us forever. And then they'll unfreeze time and take back off. And if I told you this, and then you said, what? Nobody raped me last night. And I say, well, they froze time. So, like, there's no way that we can prove it. There's no way we would know if they raped you last night, right? I'm giving you an unfalsifiable belief. But if they turn around and they say, yeah, but aliens raping us isn't the same as the government being corrupt, Tom. I'm not analogizing the aliens to the government. Well, Tom, raping isn't the same as taking bribes from corporations. I wasn't analogizing those two things. It's like, well, Tom, the being in my bed is not the same as like being an American citizen. Like, you know, getting fucked in my bed isn't the same as the government fucking me. Yeah, I wasn't analogizing those two things, motherfucker. I was analogizing falsifiable beliefs. That's what I was analogizing. I'm analogizing the fact that there's beliefs in both of these stories, the one that you gave and the one that I gave, that neither one of us could prove if we wanted to. That's the point. That is what I'm analogizing. But a lot of times, yes, they'll just turn around and be like, what? Those aren't the same things. Yes, I know they're not the same things. I'm not analogizing all of those other things. I'm just analogizing this one part. Please, like, pay attention. Like, this is the point of the hypothetical. Just like understand this is the point. But yeah, people miss it. They miss it all the time. And it's hard to like, it's hard in the moment to like be able to explain that this is not supposed to be the same as this. So if somebody doesn't understand the hypothetical, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do there. There's not a way for me to move past that point. If you're not able to understand the hypothetical, I'm just kind of fucked. Like, there's nothing that I can do. You also can't be autistic in order to instantly understand hypotheticals. Maybe Hasan is an undercover autist. Ooh. I don't know. I think that autistic people can understand hypotheticals. I don't know. Maybe I don't think a lot of autistic people that I deal with none of them have ever had issues with hypothetical. Excuse me. Got a lot of gas coming up from the fucking soup that I just drank. But yeah, there's a lot of sometimes deliberate. Well, I mean, that's what I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if it's just like people trolling or if it's people who, I think most often it's either that, yes, they just don't have a lot of practice with hypotheticals and so they're just not capable of understanding, or I think it's like that they have this cognitive dissonance there and that they don't want to like understand what it is you're saying, and so they would rather find a way out. And that's normally what happens is in debates, as soon as you like start explaining something to someone to where they start to understand, I've been this person before, I know what it's like, I'm sure everybody has been this person before, where like you hear this thing and it starts to make sense to you. Like slowly you are starting to fucking get it. Like you're just moving farther and farther into their direction, and you're starting to understand. And as soon as you do, you're like, oh shit, that means I've been wrong the whole time and I'm going to look like a fucking idiot. There's no way that that can be the case. I'm not a fucking idiot. So instead, voila! I've got another take that'll totally wreck this. And it, like, instead it just makes you look like a fucking idiot. Like, to anybody who understands what's going on, you don't look better for just denying facts. You look more retarded. You would look way better if you were just sitting there like, oh, well, shit. Okay, I guess I get it now. Fuck. Yeah, I totally missed that. Like, that sucks. That sucks, especially if you come in hot and at the beginning you're like, you're really talking up your brilliance and how wrong they are and how right you are and all this shit. Like, it really sucks to do, but in the end, like, that's way better than just sitting there and looking like you don't understand hypotheticals, or, you know, looking like you don't understand what it is that was just blatantly explained. So
let's use a more realistic example. Do you think the state should have the power to force kids to get vaccines?
Yes.
Why?
So yeah, like in the last thing where he asked, like, do you think mothers should ever get arrested for not sending their kids to school? Hasan says, oh, in this crazy straw man, no, I don't think they should. It's not a straw man. A straw man is where somebody represents your argument in a way that is incorrect. Destiny's not representing your argument. He's saying, it sounds like you might believe that nobody should ever get arrested for truancy. It sounds like you might believe that. So I'm going to ask if that's the case. And then if it's not the case, you think that maybe sometimes people should get arrested. Okay, well, now I'm going to want to figure out where that line is. I want to know, where is it that you think people should start to get arrested, and how much they have to do, or how long it has to be since the kid has gone to school before you think there should be some sort of consequence for this. But instead, Hasan thinks that it's a straw man and doesn't answer the question. And it's just obnoxious.
Kids to go to school in this ridiculous fucking hypothetical straw man that you literally created just now to justify your perspective.
Okay,
Yes.
let's use a more realistic example. Do you think the state should have the power to force kids to get vaccines?
Yes.
Why? Why that, but not attend school?
Herd immunity. There are better ways of, if push came to shove and people were literally like, oh, I'm not going to actually fucking get vaccinated. I'm not going to actually get vaccinated. You can come and take it. Liberals or whatever the fuck dumbass anti-vaxxers go for. Then yes, at that point, it should be at the fucking, it should be at the.
Okay. So yeah, this is wild because yes, now, like where earlier I was talking about the fact that like not going to school is a form of like, child abuse, and the fact that like you're going to make it to where like this kid doesn't have a future, and you're just overall, like, if we allowed parents to do this at a really high rate, you would just be truly ruining our country. Like, we have to enforce kids having to go to school. That he doesn't understand, but he's able to look at like the macro of like a bunch of people not getting vaccinated and then being like, oh shit, yeah, we would have so many problems and so many people wouldn't be able to work and so many people would be calling out, and then hospitals would be overflowing, and like he's able to understand that, and therefore yes, people should have to get vaccinated. But when you look at the macro for kids not going to school, he doesn't get it.
Barrel of a gun at the threat of state violence.
Okay, so you're saying that state
there are
violence...
better ways, which you and I agree on, that we could get kids to go.
We're not at that part yet. We're not. We are not.
Why are you fucking
because
why are you pulling this reactionary straw man out of your ass? And like there is an epidemic of fucking.
See, is it a reactionary straw man, or before it was a hypothetical straw man? He doesn't understand. Like, so when Destiny's saying like we're not at that part yet, like again, like it's like I was saying earlier, like we're taking it to like. We're trying to ask the extreme part of the fucking argument. And we're saying like, okay, it sounds like this could be what you're saying. But if you're not saying that, okay, Fair enough. But we want to know, like, if that's not it, where does the line start? Like, at what point do you think it's finally okay to, like, stop and say, okay, that's where we should finally start locking up parents? Like, that's what he's asking. And he's trying to, like, say, like, okay, here's the extreme. Here's, like, the never lock up parents, right? Never, ever, no matter what. That's this line right here. And then this one is, like, always lock them up for anything, no matter what. It doesn't matter. If you have a kid, as soon as that kid comes out of the fucking womb, lock them up right then just for having a fucking kid, because that kid could possibly maybe one day not show up to school. So we're just going to lock you up just for having the kid in the first place. Like, these are the two most extreme things. And now we want to know, like, where the fuck you end up on this spectrum. Like, where are you, like, finally thinking it's okay to now finally stop there and say, okay, yes, this is at the point where I think, but, like, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand that, like, this is just, like, an extreme question to ask. So we have a starting point, and then we want to start moving. Like, okay, do you think they should ever get arrested? Yeah, sure. Sometimes I think that they're bad enough to get arrested. Okay, so what if their kid hasn't been showing up for a year? Is that bad enough? Yeah, maybe that's bad enough as well. Okay, well then what if, what if they haven't been showing up for 6 months? Is that bad enough? Well, I don't know if 6 months is bad enough. Like, okay, so now we're at a point where, like, we know this is, like, a little bit harder for you. So now we're going to start to, like, dig down. Like, what makes you think that somebody should get arrested? Like, is it about, like, the fact that, like, the kid has missed so much time to where now they're automatically going to fail that year because they missed a whole semester? So now there's literally no way that the kid could possibly do any makeup work. Is that the point? Or is the point where, like, you think that they miss so much that this is, like, the part where, yes, like, we're going to dig down into what it is that you're talking about and try to like understand, like, where you think line should be drawn, and then why do you think the line should be drawn there? What makes you think that's a good line? And then once we get this, well, now we're going back to, like, okay, well, this is what I said about Kamala. This is what I was saying about Kamala here. So you actually agree with me on what I was saying about Kamala. So, like, you actually think that Kamala was right for locking these parents up for truancy. Like, this is the direction that this is supposed to take you to, but he can't even get past this fucking thing right here. He can't even get past, like, this to even start moving his way in that direction because Hasan's so fucking stupid, dude.
Lazy families that just don't want to send their children to school.
We are not at there are better ways yet. We haven't even gotten to that part of the argument yet, okay? We're not even at that part of the argument yet, okay? So, if you believe...
Oh my god, there's going to be so... Oh, fuck.
If you believe that the state should enforce violence here on an issue that would improve the outcomes of all of society, because that's what we're talking about when we talk about herd immunity, I don't understand why it's so ridiculous to think the state should also be invested.
Like, the chat is, like, adding Hasan, like, Hasan, please stop. So, like, right here is, like, it says, Hasanabi, stop rambling. Fucking please, we're dying. This is like, I keep seeing these chats over and over. Hasan, please slow down, bro. Motherfucker, this is going to take all day. Like, this is such an easy thing to, like, talk about. This should be one of the easiest fucking topics in the world, dude. And for Hasan, it's like dealing with a fucking toddler, bro.
Because that's what we're talking about when we talk about herd immunity. I don't understand why it's so ridiculous to think the state should also be invested in making sure that kids actually show up at school.
Because I would argue, and I think you're going to go against this.
Because, Destiny, I don't... actually, I don't think you thought about this, Destiny. Because if you actually look up the definitions, it turns out that a school is different than a vaccine. I'm serious. I've looked it up. And I promise the definitions are actually totally different. Schools and vaccines are two different things, Destiny. I don't think you realized. I don't think you realize that schools and vaccines are different. So while you're trying to make a point here, actually, yeah, schools and vaccines, totally different things, Destiny. I don't think you know.
Actually show up at school.
Because I would argue, and I think you're going to go against this, but I would argue that like not getting vaccinated and not getting herd immunity is like infinitely worse than a person potentially not going to school in this ridiculous hypothetical that you have created. Now we are arguing in this ridiculous hypothetical. We have moved so far beyond the fucking points of the video that I don't even understand why we're here.
Okay, so you keep calling this a ridiculous hypothetical, but the example that you keep citing me is literally the hypothetical that Kamala Harris advocated for working. So I don't know why you keep calling it a hypothetical.
Because I already mentioned to you that there are justifiable instances of state violence, and that was not one of them.
Okay, so at the end of the day, if kids don't want to go to school, so I guess call it a ridiculous hypothetical, but if the kids don't want to school, the parents don't want to go to school, then the state shouldn't do anything about that. They should just be allowed to stay home. Okay.
Yes, let's just let these in this ridiculous hypothetical. Again, I'm not letting you fucking frame this.
Yeah, he can't understand. And so he doesn't understand that like they're actually trying to understand what his belief is, but he thinks that this is like a debate tactic. And that's what he does all the time, where like after Hasan and Destiny stopped talking, Hasan started saying, I don't believe in debate. I don't do debates. I think debates are pointless because it's all about rhetoric and like debate tactics, and you're just trying to make the other person look stupid. That's all you're trying to do. That's all it is. And so as long as you can make the other person look stupid, then you win. But in reality, like it should be about like who's right, who's correct. And so as long as I'm able to prove my case, that's all that matters. I can just prove that I'm right, and then that's it. And I don't need to debate you anymore. It's like, that's nice and all, but I've talked about this 1,000 times on this show, is the fact that I'll go and read an entire book about something, sometimes 2 or 3 books on something, and then afterwards, I'm still not sure that I have a good understanding of this or that I've made up my mind on it. Like lots of times I'll read a book and then think, I don't know if I believe any of that shit. I don't know if I believe any of that. That might have all been just complete bullshit. I need to go debate people on it in order to feel like I have an actual position that makes sense. I need people to challenge it and like try to like tear it down. And then once I'm standing there afterwards, like, oh, this held up to scrutiny, and this actually still was able to like, I was able to like hold the position on this with people trying to tear it down. Yeah, I think I believe this now. Like that's the way that I think about debate. But for Hasan, he doesn't see it that way. He thinks that like, oh, I can just read something and now I know that information and now it's true. Like that's it. When somebody else could come with like other information that proves that wrong, and he doesn't think that. He doesn't see it that way. So yeah, he just he immediately got away from debate and thinks that debate is dumb, and it's because he doesn't understand debate. He thinks that everything is debate tactic, and that he's always like trying to like play peekaboo with fucking debate tactics, like run and hide and go seek shit.
Okay. Yes, let's just let these in this ridiculous hypothetical. Again, I'm not letting you fucking frame this as though it is the rule of law. It's certainly something that is happening all around the fucking world. Yes, in that ridiculous fucking hypothetical, we should just let kids run amok on the streets, and we shouldn't jail their parents.
Okay, all right.
Like fucking nuts. I mean, let's just operate off of like the crazy fucking, very reactionary sounding strawmans, or reactionary strawman hypotheticals that you're fucking creating right now. Let's just operate off of that. There's no reason to look at the video. There's no reason to look at like my analysis of what I think could happen potentially under Kamala Harris. Let's just look at your hypotheticals. Is there another one? Let's just move past it. Let's go to
so like my hypothetical are generally that if there is a vested interest in the child, the state has a vested interest in the child always. This is why we compel, for instance, men to pay child support if they leave their fucking single moms, right? Because the state has a vested interest in the child. I think that one of the best ways to break cycles of poverty is education. So I also think the state should have a vested interest in a child going to school. If that means enforcing the state violence, I'm okay with that. Yeah. That's my position.
And the DA should do something. Like, for example, the DA should involve themselves in every matter that they possibly can. And use the state in this regard, especially if the ends justify the means, right? Like it's okay. Like going forward, for example, if there is I don't know, if there's like fucking God, I can't even come up with a fucking analogy. It's so insane.
Okay, let's
literally the most insane analogy I could come up with is literally locking up mothers or threatening to lock up mothers to get their children to go to school in a system where this fucking problem, the main problem, is underfunding, which you know and you agree with.
Yep. But we both agree that Kamala Harris can't do anything about that.
Yes, and shouldn't. No, not
so
anything.
Let's say,
should not
sure.
do something about the other element as well.
Sure. So let's say that
for example, opiate addiction is a problem, right?
Oh
opiate
my
addiction
goodness.
is a gigantic
Bro,
problem.
he never stops talking. You think that he's finally done, and then he's like, Destiny's like, okay, so he's like, for example, like, what Is he not done yet? What the fuck, dude?
Do something about the other element as well.
Sure. So let's say that
For example, opiate addiction is a problem, right? Opiate addiction is a gigantic problem in this country. It's an epidemic. Should Kamala Harris lock up fucking people for opiate addiction if the ultimate result is that these people
so
in jail will
bad.
get proper treatment and in the form of, like, I don't know, they'll still have their freedoms removed, but ultimately they're still getting treated in jail. They're being put in solitary confinement, but hey, they don't have heroin in their system anymore. That's a win for me. I'm Stephen Bonnell. I think that that's a good situation. Let's not deal with it from a form of like leniency in regards to the DA, and then focusing on rehabilitative programs, which a lot of progressive DAs do all around the fucking country.
If what you just said,
give like Narcan to police officers, let's just jail them, because ultimately, if less people are doing heroin on the street, that's good for me.
If
homelessness, let's not fucking focus on. Let's not focus on. Like building sustainable public housing for homeless people. Let's just fucking throw them in jail, because ultimately there will be a shelter over their fucking heads. Won that argument too. Destiny, you were killing it with this DA analogy, dude. I mean, the ends justify the means, Destiny.
He's just fucking arguing with himself right now. He's just arguing with himself, bro. He's not even talking to anybody. He's sitting there arguing with himself right now. This is so fucking wild, bro. Ay, ay, ay.
Why aren't we doing that?
because in every example you gave, the end is bad. In my example, the end is good. I don't know how you can't understand the difference between
What
that.
do you mean? The end is the same. It's still, the end is the same. Less people, technically, people got robbed of their freedom under these circumstances, but technically they stopped.
Why do you keep giving me all of these weird libertarian arguments? Why are you concerned about people's freedom? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Why are you throwing all these like libertarian platitudes at me?
This is not a weird. Why are you saying that this is a weird libertarian argument when obviously my entire perspective when it comes to the criminal justice system is that cops should dial it way the fuck back?
No. I'm not, no, wait, you're talking about criminal justice. I'm talking about you giving me these weird. I'm talking about no, stop. Oh my god. I'm saying I don't know why you keep saying this is like freedom or like this is so weird. This is like the capitalist argument or the libertarian argument. I don't know. We're not talking about freedom here. We're talking about like policies that improve society. Like that's what we're talking about. Like. So when you ask me, do the ends? So when you ask me, do the ends justify the means? What if we throw all the crackheads or homeless people in jail and put them in isolation or solitary confinement?
Yeah, I don't think that Destiny, this version of Destiny, I don't think that he's like actually engaged with enough leftists and communists at this point for him to even know that like libertarians and communists have a lot of the same talking points. They use the same exact ideas of like where earlier Hasan was saying like they said like, oh well, should you lock somebody up? He's like, or yeah, what should you do to like get somebody to take a vaccine? And he's like, yes, at the end of a barrel of a gun, yes, they should have to take the vaccine. He doesn't actually mean literally they're pointing a gun at you. He's saying that under threat of cops locking you up. He's saying under the threat of a cop locking you up, because if the cops are engaging in this whatsoever, that means that there is like a threat of violence from the state. And so like as long as the state is like ever locking you up or ever trying to like arrest you or anything, it is always at the end of a barrel of a gun. That's what it always means. It always means at the end of a barrel of a gun. Destiny is cracked talking about police using force, but it's not about freedom. Only leftists don't think the link between... wait, you want the police to enforce your ideology? No. Hold on. Destiny's saying that, like, you're saying this as though anybody ever getting locked up is bad, when you don't believe that. You're making it sound like libertarians think that like, oh, if anytime somebody gets locked up, you're losing your freedom and that's like against our constitutional rights. We're supposed to be a free country. Like that's like a libertarian argument, right? And so he's saying, dude, like we lock people up for doing bad things. Like we both believe that like it makes sense to lock people up. It makes sense for people to go to prison. It makes sense for people to go to jail. Like we both believe that there are times that people can get locked up. And so when you keep like making it about instead of like what we're trying to achieve, which would mean like less violence or less crime, less stealing, or more kids going to school, instead of it being about that, you're saying, oh, well, one way or the other, it has the same outcome. And that outcome is they lose their freedom. It's like, well, if that's all it is, then yeah, at that point, you just don't think anybody should ever be locked up. Like, that's your argument then, is just that nobody should ever be locked up, ever. You can go murder a bunch of people. Well, the outcome at the end of the day is the same. The person gets locked up. So no, I don't think that like that's the line of argumentation that Hasan is using.
Those sound like pretty shitty ends, so no. But when you say, let's do a policy that gets more kids to go to school, oh, those sound like pretty good ends. Depends on what the means are, I guess. So if in your analogy, to make your analogy work, let's say that we locked up all the opiate abusers, and when we put them in jail, let's say that they got treatment, and when they came out, they weren't addicted to opioids anymore. But yeah, I probably would be in favor of that then. Hell yeah, sure. If that actually was the result of that, then for sure. But obviously that's not what fucking happens in our prisons. People go in, recidivism is insane in the US.
All around the world, however, in the real world where we all exist in, you and I both know that there are numerous different ways of dealing with this problem that don't involve locking people in jail. It's not a fucking libertarian perspective for me to have a more rehabilitative approach to criminal justice system, which includes DAs being more progressive and dialing it way the fuck back and letting other elements of society or letting all these other institutions actually take control of the situation. But they can fix in a much better manner, which is my point, and my point across the board.
If your other institutions are failing and they're not addressing the problem and you have a way of addressing the problem, why wouldn't you want that person to step up and take charge?
Wait, what point of like threatening to fucking jail mothers is not threatening their freedom, by the way? You don't have to be a fucking libertarian to understand that.
I said,
yeah, see, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it just...
I don't give a fuck about freedom. I've never argued in favor of freedom. I don't care at all about it. It's not something I'm ever concerned with.
So wait, you don't... Harris, the amount of money that she's raised from large individual contributions is at 58%, almost 60, and her small individual contributions, which are under 200, wasn't even... Dude, holy shit. It wasn't even fucking the main point of that conversation. The main point of that was like you picked that part, which I said I could have reworded in a better fashion from the jump. And then you fucking went off on like a 2-hour conversation that we had over whether like the schools were responsible. And the truancy argument too. Holy shit, dude. Anyway, look, we can, like I said, we'll talk about it again. We'll rewatch it or something. I'm sorry for keeping you up this late, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll go over the debate on my chat, and you can too. I'm sure there's going to be like 7,500 fucking threads on your. Don't delete any of them, even if they're shitty towards me. Do not fucking delete them.
What? Most of the threads on my subreddit are overwhelmingly positive with you. Most of the ones posted on your subreddit relentlessly shit on me. Why are you victim ending yourself?
So yeah, so this was on July 9th, 2019. And so yeah, from here, like where Hasan's like, okay, we'll go over it, we'll get into it. They don't ever do that. They don't ever do that. What was that? July 9th, 2019. So I think this was October 27th, 2019. What is this one? November 3rd, 2019. Let's see. But yeah, anyways, all of this like kind of fell apart when Hasan started like getting like in the middle of shit. And started like trying to like tear Destiny's like best friend or like getting in the middle of Destiny and his best friend and shit like that. So yeah, so that was July 9th, 2019.
Do you think there's a group of people that you cannot be racist against? No.
This one was this was uploaded way later and it doesn't have the actual date on it, so never mind. But yeah, anyways, that's
I think that the example.
Yeah, it's like November. So yeah, so like after that like Cop Mala debate, that was like when everything like started to go downhill. And then the N-word like manifesto and shit like that, like all of that just totally fucked their entire relationship up. That was it.
Again, whatever. Exactly. I mean, he's the original Destiny Orbiter. And Destiny, whatever you think about him, he is like, I think, the first one to make a career doing like political streaming like this on Twitch. Like, this is definitely a path that he's blazed, as far as I know. So for Hasan to come here and be like, I created this path is like so pathetic, bro. Holy shit. It's just
I just made my own choices and built my own
business model, I guess, if I were to use the term.
It was fucking wild, dude. It was fucking wild for Hasan to say this shit. It was actually insane because, like, I could understand, like, somebody saying something like to this effect if they maybe got big through YouTube or like another platform. But not only did Hasan get big on Twitch, but he did it as a Destiny orbiter. Like, Destiny was like the one who did this first. He was the one who like created that whole sphere and everything.
Like that. I paved it on my own because I thought, like, this is a concept that I think is cool, gaming. This is a concept that I think you can marry with gaming, political commentary. I paved it on my own. Paved it on.
Why the fuck would you even say that? Like, it is so pathetically self-grandiorizing, and he knows it's not true.
My own.
I paved it on my own. Anyway,
shout out to Destiny, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, yeah.
Oh, you know of him? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But when I watched that video, I was like, oh, that's cool. So we have like somebody in the gaming community who's actually pushing back.
Hell yes, that's actually Destiny's the reason
That's
why
really
I know
cool.
about Trihex as well. If Destiny was my roommate, I get.
Trihex is the one who Hasan came in between like Destiny and Trihex and started like talking shit about Destiny to Trihex.
Late all the time.
First of all, strange comment. Let's just reflect on that. How do you get people laid? I don't understand that. What do you mean? You're going to like manipulate the girl, trick the girl, force the girl? How do you get somebody laid? I genuinely don't understand what that means.
You can.
You're
gonna be a wingman. I mean, you can introduce. You know.
Just
now that said,
getting
now
him laid?
knowing what we know about Destiny, that obviously takes somewhat of a more sinister tone. But I think that is explainable.
And what we're going to learn about Hasan in part 2, which he's forced me to make. I decided I'm making part 2. Oh. And I'm calling it the ultimate fail son or the prodigal fail son, something like that.
Shit.
But I've decided that I'm going to compile.
Shit.
God, he really forced me to do all this shit, man. Like, I just want to be done with this. But the world needs to know that he's actually the worst. And this one is going to be personal. It's going to be like, if you think I'm just making this video out of spite, you're right. This is a spite video, but it's all true. At the same time. So yeah, we'll look forward to the prodigal fail son.
I'm ready for the spite, homie. What the fuck? Who is Destiny's best friend? At the time, Trihex. So this guy right here, this is Trihex. Trihex was like Destiny's, the two of them were doing like a podcast together on their show. Like one of the things that started coming up is like there was always a conversation about whether or not it was okay to say the N-word, and Destiny kept saying like, yeah, it depends on like the context of where you are. Like if you're like, you know, it like off stream, like it would be okay. If you say it on stream, like it's probably not as good. You don't want to encourage other people to start saying these things, especially not in like negative context. And if you say it like in front of a bunch of viewers, they may not understand like the nuances of when it's okay and not okay to say it. And so like it's probably best to just say it in private, like with other people who you know do understand it, and they're not going to take it in like a racist way, and they're not going to like run off and start like doing, you know, repeating the words in a negative way. And then Hasan starts going and talking to Trihex about this after like years of both of them like agreeing on this. Hasan starts going to Trihex and is like, I'm so sorry that you have to put up with that, man. That's so messed up that Destiny like sits there and like justifies using the N-word in front of you. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that, bro. That is so disrespectful, and I can't believe he would do that to you and put you in that position, man. That is so fucked up. And Trihex like, well, I think I understand. Like, I don't think it's fucked up. Like, I hold like the same position as Destiny, but then like after Hasan kept doing this, more and more like black people start like coming out the woodwork and start calling Trihex like and Uncle Tom and shit like that. And they're like, I can't believe you let your slave owner walk around calling people the N-word like that. Like you're just his little house nigga, aren't you? And you're the like, and this is like how they kept talking to Trihex. So then he started getting like a lot more shit from like people, and like was getting heavy amounts of pressure to like push back on Destiny and say something about this and do something about it. And then when they did, and they had a conversation about it on the podcast, Destiny was like, bro, I'm sorry. You and I have had a conversation about this 1,000 times. I don't feel comfortable like backing off on this position now just because you're like emotionally like manipulated into using it against me. Like, I feel like if I have a principle on this, I think it's right. I think it's correct. I don't think that I should back off on that principle just because one of my friends is asking me to, and they're leveraging their friendship against me to try to force me to back off on that principled position. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's right. So no, I'm not gonna change my position on this. And so Trihex was like, wow, dude, I thought that as my friend, you would care more about my feelings about this. And I'm a little upset about this. And so I don't think that we're gonna do the podcast together anymore. And Destiny's like, all right, man, that sucks. I hate to see you go. And then, yeah, that was it. They just stopped talking afterwards. And then as more and more people started attacking Destiny for saying the N-word, Hasan keeps popping up out of nowhere and popping up all of a sudden to just be like, Destiny, I can't believe you're doing this to the black people, man. I can't believe you're doing this to them. Do you not see what you're doing to everyone? Will you not stop this? Please, Destiny, stop doing this to everyone. Like, it was wild, bro. It's fucking wild, dude. So yeah, this is some wild stuff that was going on back then.
Women or something like that. It's gonna be fun, guys. It's gonna be a good time. So, glass houses and all that. You know what I mean?
Community who's actually pushing back.
Hell yes. That's actually Destiny's the reason why I know about Trihex as well. If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
Totally cool.
I was like, all right, whatever. Well, I don't have anything. Like, I don't have anything. I have no option. I'm in the next 11 days. So much so that, like, Steven was DMing me on Discord and saying, hey, you know what? If you don't have a place to live, buddy, like, you can come stay with me. It's okay. What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
Now, listen. You can't catch me saying anything like that. I mean, let's do a compilation competition and see who's really best friends with Destiny over here, son. Little fucking insecure there, buddy. And also, the voice is a little high pitched. Just saying.
Oh.
Did he hit second puberty?
That's the real topic of the next nuke.
Let's see here. Well, yeah, I mean, second puberty.
My roommate, I get him laid all the time. I was like, all right, whatever. Well, I don't have anything. Like, I don't have anything. I have no option.
Now he sounds like this.
Yeah, he talks like this. He talks like this all the time now. He didn't talk like that back in the day. Like, he didn't, not at least not when he first started streaming. He did talk about like that. There's actually videos of him. If you guys see, it's like a lot of the videos from him on TYT. He looked like a freaking like fireman, dude. Like he was insanely different looking.
Country and came out more on the left side because the left side was stronger, and so that
let's see. Crap. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the name of the show was, because it wasn't Agitprop. I think it was before Agitprop, where he was doing like, he was giving dating advice, but it was like very like red pill, misogynistic, like just kind of fucked up dating advice that he was giving at the time. It was horrible, dude. It was really, really bad. But it was like, it was funny a lot of times. Yeah, damn. I wish I could find it, but yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't. Oh, wait, there it is. There it is.
I have a question for Hasan.
Fat. Yeah, no, I had
Steven Crowder. It was so funny to me.
I had a older run where I was like way more. First of all, I was way more broy than I am now. I'm still
here
talking about Lady Gaga. Okay, and I was like, what the fuck, dude?
But yeah, anyways, like this is what he used to look like. He looked totally different. Bro tips, I think those are privated. Is that what it was called? Bro tips? I think they're all on Facebook is what it is. I'm pretty sure they're all on Facebook.
Get out of here. You might think, wait a minute, there's no way this is gonna work. Yes, it does. Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cockblock you because they're fat and lonely. If let's get out of here doesn't work, you exchange numbers, she leaves, you guys talk later, and you continue on your conquest for the rest of the night. If the let's get out of here does work, you have successfully left the club with a hot girl, hopefully, in the cab, and you're going to your place or her place. Now, once you're in a more intimate one-on-one situation, it's much easier to get things moving forward. If you hadn't played the finger fun already in the club, now is the time to utilize those magic fingers. Take her back to your house, show off that impressive vinyl collection that no one else gives a shit about, and go into town. Once you bring them back home, it doesn't matter how impressive your Spotify playlist is, or however many stamps you've collected in 21 years of virginity. The only thing that'll matter is your teacup pig. If you don't have that, it doesn't really matter what you have. You should move. Oh, and if you don't, I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna have sex with your dog.
So yeah, that was old school Hasan.
In the next 11 days. So much so that
Yeah, even like he sounded different back then as well. But yeah,
like Steven was DMing me on Discord and saying, "Hey."
The projection is unbelievable, and he's so insecure. Like, bro, this is you. You literally owe your entire career to Destiny, bro. I built this shit on my own. You want to talk about someone who built this shit on my own? It was me, motherfucker. Suck it, bitch ass. I got nobody to thank. I mean, I have some people to thank, but like, nobody to like. To be like, you made me. Well, listen, there's people that have helped me along the way, but like, I built this thing painstakingly, brick by brick, years of fucking crawling through the mud, experimenting, all this shit. You know what I mean? Must be nice to just have someone give you a career. Oh yeah, that's what happened before you went to Twitch too, right? Because your uncle gave you a fucking job.
You know what? If you don't have a place to live, buddy, like you can come stay with me. It's okay. What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
You know what, Zach? Go ahead and pull that, huh?
Okay, you got it.
I mean, the guy really loves Destiny. My goodness. I've never even said anything about him other than I used to watch him when he played StarCraft.
Oh yeah, watch out. He gets real rowdy with that. Here, for all of you guys is the here, Fish and Destiny playing.
Okay, wait, hey, listen, I love you.
What?
I told a friend that I would play a game with him, and then I have to get ready for that Skunk podcast shit. Listen, don't worry, you're gonna get all my viewers want to watch it are gonna go to your stream.
Okay. I mean, no, it's fine. I wanted to watch it with you, but it's cool, dude. Friendship is just dead, I guess. Oh, Speedo McGee's your fan that gave me 200 subs so far. No, you're coming.
I thought this was like a convention. I thought this was like the Young Turks like office Christmas
it's
party.
a family party. I told you.
Oh, why the f I go to your family party?
I don't know what the f are you gonna do. Sit around and eat Chinese?
You think they talked about chicks when they hung out together? Because Hasan's got like, I mean, he's fucks mad bitches, and then Steven does too. They probably talked about fucking hot chicks, dude, and get how Hasan's gonna get Destiny laid. It's probably all kinds of epic conversations like that.
By yourself while crying? People in the chat are like, that sounds like Destiny for sure, dude. Your fan base is wild, dude. All right, you want to go out tonight, dude? What's going on? What happened?
Look at the love and admiration he has. I mean, he is glowing at this moment. Look at this face. He's absolutely beaming at the thought of spending time with Destiny.
You want to go out tonight, dude?
Have you ever seen? Oh my God. It's like I mean, look at the way his face lights up. My goodness.
What's going on? What happened?
Why are you gonna just stiff him like that, dude? That was rude.
Because they didn't want you to be here. That's why.
Oh, you're like standing up for me.
Solidarity.
It's not gonna hurt my feeling, brother.
No, it's fine.
No, why the f would I help anyone else? You're the only person I've ever done that for. You better feel special.
Oh wow, I do, dude. Well, I mean,
I'm super cute, but you're cuter. Don't worry. In a different way.
Look, Hasan definitely...
I paved it on my own.
He put in insane amounts of work. Like, nobody... That's just factual, right? But to say he paved it on his own is just fucking pathetic. Like, holy shit, dude. So anyway, that's fun. Enjoyed that one. He loves Destiny. I mean, my goodness, man. It looked like Christmas morning the way he looked at him. You want to go out? Beautiful. Guys, he's not going to respond because he doesn't have enough time. He did not say that. Oh, yeah, this is the meme. He did say that. This is one of his go-tos. Oh, such a great meme. Well done, whoever put this together. I don't have enough time to waste watching Ethan's video. Literally fucking day rise as he wastes his time in Japan sitting in front of a fucking window streaming all day. Yeah. Very funny
Well,
stuff.
he said, like, that's one of the things when we were reviewing it is he kept saying, like, yeah, I don't have enough time to watch his video, dude. Like, I have better things to do. And then he sat there for the next, like, 2 hours talking about the video that he refused to watch. And, like, it sounded like he watched it. It sounded like he watched it. He kept saying things like, oh, and also another thing that Ethan said in that video. Is, how do you know this? Where are you getting this from? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's totally likely that people went and told him what happened. I've had a bunch of people, like, come and tell me about things that are said in videos. But normally, if that happens, I say something like, somebody told me that this happened. Because if I didn't see it myself, I don't know that it happened. And so, yeah, normally I'll say, like, oh, I heard that they said this. Or someone told me they said that. Or somebody said that this happened. Like, because if I didn't see it myself, even the most trusted people and the most, like, the people that I believe are going to tell me the truth, doesn't mean that they're going to analyze it the same way I would analyze it. And that if I watch somebody say something, lots of times I might be a little bit more charitable, or I might be a little bit less charitable. I might, like, take it a totally different way than they took something. And so, yeah, they might, like, contextualize it totally differently. So I normally say something like, yeah, I heard somebody said this, so that I don't get, like, caught saying somebody said something that they don't think they said. And then I go watch it and I'm like, oh, crap, they didn't say that. So, yeah.
Stuff here, guys. We love to see it. Hasan put out a new video. Was it last night or the night before? I don't remember. Entitled "Debate Me, Ethan Klein," in which he.
What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
Yep. Well, hold on there, Hasan. I don't know if you've heard about the recent accusations. I'd be a little hesitant to glaze him up at this moment. I need a whole dialogue tree of him supporting Destiny, Zach.
Got it.
That needs to be a conversation that we're going to have. So, and then the description is, I'm not watching the video. Debate me, Ethan, I'm not watching the video. My question is this.
I mean, yeah, if you guys didn't see my video on this, when he was going over the fact that, like, he's got some other stuff when it comes to the way that Hasan has talked to women. Yeah, if you go to my video on this, this one right here, Hasanabi Denims and Frogan caught lying about Ethan Klein's video. Like, in this, we go over the fact that there's an article from a person who was interviewing Hasan, and they said that he just, like, pulled out his phone and started, like, pulling up DMs from girls that had fucking nudes in it. And he knew it had nudes in it. And he said, forgive me if some of these have nudes in it. But then when they did have nudes, he did not, like, pull it away. He didn't close it out. He just sat there with, like, a video of a girl sucking dick and just read the message right in front of this, like, journalist, like, just allowing her to watch this girl sending him videos of her sucking somebody else's dick, like, and so in this, Hasan's sitting there talking about, like, oh, Destiny, he shared nudes with people without consent. That's disgusting. And I was like, wait, Hasan, hold on, buddy. Hold on, homie. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, Hasan. Buddy. You, my friend, also shared nudes with people without their consent. Like, just to be clear here, you did that too, buddy. So I hate to be autistic about this, but
this video seems to be getting overwhelming praise from his fans. 30,000 likes, 500,000 views. They think this is an epic own. Can somebody explain to me what exactly is virtuous about not watching the video that I thoughtfully put together and then begging me to debate you? Who spent your entire fucking last years complaining about how debate bros are the worst and how they're ruining the political space, you call them, you know, you've been calling them debate perverts. Well, you're a debate pedophile, bro, if they're debate perverts. Look at you. You're the king of that shit. Debate me, Ethan Klein? None of his fans are going to hold him accountable for how pathetic this is? I'm not watching the video. What's the virtue in that? Literally, if you want to know what's my opinion, just watch the fucking video. I went through great... He goes, he's not political, and he's a fucking idiot. Good, that's why I took my time to tightly articulate my thoughts into a video, as concise as it can be. It's long, because obviously I had a lot to say. And I think this stuff isn't so simple, which is why you need like an hour and 40 minutes to say what I wanted to say. It's not simply something that you can convey so easily. And that you're not watching the fucking video. And that's somehow virtuous, that you're being a coward. You are literally being a coward, and that's virtuous in his community? Like, what are we talking about? How does his audience let him get away with this? I'm blown away by this debate me Ethan Klein thing. Especially being the debate bro hater. It's just fucking insane. Oh yeah, he's calling me a coward for not debating him. He's calling me a coward for not debating him. I said I will debate him. I said just watch the video first. Because what's the point of getting into a debate? Like, the only thing that can change, the only benefit to that would be he can talk over me, dish gallop, and perform all kinds of ridiculous debate tactics to just try to control the conversation and muddy the waters. There's zero benefit to holding a debate with you, considering especially you don't even know what's in the fucking video. To talk about what? And he goes, well, it's about me. What do I need to know? It's about me. Well, it's not a fucking biography about your life, dipshit. And obviously you know that. But like your fans are so willing to believe obviously stupid shit. It's about shit that you've said and done. It's not a fucking hallmark, you know, about your life. Okay. Actually, there's almost no biographical information about your life. I'm saving that for part 2. Look forward to that. Hasan. Yeah.
Everyone deserves dignity. Everyone deserves human rights.
I don't know what this timestamp is because there's a whole bunch in this. I could watch this whole fucking video, to be honest with you guys.
I think that this was included just to... this was his initial reaction. We reacted to a long stretch of this video on Monday. So
okay.
This was
Everyone
mostly just because of
health care. I know. Sometimes. Okay, listen.
What?
Sometimes you really like a apartheid state. Sometimes you really feel...
That's super cute way to shadow box with my video. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I love apartheid state. That's all.
I'm going to skip to this.
Yeah, he's my favorite content creator now. I mean, guys, what do we... Is this actually serious content? Is this actually seriously trying to interface with my video? Guys, listen to him. Who is letting him get away with this? Destiny was your favorite content creator?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to like people just being bad faith and just like coming up with something to say, they don't like most of the time. Yeah, if you have a following that's like very they're very like what do you call it, loyal to you. They're loyal, very loyal, and very much like want to watch you and want to see your takes and everything. They're gonna believe you, or they're gonna be on your side no matter what. Like, you don't even have to say anything like mesmerizing whatsoever. You can just say anything and it'll make sense, which was one of the things that like I was really happy about, like in the dramas that I had, where I had a bunch of people just kind of like talking shit and making shit up, is that like anytime that I would see my followers out in like other people's chats while they're talking shit, like they weren't just like, you're all fucking liars, stop being fucking pansies, blah blah blah. They would ask them, they'd be like, okay, so like, can you tell us like where did you get that from? Like, can you show us where that happened? Yeah, we got it from this. Well, but that he didn't say that there. Can you show us where like one where he actually said that though? And they're like, well, he kind of like, it's about a pattern. Can you show me the pattern? Well, no, but like that would just take too much time. Like, okay, so you like, you're just very much like stuck on these. Like they were very like logical in the way that they were kind of challenging people, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, I don't have just a bunch of fucking like brainwashed simps who are just running with any talking point that I have, or just like repeating things that I'm saying. They're going in and they're actually asking, like, okay, can you show evidence? Like, can you show us where this happened? Like, when I'm sitting here and I'm saying they haven't shown anything, like they just keep making claims over and over and over, and then anybody who comes out with a claim, they just believe them and they're just like, oh, true, but then they never ask them for any evidence. And so when my followers go show up, they're like, what, can you show us evidence? Can we see that? I don't think Tom sleeps. You just got to water your Tom and feed it minimal sunlight, and he thrives. Yeah, I do have to go pretty soon. I got some other stuff that I got to do, but I've only been live for 6 hours, so chill, homie.
Holy shit.
Consensually and unconsensually recording people.
Sure, that's terrible. What the fuck does it have to do with me, bro?
While they're
Holy
having
shit.
sex, and then distributing it to a bunch of other 19-year-old Discord e-girl kids.
Yeah, that's cool, man. You want to talk about something? You want to talk about something else?
That he wanted to fuck. And then all of those videos.
You're the one, by the way, who's like, I'm gonna get him laid a bunch. I mean, who's throwing fucking raw? Let's throw some fresh meat to the sex predator. I'm gonna get him laid a bunch. Who said that again? Zach, pull that. We need that clip. I'm gonna get Destiny laid so many times.
Were leaked a month ago, including videos of him having sex with his ex-wife, who I know for a fact she has mentioned did not give him consent to release the.
I mean, yeah, and a lot of what he's doing is like, I'm not responding to it because of where it supposedly came from. How about, again, instead of deploying this debate bro tactic, you just deal with what's actually being said.
If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
Bro, you want to please bring up how he's a sex pest. Please bring up how he's a sex pest more, Hasan.
What a good guy.
Mm-hmm. It's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I immediately covered the Destiny drama when it came up. But, like, I don't even feel the need to defend myself, because if you actually believe that, then you're already, like, brain rotted out. Like, because it's just completely conjured out of thin air. It's really something. But, hey, who's friends with Destiny again?
What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
He's a great guy.
If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
That's interesting to say. That's actually interesting to say right after talking about how he's a sex pest, don't you think?
Those videos to random people. And the idea that this is a deflection is moronic.
How it's literally a deflection. You're not addressing anything I ever said.
Because I have mentioned every single stupid point brought up.
How do you know? You haven't watched the video, man. You have not watched the video.
Up a million times over. But yeah, anyway, have fun though. I assume that you guys are going to try and bait me into losing my shit all day. But yeah, there are already 100 responses to every accusation. I know. There's like...
By the way, this video, Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker explained. I think he's reacting to someone else's video about it once again. Like, he will... I'm being pretty serious. Like, pull that up. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Also, before the video I made, so like totally irrelevant to his point.
Like, you could just go, if you truly are invested in the truth, and I'm sure there are some people, there are others who are just going to come in here and be like, well, I'm going to keep it real, man. You're just like avoiding accountability. Yeah, dude.
Let me see. Let's see what Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker explained looks like.
Anti-Semitism is unacceptable.
And fresh and fit. No matter what, with that arguing that there isn't much he can do to change people's
He's getting
minds.
filled in. That's yeah. Well, let's watch Philly D summarize it.
That's actually valid.
What?
I'm saying that's valid.
Get
because
filled in?
because it's Phil.
Get your holes filled in by Phil.
Please. Please.
So let me see. Let me just browse here. Here he is watching himself.
Waiter can't
Okay,
be
epic.
On this, I don't know.
Here he is watching.
Make sure you guys take a second and leave a comment on this. So we'll go through some of the credits, thanking all the members and everybody. Appreciate everybody coming in and staying in the show. But yes, once... fuck. Okay. Did I do it? Is it better? Hello? Did I fix it? Okay. So, yeah, so I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out tonight. If you will, just wait for the credits to go through and us to thank all of our members real quick. And then once the credits are done, if you'll just refresh the stream and then scroll down. It'll allow you to leave a comment. You can't leave comments while the stream is live, but once the live is over, if you refresh, it'll allow you to scroll down and leave a comment. And leaving comments is a great way to help the stream get more into the algorithm, and has been doing big things for this channel. Every time you guys go and leave comments after every stream, it has been super helpful. So I really appreciate you guys doing that. Let everybody know what you thought about the conversation with Anna. Let us know what you thought about the the stuff with Ethan and Hasan, or Destiny and Hasan. So yeah, leave a comment about whatever the topics were on stream today that you enjoyed, and give us your thoughts so that other people can come and fight you later on it. But I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Base D says, we need more Ana.
Here's Ukrainian Ana's tweet.
Naomi says, Tom ate my dog. Welchin Den says, later fools. Neon.Gutters Point 2020 says, peace all. Tom Foolery Show says, go like Anna's tweet, link. Huey says, WTF. Naomi says, Tom, don't forget to brush your hair and teeth. Felix 954 says, 07 Anna. Katmara 591 Mir says, no sweeping awards today, Tom.
Damn.
Sorry.
No, we did talk about Destiny today for a bit, so.
James Lynch says, take care, fools. Naomi says, Tom loves Trump. Base D says, 07.
07.
Naomi says, boo.